Both of them suppressed their questions and quickly finished reading the material. The later sections were increasingly esoteric. It stated that Blue Star was in a locked state, and only through special methods could it break free from the Matrix's constraints. Once free from the Matrix, Blue Star would become beautiful again. The descriptions within were numerous and did not seem like a cautious scientific research output. Instead, they were filled with emotion. This oddity was quickly noticed by Lu Zhou. When he pointed this out, his uncle was still focused on flipping through the material rapidly. At his uncle's suggestion, Lu Zhou translated a lot of other documents. These documents were rigorous in the early and mid stages, but by the time they reached the later stages, the writer's tone became increasingly frantic. The handwriting became more chaotic, and the strokes more erratic. Moreover, the content in the later sections, if it had to be described, had already entered the realm of metaphysics. From Lu Zhou's perspective, these things were more akin to the words of shamans or cultists rather than those of scientists. It was not easy, but the two finally finished reading some of the materials. When Lu Zhou looked up, he saw his uncle drenched in sweat, his breathing growing heavier. Then, he began to frantically flip through the documents again, as if trying to glean something from them. Lu Zhou grew anxious and shook his uncle. Wei Qingzhu finally regained some clarity. He coughed a few times, made an effort to calm himself, and then spoke, "Xiao Zhou, to put it simply, the things in these materials, previously I had a colleague who was also researching them." At this point, Wei Qingzhu paused suddenly, and a sense of foreboding surged in Lu Zhou's heart. What was the result? There was no result. The scientist in charge of the research committed suicide. However, I had exchanged some thoughts with him, and the things he was studying were similar to what we have in our hands. I can remember that his research had reached the mid-stage, but clearly, the materials we have are more profound than my colleague's research. As Wei Qingzhu spoke, his fingers trembled uncontrollably. His complexion was worse than crying. To put it bluntly, if this research is indeed correct, it means that all our previous scientific understanding is wrong. We must find new rules. You have seen the materials. They believe Blue Star is being controlled and that there is a civilization above us that is constantly grasping our state. Lu Zhou felt his head spinning. He had never studied these things and was hearing about them for the first time, especially from his uncle, who was a researcher. Wei Qingzhu had not finished speaking and continued. When they discovered these things, we must conduct experiments to ascertain the authenticity of their materials. This also records the dates of this group's research. When was that? Lu Zhou felt an odd sense that this timing would be significant. About 300 million years ago. Wei Qingzhu sighed deeply, his eyes filled with awe. Lu Zhou was stunned. This time frame predates the existence of dinosaurs. Could it be that such formidable researchers existed on Blue Star so long ago? Initially, he thought these people were aliens, but it seemed now that the situation was far more complex than he had imagined. What kind of calamity could have wiped out predecessors far beyond current human civilization? At this moment, Lu Zhou inappropriately recalled a previous saying, "The end is near. We are all but ants." Chapter 278, Locust Plague. After saying these words, the atmosphere instantly became much heavier. Lu Zhou was lost in thought, his mind filled with what had been said back then, and he kept his head down, unsure of what to think. Meanwhile, Wei Qingzhu had already snapped back to reality from his shock. There was no time to waste. A decision had to be made immediately. The information before them could assist him in continuing his research. At this moment, Wei Qingzhu could use this data to verify his own hypotheses. When Lu Zhou finally came to his senses, he noticed that his uncle had already gotten ready and started darting between various laboratories to check the status inside. After some thought, Lu Zhou decided to temporarily conceal the information he had learned from manhwa. What if that news was just a decoy? After all, evidence was essential. With this in mind, Lu Zhou entered the laboratory and began helping his uncle tidy up the place. While they were busy, Lu Zhou subtly hinted to his uncle that the translation dictionary was a treasure that needed to be protected. His uncle ignored Lu Zhou's hint, and after the two finished organizing the laboratory, they finally left. When they reached the surface, Wei Qingzhu sighed. Xiao Zhou, how do you think these people built the laboratories? After so many years, they can still be used. If it were our technology, it would have been unusable long ago. Lu Zhou smiled and replied, who knows? But with this technology, we can stand on the shoulders of giants and continue our exploration. Maybe there's something that the predecessors couldn't discover, but we might be able to find it with some effort. Wei Qingzhu couldn't help but think of that crazed diary. His heart skipped a beat. Lu Zhou glanced at his uncle quickly, and the two of them got into the car. The drive back was quite peaceful, and they didn't notice anything amiss with the security situation. After dropping his uncle off at home, just as they were nearing the door, Lu Zhou ran into Zhang Jiehua. Zhang Jiehua was holding a plastic bag and had his head down, seemingly occupied with something. As Lu Zhou parked the car and got out, he casually greeted him. Jiehua, what are you up to? Oh, Lu Zhou, you went out? Zhang Jiehua looked up suddenly, and his gaze made Lu Zhou feel a bit uncomfortable. It's nothing much. Aren't you out as well? I just followed your advice and want to learn a technical skill. I just got back today. When it came to the topic of learning skills, Lu Zhou became curious. What are you learning? Something in agriculture. I thought about it and realized that no matter what, we will always need agricultural researchers, right? Zhang Jiehua's face flushed a little, and his eyes were smiling. Plus, my grandma also studied this, so we went out to learn together. But she actually learned faster than I did, which is really unreasonable. Listening to his friend's simple and ordinary complaints, Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel a rare sense of bliss about life. The two of them wandered upstairs, and at that moment, Zhang Jiehua continued. But in the past couple of days, everyone has been on high alert because today is the time for crop collection. However, I don't know why, but I always feel uneasy in my heart, even though I'm clearly about to reap the rewards. At this point, Lu Zhou's body stiffened. Has the harvest date arrived so soon? Could it be that the locusts he had suspected before would be arriving soon? Once the thought took root, it could no longer be retracted. Lu Zhou calmed his mind and first asked Zhang Jiaxing about the situation in some agricultural bases. As for the agricultural bases, what I know is that basically all of them are growing grain crops, among which there are more than a dozen experimental fields, and the rest are all high-quality grain crops. Zhang Jiaxing spoke eloquently, but after listening, Lu Zhou felt even more anxious. If these grain crops suffered losses, then the foundation of Liangshan would definitely be unstable. Moreover, recently, it seemed that Liangshan had become a bit lax regarding natural disasters. This time, the locust incident might deal a severe blow to Liangshan. Finally, Lu Zhou's expression turned serious as he said, I discovered a small group of locusts while rushing back on the road earlier. Do you think the locusts will destroy the crops when they mature? Zhang Jiaxing was startled by this remark. For some reason, when he heard Lu Zhou's words, his right eyelid was twitching rapidly. This feeling was quite familiar. Indeed, something bad was about to happen. Could it be that a locust plague would really break out? He had heard the older generation talk about locusts passing through, darkening the skies, and when they flew over, all the crops could be eaten clean. Grandma Zhang had experienced the famine caused by locust plagues, so she had a deep impression of this. Zhang Jiaxing desperately suppressed his inner unease and hoarsely said, Let's report this situation to the agricultural base. Regardless of whether it is true or not, we need to do what we can. Lu Zhou nodded. To make their case more convincing, he quickly went to fetch his uncle. As a person with authority in agricultural research, his uncle's words should carry more weight than those of the two kids. Wei Qingzhu came down in a hurry, and when the car was on the road, he learned about the locusts. He had a high level of trust in Lu Zhou and automatically ignored the fact that Lu Zhou had no idea where this information came from. Xiao Zhou, just drive towards the agricultural base. I'll call the person in charge over there first. Wei Qingzhu had some level of authority and practical power, and both Lu Zhou and Zhang Jiaxing were very grateful to have such a capable teammate. The intercom was quickly connected, and Wei Qingzhu wasted no time, instructing the other party to activate the pest control systems for the indoor crops. As for the outdoor crops, they needed to mobilize personnel immediately to begin harvesting. Originally, the crops were supposed to be harvested in a day or two, but Wei Qingzhu's sudden phone call left the person in charge a bit confused. However, he reacted quickly and nodded in agreement. After hanging up the call, the person in charge first ensured that all indoor crops were protected, then sounded the alarm. There was a group of staff members at the agricultural base working the night shift, and their numbers were considerable, responsible for handling emergencies. Once the alarm was sounded, everyone woke up. Wake up! The alarm is ringing. Get up quickly, move fast. These were strictly disciplined individuals. And then there were those who were slow and careless. How come it hasn't sounded in years? And it goes off the moment I'm on duty. Most of the employees quickly understood the gravity of the situation and hurriedly put on their clothes, rushing outside. After the person in charge sounded the alarm, he also communicated with the person in charge of another agricultural base. Chapter 279, Rush to Harvest. Another person in charge did not belong to his department. That person's superior was on the same level as Wei Qingzhu. Moreover, coincidentally, this superior and Wei Qingzhu did not get along very well. When he learned that Wei Qingzhu was anxious to wake up the employees to rush the harvest, he immediately furrowed his brows in frustration. What is he thinking? We're supposed to harvest tomorrow, and he insists on saying something about locusts today, trying to make it seem urgent? Besides, where are the locusts I haven't seen? He thought this way, but deep down, he felt jealousy towards Wei Qingzhu. This young man had a promising future and was a strong competitor. Most importantly, Wei Qingzhu was highly regarded. Logically, he shouldn't be arguing about such matters, but his emotions had clouded his judgment. The inquiry from the person in charge on the other side broke through his thoughts. Professor Wei has ordered them to harvest the crops over there. Do you think we should harvest as well? By some strange twist of fate, he cleared his throat and said, Everyone is already rested. If we wake them up again, I'd feel guilty. Let's hold our position and harvest tomorrow. After hearing this news, the other person in charge felt a fleeting sense of joy. At this late hour, he was really tired of all the hassle, and luckily, his superior wouldn't allow it. He thought, well, if anything happens later, someone else will take the responsibility. As long as I report according to the normal flow, it won't be my fault if something goes wrong. Both of them had their own thoughts, and soon the call ended. When Wei Qingzhu learned this news, he immediately furrowed his brows in concern. What is Gao Ming up to? The grain issue is a major concern. How can he be so careless and let this hidden danger pass? No, I must forcefully start rectifying this. As Wei Qingzhu spoke, he tried to call the other party, but couldn't get through. Determined, he decided to go to the site personally to find Gao Ming. Meanwhile, Gao Ming was ignoring all of Wei Qingzhu's calls and was sound asleep. Lu Zhou and his group moved quickly. When they arrived at the entrance of the agricultural base, Wei Qingzhu swiped his employee card, and the gate opened promptly. To be honest, this was Lu Zhou's first visit to this agricultural base. This base had been expanded later on. He had only seen the original agricultural base before. Zhang Jiahui was far more familiar with this agricultural base, as it was a place he visited frequently. Since everyone had something on their minds, hardly anyone spoke unnecessarily. The vehicle first passed through a stretch of bare fields, and soon Lu Zhou saw a large expanse of golden wheat fields. In the wheat fields, several machines were actively harvesting the wheat, rumbling away. These machines seemed to be modified, operating at a remarkable speed. Lu Zhou had previously had the chance to observe harvesting machines at work, but the speed of the earlier machines was far inferior to the current ones. Each machine had its designated working area. Dozens of harvesters were operating in unison, creating a scene that evoked a different kind of sentiment in Lu Zhou. After passing the wheat fields, they arrived at the area for fruits, vegetables, and agricultural byproducts. In this area, Wei Qingzhu had already ordered everyone to focus on harvesting soybeans and mung beans first. Due to the urgency of the harvest, there usually would be a combination of machines, and manual labor, but now there were only machines running like they were mad, with sparks flying from the wheels. At the same time, several agricultural drones silently hovered above the crops. Oh my God, they even deployed these things. Zhang Jiajin twisted his body and looked out the window. His gaze was fixed on the drones in front of him. These drones were supposedly developed by the Agricultural Research Institute to facilitate crop collection. Zhang Jiajin had just arrived not long ago, so this was basically his first time seeing drones in action. The scene was enough to stir the hearts of those who witnessed it. With the intervention of these machines, the speed of harvesting crops was very fast. However, due to the large planting area, even this speed was still not enough. Wei Qingzhu sighed softly, hoping that the locusts would arrive a little later. Lu Zhou drove without stopping, and at his aunt's gesture, he drove the car to the residence of the person responsible for Gao Mingming. When this person saw the hurried Wei Qingzhu, all his drowsiness vanished. Everyone is participating in the frantic harvest. Why aren't you guys from Area B here? Wei Qingzhu's eyes were sharp as he continued. To reduce risks, we should be more cautious. How about this? You take your people to harvest first, and I'll handle the work over at Gao Mingming's side. The person in charge bowed his head deeply. Under Wei Qingzhu's pressure, he didn't dare to say a word. Soon, everyone from Area B was fully awakened. Lu Zhou looked at his aunt, thinking he would call Gao Ming, but he saw her making no moves at all. Zhang Jiajin was looking around, trying to see how he could help. Wei Qingzhu's brows furrowed as he led the two to the warehouse, where the main door was currently wide open. We'll leave one person here. If a locust disaster really occurs, the person left behind will be responsible for closing the door at the first moment and opening the backup warehouse later. While speaking, Wei Qingzhu pointed out where the buttons were located. Very simple, right? In the end, this task was assigned to Zhang Jiajin, while Lu Zhou, due to his keen senses, was sent outside to observe any unusual situations. Wei Qingzhu handed Lu Zhou a whistle, saying that he just needed to blow it if there was any unusual activity. Lu Zhou cautiously accepted the task and then looked towards his aunt. Wei Qingzhu had his own duties. He was responsible for directing his subordinates and addressing various chaotic doubts. At this time, some people who held opposing opinions had already arrived. These people came in a hurry, and when they saw that the frantic harvesting work had already begun, they immediately became furious and started jumping around. Professor Wei, although your rank is higher than ours, these tasks are the responsibility of us people. You understand that due to the shortage of gasoline, the higher-ups do not allow the use of these machines without special circumstances. Wei Qingzhu was aware of these objections, and in the face of the crowd's doubts, he remained calm. Everyone, this is an emergency. After the harvesting work is completed, I will address all your questions one by one. By the way, since you just arrived, there are still extra machines in the warehouse. Hurry up and join the harvesting effort. Wei Qingzhu, regardless of how the others felt, gave orders one by one. The opponents had twitching faces, and just as they were about to stubbornly refuse, they heard an unusual sound. This sound had an extraordinarily high vibration frequency, a buzzing noise that came from afar. Chapter 280. They have arrived. This sound carried a unique rhythm, a buzzing noise that disturbed the peace of mind. Lu Zhou reacted the fastest and noticed that a dark cloud was coming from the east toward the west. This cloud was moving and at a rapid pace. In that instant, Lu Zhou immediately blew a whistle. The workers in the distance promptly shut off their machines and continued operating their control levers without pause. Hearing the whistle, the Zhang family quickly closed the regular storage and opened the ordinary backup storage instead. The backup storage was usually kept empty and only opened during special circumstances. Moreover, measures to deal with locusts had already been implemented. The storage consisted of individual compartments. As soon as a vehicle entered, the storage door would close automatically, while a small exit hole for personnel would open to ensure the safety of the workers. Additionally, the compartment design was crucial for maximizing storage capacity without interference among items. Among this group of people, Those who understood the specifics of the backup storage the best were not Wei Qingzhu, but the ordinary small leaders who had just been jumping around with her. At that time, Wei Qingzhu had urged them to assist in the harvest, and just as they were about to protest, they sensed something was off. When Lu Zhou blew the whistle, they quickly scrambled to find available machines. They hardly had time to exchange a few words with Wei Qingzhu. They understood the application of the backup storage better than anyone, and right now, the most crucial thing was to harvest as much as possible. When the locusts arrived, there would be no surplus food left for them. Lu Zhou kept his eyes fixed on the dark cloud in the distance. The speed of the locusts' advance had slightly slowed down. Lu Zhou glanced at the trees and grass ahead and suddenly understood. The locusts were targeting those crops. However, most of the teams were anxiously trying to harvest food, and no one had the time to worry about that. All available machines were put to use, working at the fastest speed to shove the crops, along with their branches, into the storage. This was a desperate measure. They could only rely on subsequent manpower for sorting it out. As the machines roared and busily worked, Lu Zhou, with his keen eyesight, noticed that the locusts had taken another step forward. They flapped their wings and flew low among the crops. At this point, Wei Qingzhu had already reported the locust situation to the higher-ups. The entire Liangshan city immediately fell into a state of panic. The military acted swiftly. These personnel were dispatched to agricultural bases to assist with the harvest, while another group was assigned the responsibility of maintaining order. That day, alarm bells rang throughout the city. Everyone who heard the sound was jolted awake. Besides the bells, a broadcast followed soon after. Latest announcement: a large swarm of locusts is approaching. All residents, please stay indoors, secure your doors and windows, and await rescue. This broadcast was repeated several times before it finally ceased. At this time, Lu Ba and Lu Ma had already harvested everything that needed to be collected from the small vegetable garden at their doorstep. Before heading out, they even locked the door tightly. After swiftly finishing their tasks, the two curled up at home, quietly waiting for disaster to strike. As for Xiao Yi's family, they had tightly shut their doors and windows. Many people had heard of locust plagues, but had never seen one in person and were unaware of its power. Some curious individuals even contemplated going out to roast grasshoppers to eat after the locust had passed. Of course, the majority of people were not in such a light-hearted mood. They were clasping their hands in prayer, continuously beseeching, "Great true God, we implore your protection." Prayers were all over the place, with various requests. As the apocalypse gradually began, the uncertainty and fear of the future gave rise to a large number of cultists. This group of cultists spread their teachings far and wide, sometimes providing ordinary people with some food after their sermons. The fear of disaster was unrelenting, and many uneducated residents hastily sought out a suitable church to declare as their true God. Regardless of whether it was effective, when in need, they would mumble prayers for psychological comfort. At first, the authorities did not notice these developments, but after a few severe cases involving cultists surfaced, the officials dispatched military forces to deal with these sections. They issued stern warnings that anyone found practicing a cult would be expelled from the Liangshan base. This hardline attitude and approach frightened some people. At least, large-scale preaching activities ceased. However, privately, these individuals still maintained contact with like-minded others. Nevertheless, it was difficult for the authorities to investigate these private activities, and they could only apprehend a few typical cases to set an example. Currently, the church spreading the new religious movement was called True God Gate. This church originated from a new sect transmitted from Kyoto, and its core doctrine emphasized that the true God was about to descend, and the believers should prepare everything in advance for the true God's arrival, who would reward them with various ceremonies. The content of this church's teachings was not particularly sophisticated and was, in fact, quite common. Yet for some reason, it spread rapidly, attracting followers who were somewhat powerful and wealthy. These individuals generally had considerable life experience, but inexplicably, they flocked to join this sect. However, the church was well hidden. Unless one heard the name of the church and went to investigate, it was highly likely that they would not find any useful information. The people near Liangshan were somewhat fortunate, having learned about the impending locust invasion early. They frantically packed everything they had into tents, cars, or their homes, then waited for the disaster to arrive. Pairs of confused and frightened eyes stared intently at the distant horizon. Beyond Liangshan, many other places were also experiencing similar locust plagues. However, in many cities, the emergency response systems had long since failed, leaving behind only the sick, the elderly, and even abandoned children who could barely survive. Essentially, everyone who could flee the cities had already done so, with population movement concentrated toward various bases. Jiguang City was one of the first to establish a base, but as time passed, its overall development speed had significantly declined. However, it was foreseeable that bases developed based on geological resources would ultimately decline. Currently, the discipline within Jiguang City was notably worse than before. Furthermore, due to the previous high temperatures, Jiguang City had temporarily escaped disaster by continuously drilling wells and extracting groundwater. However, the subsequent smog and acid rain dealt another blow to Jiguang City. Rescue efforts began from the bases in Kyoto and quickly surged toward Jiguang City. However, the aid could not compete with the scale of the disaster, and more ordinary people fled from Jiguang City. Chapter 281, Meeting. These people were inquiring everywhere, their gaze gathering towards those bases that had developed a bit better. In the distance, the buzzing sounds grew closer to Jiguang City, yet the person responsible for reconnaissance remained completely unaware. This person was promoted due to strong connections and lacked the professional quality of a real reconnaissance soldier. To make their resume look good for the near future, they chose to stay here for a month to embellish their resume. At that time, Jiguang City had begun to decline sharply after the locust disaster. The wheels of history rolled forward, and thus, the first military district base fell, leading to the complete decline of Jiguang City. Inside Liangshan base, thanks to the timely alarm, many families had basically brought all valuable items indoors. Even those who were a bit slow managed to ensure that everyone stayed inside the houses. At the agricultural base, Wei Qingzhu was in a panic, busy instructing the harvesting operations. People beside him urged him to hurry inside to avoid any risks. As he retreated inward, he directed the harvesters to prepare for withdrawal. The locusts had finally arrived at the outermost perimeter of the agricultural base. Lu Zhou watched coldly while continuously retreating. Soon, Lu Zhou, his uncle, and Zhang Jiahao gathered indoors for a meeting. The three were too anxious to speak and anxiously looked out the window. Outside, the harvesting machines quickly entered the warehouse, and as far as the eye could see, there were no more harvesters outside. Essentially, 3/4 of the crops had been stored in the warehouse, and the remaining crops could not be harvested and had to be abandoned. Quick! Everyone go inside to take shelter, abandon all remaining food. The announcement rang out one after another. Finally, the locusts arrived. When the locust swarm approached, everyone could finally see the true appearance of the locusts. They were black and yellow, large and plump, and when they flapped their wings, they made a loud noise. As this swarm of locusts flew over the agricultural base, it was like hungry wolves pouncing on prey, frantically devouring everything in sight. In just a few moments, the areas that had been consumed by the locusts instantly turned desolate. Lu Zhou clearly saw the aftermath of the locusts feeding. It looked no different from those desolate places he observed outside at that time. Meanwhile, Liangshan also deployed large drones to capture the insects. Considering the harmful effects of pesticides, the drones chose to use electric nets for insect capture. As the electric nets passed, numerous locust corpses fell from the sky, plummeting down like rain. However, the speed of killing the locusts was far behind the sheer number of the locust army. While these locusts were eating, they would also lay eggs in suitable locations in the soil, preparing for the second locust disaster to come soon. Although individual locusts were not terrifying, when this group gathered together, it instilled a sense of fear and oppression in many. Everyone was inside, looking up at the drones, zapping the locusts. However, this method only worked when the locusts were in flight, as it was impossible to capture them once they landed. The locusts were very audacious, even crawling up the glass. Once they landed, a dense mass of them followed suit. The sight of countless locusts clinging to the glass was simply visually shocking. Those who were close to the glass stepped back for several steps after being horrified by the scene. Before long, the glass was covered with a dense swarm of locusts, these insects layered upon each other, crawling continuously over the bodies of those beneath them until they could no longer find a foothold and slid off. Splash! The sound of insects continuously falling filled the surroundings. Many people were on the verge of breaking down. However, the large cleanup team responsible for dealing with the locusts quickly began to target the glass and clear away the pests. The sound of electric current crackled as the locusts were zapped, mixed in with the chaotic noise inside the room. Zhang Jiahao's brows twitched violently as he finally couldn't help but speak. "My goodness, seeing this thing, I'm definitely going to have nightmares tonight." This comment resonated with Lu Zhou. Not to mention, many people with low psychological resilience turned pale upon seeing this scene. Some, who were particularly fearful, even began to feel dizzy. Wei Qingzhu stared outside, not knowing what to think. Just at that moment, a hint of panic spread around. "Professor Wei." The voice was urgent and somewhat frantic, causing Lu Zhou and Zhang Jiahao to involuntarily turn their heads in unison. The newcomer was a short, middle-aged man, his head dripping with sweat from running anxiously. This person was none other than Gao Ming. Wei Qingzhu silently stared at him, her voice devoid of emotion. "Gao Ming." Gao Ming immediately felt embarrassed, his face turning crimson. When Wei Qingzhu had previously reminded him to prepare for the harvest, he had dismissed her warnings and even thought she was being overly dramatic. But now, with the locust plague actually happening, he was grateful that she had pushed him to act before it was too late. If the locusts were not dealt with successfully, he would be the first to be called to court, not to mention whether he would get promoted or even gain the leadership's attention. Those were minor concerns compared to the serious mistake he had made, which could potentially land him in prison. Thinking of this consequence made Gao Ming's legs tremble uncontrollably. At the moment he saw Wei Qingzhu, he almost bowed his head multiple times in gratitude. Seeing Gao Ming's distressed state, Wei Qingzhu remained calm. "Professor Wei, I really don't know how to thank you. You are truly a great benefactor to me." Gao Ming's words were sincere, but when faced with Wei Qingzhu's cold gaze, he suddenly felt deflated. "You don't need to thank me. I'm not here to save you. I'm here to protect the food supply." If the locusts hadn't broken out, I have no doubt that the next day, Gao Ming would have reported me for wasting agricultural resources. Am I wrong? Wei Qingzhu spoke indifferently, her words leaving no room for leniency. "I will report your mistakes truthfully." After leaving this remark, Wei Qingzhu turned and ignored him. Gao Ming's forehead broke out in more sweat. "It seems I'm going to be in trouble now." Just as he was about to plead for a few words, he saw that Wei Qingzhu had already left with a team of soldiers. Lu Zhou glanced at the opposite side. He should thank his uncle. If not for him, he wouldn't just be facing dismissal now. According to his responsibilities, he would be arrested and forced to do hard labor. Zhang Jiahao followed Lu Zhou closely. The three of them, accompanied by a team of soldiers, arrived at a closed indoor space. Upon arrival, Lu Zhou immediately recognized that this was a private office. After the three entered, the soldiers remained stationed at the door. As Wei Qingzhu pushed the door open and stepped inside first, Lu Zhou and Zhang Jiahao followed closely behind. This was Zhang Jiahao's first time in such a place, and his heart was racing. Lu Zhou wasn't any better. In his previous life, he was involved in the underworld and had no connections with military bigwigs. The most composed of them all was still his uncle. Chapter 282. Insect Extermination Action. In both his past life and this one, Wei Qingzhu has always been among the forefront researchers, making significant contributions to the country. However, the people here were ones he was meeting for the first time. Before long, the three of them walked in. The first thing that caught their eye was a middle-aged man sitting in the office. This man had a sharp brow and bright eyes. Although he was no longer young, he had a good demeanor. Lu Zhou did not recognize who this was, but Wei Qingzhu did. This was the manager of the Yangshan base, surnamed Yang Guangla. Wei Qingzhu had heard of his reputation before. He was the kind of person who appeared friendly, but had a very decisive and strict manner, someone who meant what he said. As soon as Yang Guangla saw Wei Qingzhu and the other two, his expression relaxed considerably. He gestured for Lu Zhou and the others to sit down. Among them, Wei Qingzhu gradually started a conversation with him. Lu Zhou and Zhang Jia acted as background characters, and after listening for a short while, they realized that this high-ranking leader was inquiring about how they could be so sure that a locust disaster would occur. Initially, Lu Zhou wanted to find some excuses to deflect the question, but he didn't expect that the pressure from this meeting would be completely borne by his uncle. His uncle spoke confidently to the other party, even taking the time to express his willingness to contribute to the base. Lu Zhou and Zhang Jia were taken aback. It was the first time Lu Zhou realized that his uncle had such a strong ability to persuade others. Moreover, his uncle wasn't a fool. Lu Zhou could tell that several potentially tricky confrontations were deftly brushed aside by his uncle, who used very clever reasoning. By the end of the conversation, Yang Guangla seemed to be in the mood to ask Lu Zhou and Zhang Jia, "Why did you two come to the agricultural base with Professor Wei?" He spoke with a smile, but Lu Zhou answered cautiously. "I was driving at the time, and later Professor Wei signaled me to head towards the agricultural base. When we arrived, we realized the situation was urgent." Yang Guangla looked at Lu Zhou intently for a few moments before continuing to chat with Wei Qingzhu for a few more sentences to wrap things up. By the end of the exchange, Lu Zhou understood that the other party wanted to give his uncle some recognition. Of course, these matters would continue to be followed up on later. Before long, the three of them were escorted out. After they left, Yang Guangla quietly crossed out the names of the three from a notebook. This meeting was indeed more of a surprise than a risk. Lu Zhou noticed that his uncle's brows were slightly furrowed, but he was trying to maintain a calm demeanor. After being escorted out of the office, they were finally allowed to move freely. At this time, they encountered Gao Ming on the way. He looked disheartened and was being taken to an interrogation room. Zhang Jia glanced at Gao Ming briefly before turning his attention elsewhere. The locust disaster had destroyed all the crops that hadn't been harvested in time. However, fortunately, most of the food had been salvaged, and the losses were manageable. The team responsible for exterminating the locusts with drones had increased in number from over a dozen to several times that amount in just a few hours. These drones were weaving an electrical net in the air, buzzing and zapping the locusts with electric shocks. Every time they fly over an area, it creates a large-scale locust rain. Meanwhile, the biological experts have not been idle. Taking advantage of the effectiveness of the electric grid, they have dissected the locusts. Soon, the genetic samples of the locusts became widely known. Utilizing the locust genes, biologists are dedicated to developing a pesticide that specifically kills locusts. This pesticide is intended to eliminate those that fall to the ground and the eggs buried in the soil. However, even though all the biologists are working hard on this, it won't be something they can produce in a short time. At this moment, calling upon the power of the masses became crucial. Through expert research and discussion, it was discovered that locusts are not toxic and are rich in protein, making them a viable food source during times of food scarcity. This news sparked several waves of locust-catching enthusiasm. One by one, people donned protective gear and took their homemade nets out. A few swings in the air would fill their nets to the brim. Don't underestimate the power of food lovers. Initially, the number of locusts was still quite high, but later on, the number being caught significantly decreased. Many people who were reluctant to eat locusts at first changed their minds after trying them just once. However, this was primarily among those whose households were short on food. Those with sufficient food at home were less inclined to eat locusts. This large-scale locust-catching movement came to an end after a week. Within that week, Lu Zhou even caught some locusts and tried frying a few. These locusts were very plump, and after being fried quickly in hot oil and seasoned with some chili powder, they turned out to be quite tasty. The children enjoyed them, but the adults were more hesitant. A week later, Liangshan announced the successful development of a special pesticide that could eliminate pests on a large scale in the soil. On the 7th day, all residents' activities were suspended, and all drones from Liangshan were deployed to spray the pesticide. This pesticide was minimally toxic to humans, but as a precaution, everyone was only allowed to operate indoors. Soon, the drones lined up and flew across the sky. When the drones flew overhead, it was silent, but the ground was indeed getting wet. Many locusts were stimulated by the pesticide and rolled around on the ground, resulting in a massive number of them dying. Not to mention the eggs in the soil. To ensure thorough coverage, the pesticide was sprayed generously. When everyone looked outside, it appeared as if rainwater was pouring down, flowing abundantly to the ground. Once the pest eradication work was completed, everyone finally dared to go outside. Upon stepping out, they were greeted by a scene filled with dead locusts. Lu Zhou casually scooped up some soil and dug a little deeper, discovering that the soil below was moist, which reassured him. The locusts were dead, but the bodies would need to be cleaned up. Liangshan did not have enough manpower for this task, so the government organized households to begin the cleanup of locust corpses. Since neighbors typically did not communicate much, no effective leader emerged. The government personnel had to drive around shouting through loudspeakers to announce the cleanup. In Lu Zhou's building, they were responsible for cleaning up the locust bodies within a meter of their surroundings. All these bodies were to be gathered into small bags for collection and unified incineration by the government. In this building, Lu Zhou was only familiar with the Zhang family, so the two families combined their efforts and went downstairs together. To speed things up, the elderly and children from both families were mobilized. When the two families went down, Lu Zhou noticed several other households in the building also coming down. The government had announced that every household must participate. Otherwise, neighbors could report each other. Chapter 283. People Who Should Not Meet. After all, this is to maintain the environment of Liangshan. As for these people, Lu Zhou had hardly seen them before. This time, he took a good look at them. On the 2nd floor was a young couple who looked quite formidable. The man was energetic, while the woman had shaved her head. Both had strong physiques and appeared to possess considerable fighting abilities. Lu Zhou vaguely remembered that the original occupants of the floor above were a family of 3, but since that family had been bitten to death by a rat last time, he hadn't paid attention to them again. Unexpectedly, the house had changed owners now. The 3rd floor housed a large family, similar in configuration to the Zhang family. On the 4th floor was an elderly couple with a young son. The 5th floor had a young man who seemed to live alone. Anyone who could come to Liangshan had some advantages beyond the average person. With a sense of caution towards each other, no one was inclined to stir up trouble. Instead, everyone was quite harmonious. After someone took the initiative to distribute the work areas, each household began to get busy. Lu Zhou's working area was adjacent to the Zhang families. While he was focused on sweeping the floor, an unexpected person caught his eye. This person was none other than Lu Zhou's uncle, Lu Zhengsong. Upon seeing him, Lu Zhou's pupils suddenly constricted. He had actually come. According to the timeline of his previous life, Lu Zhengsong had arrived a bit late. Lu Zhou was unaware that, back then, his little uncle was the first to learn about the internal news. He had managed to come to Liangshan during its early construction by leveraging connections. Lu Zhou's uncle also followed along based on this information. At this moment, Lu Zhou pinched his fingers and his brow furrowed slightly. In his previous life, according to the timeline, this was around the time his uncle and little uncle should have already been in Liangshan for some time. He wondered if it was the butterfly effect that had influenced Lu Zhengsong's arrival time. Ever since Lu Zhou's family had come to Liangshan, he had occasionally checked to see if his uncle had arrived, but after several times of finding no sign of him, Lu Zhou had given up. Who would have thought that just after giving up, he would unexpectedly run into Lu Zhengsong in the Liangshan second ring area? At that moment, Lu Zhengsong was hurrying along the road with his wife and child. After days of long-distance travel, he was nearly exhausted. He had wanted to escape from Jiguang for a long time, but at first, he couldn't leave because he didn't have gasoline. Later, due to a special opportunity, he finally managed to save enough gasoline. He had inquired extensively and finally found a suitable refuge, Liangshan Base. Since the construction of Liangshan Base was completed, news had circulated in his circles that it was a good place and that the government was supportive. As a normal person, he naturally wanted to settle in Liangshan and live a peaceful life. However, he did not expect that upon arriving in Liangshan, it was not as wonderful as he had imagined. First of all, after arriving at Liangshan, Lu Zhengsong had completely run out of gas. Secondly, the first to fifth rings inside Liangshan were almost full, and now he wanted to find a place to live in Liangshan, which was truly a difficult task. Furthermore, he hadn't expected that living in Liangshan was so strict. Every person who came to Liangshan had to find a job within a fixed period of time. If they didn't find one in time, Liangshan would send specialized personnel to throw them out under the pretense of not supporting idle people. Lu Zhengsong was so angry that his face turned red, but he had no choice but to enter and head towards the square to see if there were any jobs available. In his previous life, Lu Zhengsong benefited from arriving early, and the competition for many positions wasn't too intense. He was fortunate to find a job in Liangshan, and even his wife, who didn't have many special skills, managed to find a job as a tour guide. The family took advantage of this opportunity to buy a house and get on with their lives, eventually paying off the mortgage. Life was splendid. All of this was thanks to his uncle bringing them to Liangshan in a timely manner. However, in this life, his uncle had already been dealt with by Lu Zhou, so Lu Zhengsong couldn't live the happy life he had in his previous life. In fact, Lu Zhou did not plan to tell his parents about his uncle coming to Liangshan. After all, Liangshan was quite large, and Lu Zhengsong would definitely be living outside the fifth ring in the future. Thus, he and his family would be on two different paths, and it wasn't worth his family worrying about them. After telling his dad and mom, it was inevitable that Lu Dad would have some thoughts, right? Lu Zhou thought things through well, but fate had other plans. Lu Dad, who was supposed to be out throwing trash, returned early. Fortunately, it was just at the right time, encountering his hurried brother. After all, they were brothers, and when they saw each other, they were both stunned for a moment. Lu Zhengsong was shocked and couldn't help but smile. "You are second brother Zhengqing." Lu Dad was also taken aback. He hadn't expected to see his older brother here. Sometimes, unexpected meetings can indeed leave people a bit stunned. Seeing the surprise on his older brother's face, Lu Zhengsong's grievances about his brother not helping his son in the previous life quickly faded away. Lu Dad quickly adjusted his demeanor and put on a cold expression. He didn't want to acknowledge his older brother, but he couldn't resist Lu Zhengsong's persistent approach to talk. Lu Zhengsong wore a fawning smile, but inside, he was filled with hatred. What a good second brother. He couldn't believe that they had grown up wearing the same pants, and now his second brother had come to Liangshan early, not even bothering to give him a heads up. But he forgot that he had gone to Liangshan to escape and hadn't thought about notifying his brother at all. In fact, after getting the gas, he was so afraid his brother would come to hitch a ride that he had packed up and run away as if fleeing for his life. Now, the situation was unpredictable. Who could have imagined that he would run into his second brother in Liangshan's second ring? Lu Zhengsong's gaze was sharp. At first glance, he could tell that his good brother was not lacking in food and drink. His face was rosy and well-nourished, his body strong and clean, contrasting sharply with his own family's haggard appearance. This was his good second brother, who had the means to escape but didn't even invite his family. There were many thoughts swirling in his mind, but he couldn't dwell on them. The more he thought about it, the more jealousy and hatred threatened to overwhelm him. But at this moment, It was obvious that his second brother was more capable. He decided to temporarily lower himself, show some humility, and see if he could persuade his brother to take his family along. Not asking for a lavish lifestyle, but at least to find a place for his family to live, right? When Lu Zhou first arrived in Liangshan, he had inquired that buying a house here was very expensive. Even the outermost houses were priced beyond their reach. Chapter 284, Job Hunting. Looking at his second brother, Lu Zhou noted that he seemed well-fed and well-dressed. So he must have a place to live, right? After a careful look, Lu Zhou stared at his younger brother for a while. He didn't look like someone who had been sleeping outdoors. His second brother was living quite well. Thinking of this, a deeper smile appeared on Lu Zhou's face. Second brother, I didn't expect to run into you here. The journey has been exhausting and hot. Your two nephews are so sunburned, they don't look like themselves anymore. Just look at this little black kid. As he spoke, Lu Zhou pushed his two sons forward. Lu Zhou remembered that the children from his uncle's family used to be the kind of kids who had dark, rough appearances. Unlike his uncle's children, who were openly mischievous, his uncle's two kids were of the more subtly troublesome kind. The two little black boys stepped forward a few paces, their faces somewhat worn, and they both smiled in unison. Hello, second uncle. Seeing these two kids, Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Lu Zhou saw that there was a chance, and his wife quickly chimed in. Second brother, the two kids are parched. Can we go to your house for a glass of water? It sounded like a very normal request. At that moment, Lu Ma and Lu Zhou walked over. Lu Zhou smilingly took a few steamed buns out of his backpack and also handed them 2 bottles of ice drinks. Nowadays, iced drinks are considered a luxury. After all, it's uncertain whether one can even afford a proper meal, let alone something sweet to drink. Cousin, little brother, come have some drinks and snacks. Lu Zhou enthusiastically offered the items, while Lu Ma added some embellishments from the side. This drink was saved up for a long time. Usually, little Zhou is reluctant to drink it, but he brought it over for the two kids this time. She put on a gentle and considerate act. In his heart, Lu Zhou scoffed. He thought it was quite naive. They just wanted to take advantage of the excuse of having a drink to crash at his place, right? Once they arrived at his home, these people would start saying they were tired, resting for a bit. One rest would turn into several days, several weeks, or even several months. If that went on, they would really become permanent guests. In reality, Lu Zhou didn't think much about it. This idea was indeed what Lu Zhou and his wife had thought about. Unfortunately, their plans are disrupted by the sudden arrival of food and drink. Lu Ma continued, Elder brother, you must be in a hurry to get to the square, right? Remember to eat something on the way. Don't let your body suffer from hunger. Lu Zhou frowned slightly, and his wife was so taken aback by their actions that she was momentarily stunned. No, the kids are a bit tired and just want to sit at your house for a while. A forced smile appeared on Aunt Lu's face, and Lu Zhou hurriedly spoke up to kindly dissuade her. Aunt, you might not know, but you need to hurry to the square. Otherwise, if you wait too long, all the good jobs will be taken by others. Lu Zhou understood that, at this moment, the biggest concern for his uncle's family was indeed finding a job. After all, this was crucial for their ability to continue living in Liangshan. Sure enough, Aunt Lu, who wanted to continue lingering, immediately raised her voice a few decibels. What? Is that true? If we're late, will there be no good jobs left? Lu Zhou's expression was sincere. Of course. So you need to hurry and go have a look. Having said that, Uncle Lu's family suddenly could no longer wait, and they all anxiously prepared to leave. Finally, the 4 of them, holding 4 hard, steamed buns and 2 bottles of drinks, continued on their journey. Watching them leave, Dad Lu still wore a confused expression, which made Mom Lu pinch the flesh on his arm in anger. What are you daydreaming about? Think about how they treated our family in the past, and how they treated our son. You fool. Lu Zhou, let me make this clear. If you dare to support your older brother, don't blame me for being unkind. Think carefully about who brought good days to this family. Because of the situation outside, Mom Lu spoke in a low voice. Dad Lu quickly clarified. Honey, you misunderstood. I have no such intention. Mom Lu shot him a sidelong glance, then took Lu Zhou and left to continue dealing with the locust corpses. Lu Zhou watched his uncle's family in the distance, a cold smirk forming on his lips. He decided to give them a break this time. In the previous life, when his family found their doorstep, they were met with cold mockery and hard buns thrown at them, and they didn't even get a sip of water. Back then, they felt like lost dogs. In this life, they could forget about getting benefits from him. Lu Zhou's expression grew even colder. Mom Lu was still calling for him. He steadied himself and turned to walk towards his mother. Meanwhile, Lu Zhongsong hurriedly brought his wife and children to the square. There weren't many people in the square because everyone had been busy cleaning up locust corpses around their homes these past couple of days, and no one had the time to come and pick up temporary jobs. Currently, there were still some labor-intensive temporary jobs available in Liangshan, but the easier ones had already been snatched up. Of course, high-level talent was still being recruited, but it was obvious that Lu Zhongsong's family didn't belong to that category. The four of them were gathered in the square, nearly going blind trying to read the list, but not seeing any suitable jobs. During this time, Lu Zhongsong stopped a few people to ask about job hunting, but they all brushed him off. Eventually, it was his eldest son who took out some food to ask for directions, and only then did they understand the true concept of finding a job in Liangshan. After hearing others explain, Lu Zhongsong finally realized how difficult it was to survive in Liangshan. Before leaving, someone reminded Lu Zhongsong that he could consider doing some labor-intensive work, like recently processing locust corpses. Lu Zhongsong's brows twitched. After all, he had once been a person of some standing, yet now he was reduced to doing such labor? However, before he could hesitate any longer, he saw a few people in uniforms from Liangshan putting up a notice on the bulletin board in the square. In an instant, everyone crowded around the board. Seeing it as an opportunity, Lu Zhongsong desperately squeezed in a few steps. After finally managing to see what was posted, he nearly blacked out in shock. This was indeed a job advertisement, but the content was speechless. It stated that Liangshan was currently in need of toilet managers, recruiting a batch of employees responsible for maintaining the toilets, with a salary slightly higher than usual positions. Many people were a bit excited. If this job had been offered before, no one would have wanted to do it, but now things were different. They couldn't even afford to eat, so what was there to be picky about? Many people quickly glanced at the address and hurried off to the interview location. Lu Zhongsong's expression changed several times before he finally sighed in resignation. He glanced at the address and decided to go for it. Although it was a bit dirty, at least this job was stable. Chapter 285, Sending Off. Lu Zhongsong kept brainwashing himself. As soon as he told his family the news, he saw the people around him running wildly toward the interview location, as if they had gone mad. Watching these people act so frantically, Lu Zhongsong felt a bit overwhelmed. His wife was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, a job shoveling manure, and there are so many people willing to fight for it. Lu Zhongsong gritted his teeth and remained silent as he joined the crowd running forward. He probably never imagined in his life that one day he would be racing with a group of people for a job shoveling manure. Running made him breathless, and by the time he reached the hall, he was panting heavily. Just as he saw the last application form handed over to him, Lu Zhongsong smiled sincerely. Luckily, he made it in time. He didn't know that this place was where his younger brother usually worked. However, his father's work was technical, unlike Lu Zhongsong's purely labor-intensive job. Meanwhile, his aunt was planning how to move into Lu Zhou's home. In her eyes, her family had suffered enough along the way. Why should they continue to endure hardship when they had the opportunity to live with her husband's younger brother? She didn't want to squeeze into the most primitive area, sleeping in a small tent anymore. She was tired of sleeping in that broken place, full of mosquitoes, hot, and simply unbearable. After her husband returned, the two of them decided to pay a visit to his younger brother the next day. On Lu Zhou's side, he and his family had already worked together to finish their tasks early. They watched as the vehicle came to take away all the locust corpses they had cleaned up. Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but exclaim. The military is fast. Besides this, he also curiously asked, was that relative of yours just now? Lu Zhou smiled faintly. Yeah, but our families aren't close. With that one sentence, Zhang Jiahao immediately knew how to treat the other party. Hey, these days, everyone is like this. My dad got some good stuff. Why don't your family come over to eat later? Zhang Jiahao winked at Lu Zhou, who agreed. When evening came, Lu Zhou finally saw what Zhang Jiahao referred to as good stuff. It was actually fresh beef. Raising cattle takes a long time, and it's hard to come by. The beef, along with tomatoes and potatoes, was stewed until soft and flavorful. Lu Zhou also brought some currently hard-to-find fruits and honey as gift from the game. The two families gathered together for a delicious hot meal. Halfway through the meal, everyone suddenly heard a commotion outside. Instantly, no one had the appetite to eat anymore. Lu Zhou was the fastest. He dashed to the window and opened it to look outside. He saw a group of people in white lab coats. These individuals were all dressed in protective gear, looking very professional. Because they were a bit far away, Lu Zhou couldn't see exactly what was happening below. However, the attire of those personnel gave him an uneasy feeling. Was something significant happening? Lu Zhou pondered, while simultaneously pulling out a portable telescope from his pocket. The telescope could see objects within 10 meters, and the situation downstairs was laid bare before Lu Zhou. He saw that the workers surrounded the center, where a person entirely covered in blood, referred to as the Blood Man, lay flat on the ground. The workers clearly did not dare to approach casually. Make some space, this guy seems off, someone said, and the surrounding people instinctively backed away a considerable distance. Just now, it seems like this person bit someone. That person has already been taken away. We don't know what's going on with this guy. As they spoke, the workers had already pinned the Blood Man down on the ground. His eyes were blood red, and when Lu Zhou glanced over, he noticed a pair of translucent wings resembling those of a locust faintly appearing behind him. It seemed that due to the injury he caused, the wings had taken on a bit of a bloody tint. The Blood Man did not struggle much before being overwhelmed by the other workers and held down. Soon, this farce came to an end. When the scene downstairs gradually became quiet, Lu Zhou realized that there were still many people standing beside him. My goodness, this person can't be a zombie, right? He looks just like one. Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes wide with fear. Lu Zhou calmly replied, it shouldn't be. I just saw that person had a pair of wings on his back. If you say he's a locust man, I would believe it. That's unbelievable. Do you think this locust man has anything in common with those mutated people who were bitten by the mice before? Coincidentally, Zhang Jiahao wasn't the only one thinking this. Lu Zhou had thought the same earlier. However, it was difficult to say, as the mice were man-made, but locusts were not. After eating, everyone felt a bit uneasy. When Zhang Jiahao sent Lu Zhou's family to the door, before they could leave, they ran into a familiar face. Hey, isn't that your relative, Lu Zhou? Zhang Jiahao was stunned upon noticing the 4 people blocking the entrance of Lu Zhou's house. After a long moment, he finally managed to express his surprise. When Lu Zhou looked at his uncle, his eyes were filled with coldness. Jiahao, you should go back, he said. Zhang Jiahao quickly went upstairs to avoid the situation, while Lu Zhou's uncle's family appeared somewhat on edge. The strangest one was his aunt. Normally, in Lu Zhou's memory, she had a bright demeanor, but today, her face was filled with panic. The other 3 were using all their strength to restrain their agitated aunt. Help! Help! There's a murder! His aunt was excessively agitated, continuously muttering these words. Lu Zhou frowned. Could the unusual situation downstairs not be an isolated incident, but rather a sign of something more widespread? Thinking of this, Lu Zhou felt that the situation was heading in a much worse direction. His father's brows were tightly knitted, and he immediately asked, "What do you mean?" His uncle spoke slowly, his eyes bloodshot. "We were assigned to a different place and were attacked by monsters. Those monsters looked like bugs and we don't know where they came from, but they killed quite a few people and then escaped to who knows where." As he spoke, his uncle wore a panicked expression. Lu Zhou furrowed his brow. The monster had escaped? He didn't know where it had run off to. But seeing that his uncle's family seemed like they wanted to stay at his place, Lu Zhou immediately decided to send them to a shelter. His father was hesitant and couldn't make a decision quickly, but he would not help his uncle's family. The last thing Lu Zhou could do was to send his uncle's family away. Chapter 286, Departure. This kind of situation, the city government must have set up shelters. Let me take Uncle and Aunt over there, Lu Zhou said calmly, his demeanor and actions perfectly composed. Lu Jingsung's face was filled with anger. Xiao Zhou, what nonsense are you talking about? We've come all the way to your doorstep. We might as well stay at your place tonight. Didn't you see how scared your aunt looks? Your uncle used to think you were quite sensible. Why are you acting like this today? Hearing the reproachful tone, Lu Zhou's expression immediately turned icy. He had never encountered such a lack of respect. He furrowed his brow and shot a cold glance at the other party. My home is too small. I can't accommodate your whole family. Don't think about complaining to my parents. You are not worthy of that. You all didn't even think of our family when you secretly ran away back then. Now that there's trouble, you come knocking on my door? Lu Zhou's words were harsh, and Lu Jingsung's expression changed unpredictably. The other three stared wide-eyed, seemingly in disbelief at what they had just heard. Finally, Lu Zhou slowly scanned his parents. His mother's attitude was resolute, and his father's expression had grown much colder since Lu Jingsung began his complaints. At that moment, his father said, "Elder brother, what Xiao Zhou said makes sense. Given the brotherly bond between us, I'll let Xiao Zhou take you one last time. If you don't need to be sent, then forget it." At first, his father hesitated, but seeing the attitude of the other side towards his son, he decided he couldn't continue to hesitate. He made up his mind to let the other party fend for themselves. Lu Jingsung didn't expect that his usually honest younger brother would turn out to be so unyielding now. Lu Zhou, showing a hint of disdain, turned away. "Are you going or not?" His demeanor was quite high-handed. Lu Jingsung's temples throbbed, and in the end he was so angry that his face turned red and his neck thickened as he pulled his family away. Did Uncle's family still have the face to stay? Lu Zhou was somewhat astonished. He had initially planned to deal with the temporary situation of having this family stay over, but now they were leaving on their own? Watching Uncle's family leave, Lu Zhou coldly observed them until they were out of sight. Then he took his parents inside. He noticed that his father's anxiety had shifted to a slightly calmer mood. As for the people who had once turned a blind eye to his family's troubles in the past, Lu Zhou wouldn't actively seek revenge, but he certainly wouldn't offer them any support or kindness either. That family didn't deserve it. This little episode quickly passed. After Lu Jingsung and his family left Lu Zhou's sight, he didn't even care where they went. During this time, his uncle often brought documents and secretly went to the laboratory he and Lu Zhou had discovered together. The laboratory's research was primarily focused on the T-34 substance, as Wei Qingzhu desperately wanted to understand why his wife and daughter had this substance in them, and the concentration seemed quite high. Usually, he would first busy himself at the government's laboratory, and after finishing there, he would come to the private lab for one experiment after another. For experimental convenience, Wei Qingzhu had raised many white mice as subjects in the new lab. At the same time, he had extracted small amounts of blood and hair from his wife and daughter for research purposes. When drawing blood, Wei Qingzhu felt immense pain, but thinking about the safety of his wife and daughter after the experiment was successful, he steeled his heart and had them draw blood. For safety reasons, only he and Lu Zhou knew the location of the laboratory. While his uncle was conducting experiments, Lu Zhou was trying to figure out what the locust human he encountered earlier really was. He vaguely felt that this thing was somehow related to the rat-like creations that the Bai family had been investigating when they were shut down. However, the Bai family's private research had already been halted by the authorities. Soon, Lu Zhou had a terrible suspicion. It was possible that the Bai family had stopped their research, but had shifted it to the military for further study. Another guess was that this locust man was purely a natural mutation, but the probability of that was too low, approaching zero. To verify his suspicion, Lu Zhou decided to ask his uncle first. When Wei Qingzhu learned about this matter, he was also taken aback. During his work, he hadn't heard of the military researching such things. "I'll ask someone to look into it," Wei Qingzhu said, leaving the conversation and returning to his work. Lu Zhou thought it would take a long time to gather any information, but unexpectedly, not long after, his uncle brought back news. However, this news was not good. "I went to the finance department to inquire about the military. Recently, they have opened a new laboratory, and there's an increase in budget allocations for confidentiality personnel. But this secret is deeply concealed. One wouldn't realize it without looking at the reports. In the Research Institute, almost no one knows about this. However, combining this with the information we have, I reasonably suspect that the military has absorbed all the researchers from the Bai family, and they might be conducting related experiments. I found in the materials you provided that there's an experiment close to this that could cause a similar symbiosis effect." A sense of urgency suddenly occupied Wei Qingzhu's mind. The military seemed unreliable. Everything had to rely on themselves. Lu Zhou remained calm, even feeling that this situation was entirely within his expected range. To prepare for this, he had already poisoned the main person in charge of T-34, Wu Shui, to mess with her mind. The remaining people didn't understand this matter well, and combined with the lack of information, for the time being, the fire wouldn't reach his relatives. He had no choice. Either let the Bai family, which was progressing faster, continue to develop, or eliminate the Bai family, leaving behind a relatively weaker force. Wei Qingzhu could sense Lu Zhou's psychological history, and this did bring some comfort to Lu Zhou. However, both knew that the days ahead would be difficult. After saying goodbye to his uncle, as Lu Zhou drove home, he unexpectedly ran into Wang Da. Since the last time he dropped Wang Da's wife off at her family's, Lu Zhou hadn't seen Wang Da for quite some time. Seeing him again brought some feelings. Wang Da was carrying a large backpack, looking around, and naturally spotted Lu Zhou. After they exchanged glances, he immediately smiled broadly. "Lu Zhou, what are you doing here?" Lu Zhou replied, "Just finished something. What about you, Brother Wang?" Wang Da sighed, "I didn't tell you, but Yin Yin lost her job. These past few days, I've been thinking of finding her a position to see if she can get back to work, but unfortunately, good jobs have been really hard to find recently." Lu Zhou thought to himself that he had known about Wang Da's wife being temporarily unemployed even earlier. However, he still had some ideas for helping her find a job. Chapter 287, Target of the Bug. "Wang Ge, if you're looking for a job, I can ask Granny Shan if her clinic is still hiring." Wang De was momentarily taken aback by this suggestion, but soon his face lit up with joy. "Really?" Lu Zhou nodded, smiling in agreement. "Let's get in the car and talk, Wang Ge." Wang De didn't hesitate and quickly got into the car. After chatting for a bit, it was clear that Wang Da's mood had improved significantly. As they drove through a grove of trees, Lu Zhou suddenly sensed something was off. "Don't speak, Wang Ge. It seems like there's some movement." Lu Zhou made a gesture, signaling Wang De to keep quiet. Wang De immediately fell silent like a quail. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense, and even the air felt thick with unease. Soon, a rustling sound came from the thicket. Through the car window, Lu Zhou seemed to catch a glimpse of a rapidly passing figure. The speed of the figure was so fast that it left only a fleeting shadow. If it were an ordinary person, it would be hard to see the true form of this thing. However, Lu Zhou was not an ordinary person. His senses had been enhanced through games and drugs, making him extremely sharp. He clearly saw the true form of the shadow, a mutated human with wings. This figure was different from the one that had been captured last time. This locust person had bright red wings. Lu Zhou guessed the worst, thinking that this locust person might have killed many people, which was why its wings were so vividly colored. Wang De sensed something unusual, but was too tense to speak. This was so frustrating. Why was it always him that had to deal with these kinds of things? Wang De silently complained in his heart, while in reality, His hands were tightly gripping the air gun. He took out the air gun that Lu Zhou had given him back then, intending to use it to take out the monster if needed. The air gun had great power and was silent, making an ideal weapon for this situation. As Wang De pondered, Lu Zhou's gaze was fixed intently on the mutated human. This locust person was hovering right above their car. The moment they opened the door, it would kill them. The car had been reinforced with game steel plates by Lu Zhou. Otherwise, it was possible that the creature could have penetrated the vehicle directly. After a while, Wang De shook his head, but still didn't see the monster, feeling a bit puzzled. Lu Zhou, did this guy leave? No, it's right above our heads, Lu Zhou said, pointing to the top of the car, his expression serious. Wang De, who had relaxed for a moment, instantly looked horrified. He dared not speak anymore. Lu Zhou cautiously drove the car a short distance forward, but to their frustration, the creature on the roof showed no sign of leaving. It seemed that this bug had its sights set on the two of them. Wang De snapped out of his shock from earlier and made a hand gesture toward Lu Zhou. The meaning was clear. They should get out and eliminate this monster. Normally, Lu Zhou would have agreed to this, but for some reason, he had a vague feeling today that doing so would be dangerous. Trusting his instincts, Lu Zhou thought for a moment before quietly telling Wang De, Wang Ge, sit tight. Before Wang De could comprehend what that meant, he suddenly felt the car accelerate violently, shooting forward at an incredible speed. The force of the acceleration was so strong that he felt as if his backside had lifted off the seat. Oh my God! Wang De groaned from his throat, but at that moment he noticed something. On the roof of the car, something seemed to be swaying down. Almost instantly, Lu Zhou rolled down the car window, grabbed a biological net, and began firing continuously at the opposite side. Logically speaking, the weight of the locust man shouldn't exceed the limit, so the net should be effective. Sure enough, as Lu Zhou expected, after he fired, he heard a violent sound coming from the back of the car. This sound was reminiscent of a heavy object hitting the ground. Got it. It must have been captured. Lu Zhou suppressed the excitement in his heart, stopped the car, and planned to observe the situation. Wang De naturally understood that the opponent had fallen to the ground due to Lu Zhou's shooting. He was even more curious and excited than Lu Zhou. Just as he rolled down the window and was about to stick his head out to take a look, he was stopped by Lu Zhou. Wang Ge, wait, something feels off. Lu Zhou didn't know why he had this feeling, but instinctively, he pulled Wang De back just as he was reaching out. Almost at the same time, a gray-yellow long rope swung through the air. The rope cut through the air with a whoosh, barely grazing Wang Da's cheek. As the rope swept past, a large stone nearby was even split in half. Oh my God! Wang Da's eyes widened. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. It was too dangerous. If Lu Zhou hadn't pulled him back just now, it wouldn't have been the stone that got split, but his own head. Wang Ge, roll up the window, Lu Zhou shouted. Cold sweat instantly soaked Wang Da's back. Trembling, he pressed the button to roll up the window. Just as the window was rising, the gray-yellow rope struck heavily against the glass. The window wasn't as sturdy as the steel frame, so the tempered glass shook violently. Several cracks had already formed. In that fleeting glance, Wang De had already seen the true form of the monster behind them. The locust man. His thoughts froze, his mouth opened wide, and his throat went silent. Before his body could react, he saw Lu Zhou quickly aiming his gun out of the other window at the back. Through the window, Lu Zhou finally got a clear look at the locust man's true appearance. This creature was blood red all over, with a pair of wings protruding from its back, and its mouth had a thick, sturdy mandible. Other than that, it looked much like a human. The attack on Wang De just now had come from that thick mandible. Lu Zhou could see clearly that the creature was tightly trapped in the biological net. However, even though its body was immobilized, that monster's mandible could still stretch out to kill. Taking advantage of the moment when a mandible hadn't wrapped around, Lu Zhou picked up the laser gun and aimed at it, firing a shot at the mandible. The high temperature instantly burned it away. With a thud, the mandible fell limply to the ground. From the broken end, some blood gushed out, but in the air, An unusual meaty aroma wafted through. Wanda was scared pale, but his humorous personality allowed him to joke even at this moment. Wow, this locust man is pretty impressive. It even smells like roasted locust meat after being cooked. Lu Zhou twitched the corners of his mouth, completely not expecting Wanda to say something like that. Chapter 288. Retreat. Wanda's gray humor didn't last long before a series of howls echoed outside the car. He didn't dare to think too much. He just pondered that the opponents must be in so much pain that they were howling out loud. Lu Zhou continued to drive the car forward for a while before finally getting out. Wanda, due to the recent turmoil, still felt weak in his legs and had no strength to get out of the car. Lu Zhou didn't force him. After all, Wanda's physical condition was average, and if something went wrong when getting out of the car, Lu Zhou might not be able to save him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Wanda suddenly forced himself out of the car. His face was filled with guilt, and he gripped the air gun tightly in his hand. Since Wanda had already gotten out, Lu Zhou decided not to say anything more and fixed his gaze on the locust man in front of them. At that moment, the locust man was firmly trapped in an invisible biological net, its mouth wide open, which should have been incredibly flexible, but now had been knocked to the ground by Lu Zhou. For some reason, through the locust man's reddened eyes, Wanda felt a chill running down his spine. It felt as if the creature could pounce on them at any moment. Lu Zhou stared at the locust man, who was becoming increasingly agitated, jumping up and down erratically while its pair of wings behind it fluttered joyfully. To be safe, Lu Zhou took out a laser gun and burned its wings off. The locust man winced in pain, its face scrunching up, yet it couldn't escape at all. Wanda was terrified. For a moment, he even suspected that the locust man would immediately charge over and kill them both. Once the wings were burned away, its struggling seemed to lessen significantly. Lu Zhou was cautious, holding his gun, and moved a little closer. Wanda, worried about Lu Zhou's safety, hurriedly followed him. The now quieter locust man became exceedingly agitated. As Lu Zhou approached, its visible irritation escalated dramatically. When they got close enough, Lu Zhou could finally see what the creature looked like, covered in blood, with a circular collar constricting its neck. This thing was clearly artificial. The locust man struggled violently, and its physique was no longer resembling that of a human. Standing at about 2 meters tall, its body was extraordinarily muscular. Wanda sighed, while also trying to comfort his frightened heart. "Can you speak?" Lu Zhou attempted to communicate with it, but after several tries with no response, he didn't hesitate and decisively shot the locust man dead. Lu Zhou acted swiftly, and while Wanda really wanted to complain when he saw Lu Zhou testing the creature earlier, he held back. After all, it was just a locust monster. If it could talk, it would surely have cursed back at Lu Zhou when he burned it. Despite the urge to complain, he kept quiet. Looking at the somewhat disfigured corpse on the ground, Lu Zhou didn't hesitate too much. He wrapped the thing up and stuffed it into the trunk of the car. Even after it was dead, the biological net around it hadn't been removed yet, mainly because Lu Zhou feared it might cause trouble. Although the probability was low, if it did, it would cost both of their lives. Lu Zhou's actions made Wanda hesitate for a few seconds. He didn't see the point in keeping the locust man. However, Lu Zhou had already determined the destination for this creature, his uncle's place. They could use the locust man's corpse to compare it with the experiments going on there. Wanda didn't say much, quickly climbed into the car, and nervously sat down. At that moment, Lu Zhou simply made a gesture of putting something inside, and that corpse had already been stored in the fragrant pouch. He didn't put it directly into the game cabin because he was afraid the corpse would make the other places dirty. All the way, the atmosphere felt a bit oppressive. Wanda restrained himself several times from wanting to ask about the corpse. However, during the journey, the two of them encountered several heavy tanks speeding past. They looked like they were on some sort of urgent mission. After the tanks had gone a few hundred meters, Wanda finally managed to squeeze out a voice from his throat. Could they be going to look for the locust people? This guess was confirmed by Lu Zhou. After all, ordinary vehicles couldn't withstand a blow from the locust people. It's unclear what the locust people are in the official perspective. Are they intentional creations or accidental products? Lu Zhou didn't dare to think too much about it, and instead rushed home with Wanda. On the way, they encountered quite a few vehicles one after another. Usually, there weren't many cars, but today these vehicles were all urgently rushing forward, as if they were trying to avoid danger. Lu Zhou's heart immediately tightened. Something was off. Wanda also sensed something was wrong. He looked out the window and noticed that the drivers all had serious expressions, but it didn't seem like they knew any inside information. The atmosphere was a bit frightening. Wanda considered chatting with someone. Just as he rolled down the car window and was about to speak to the driver in the opposite car, the other party spoke first. "Hey, brother, are you also rushing home after hearing the news?" This question was somewhat puzzling. Wanda appropriately showed that he didn't know about the situation. "What news, brother?" "To be honest, I was busy with something and am just heading home now. I only noticed so many cars when I got here." Wanda's tone was quite friendly, and he casually offered a cigarette to the other driver. Nowadays, cigarettes were a good item, regardless of their quality, as they were quite rare. As expected, the driver took the cigarette, lit it, and then comfortably blew out a smoke ring. Wanda maintained a curious demeanor, and only then did the other person slowly start answering his questions. "Hey, it's obvious you're not well informed. It's today's news, you know. At noon, our workplace issued a message saying we could leave early because the government seems to be testing a new gadget and needs to clear some space for it." Wanda was somewhat surprised. This news was something they had no idea about in their work group last night. No wonder it was the latest information. He wondered if there was any other news. Looking at the other driver's rather content expression, Wanda decided to hold back for a while and wait for him to bring it up himself. If it didn't happen, he would continue to ask. The driver enjoyed several deep puffs of the cigarette. Once he had blown out one smoke ring after another and finally finished the cigarette, he added one last piece of advice. "Little brother, you're quite savvy. Let me tell you something." Wanda quickly leaned his head a little closer through the window. The man, looking mysterious, said, "I heard someone say that this situation isn't good. It said that the military has developed a new type of weapon and wants to test it out." Wanda felt that something was off. Chapter 289, Unable to Cope. What kind of weapon would be tested in the city? Isn't that just slapping oneself in the face? Don't underestimate others as brainless. The complaints were stuck in his throat, and before he could speak, the driver opposite continued. "Brother, you're a smart person. You must have noticed something's off. I think it's definitely unsafe inside, and they want us to go home and avoid it. Or there's something they don't want us to know." This idea was shared by Wanda and Lu Zhou. Once the cigarette was finished, the traffic jam finally cleared up ahead. Stop talking, let's hurry home." The driver cheerfully threw the cigarette but out of the car and stepped on the gas, planning to speed away. Wanda turned around and pressed the button to raise the car window. Just as Lu Zhou accelerated and was about to follow, a strong smell of blood suddenly filled the car from somewhere. Wanda could never forget that terrifying scene. Just a moment ago, he was chatting and laughing with a living person, and now he was already decapitated. Blood sprayed inside and outside the car, even splattering into Lu Zhou's vehicle. The smell of rust immediately filled the air. Everything happened too quickly. Wanda's brain couldn't process it, and his body couldn't react. He could only watch helplessly as the driver, now looking like a headless corpse, slumped inside the car. Because the driver had stepped on the gas, the car slipped out of control like a runaway horse. The vehicle sped towards others on the road, causing over 10 accidents in just 2 minutes. Due to the resistance, the car finally came to a stop, but looking around, the scene was chaotic. There were over a dozen cars involved in the accidents, with some drivers still rolling down their windows to yell. For others, it was too late. They were simply gone. Almost all the vehicles trying to exit the city were now stuck, unable to move. Wanda finally snapped out of his shock and turned to Lu Zhou in panic, only to see him with an inscrutable expression. "I just saw who attacked that person." Wanda was astonished by Lu Zhou's quick reaction, but he was even more eager to know who the murderer was. When that person died, the cut on his neck was too smooth. At times, it even gave Wang the illusion that the person's head was severed by a wire, just like what we encountered before. Upon hearing this, Wang Da's body relaxed for a moment. They had experience dealing with the locust people before, so perhaps they could escape this time too. And most importantly, even if they couldn't resolve it, they could just stay in the car and wait for the military to come and eliminate those things. It should be a fallback plan. But soon, in the next second, Lu Zhou ruthlessly extinguished Wang Da's glimmer of hope. But there are many of them. From what I can see, there are at least 5 or more. This was still Lu Zhou's conservative estimate. In this situation, relying solely on their personal strength, they couldn't handle it at all. They had to find outside help. After recognizing the situation, Lu Zhou immediately pulled out his communicator from his backpack. First, he called his uncle to explain the situation at the scene. Then he called his aunt, family members, and contacts like Gao Shan and the Zhang family. As long as they stayed in their houses, reinforced with steel plates, their safety would be greatly protected. After making the emergency calls and relaying information, Lu Zhou saw that Wang Da had just hung up his phone as well. They exchanged a wry smile, both not expecting their luck to be this bad today. Lu family. After receiving her son's call, Lu Ma suddenly felt restless. His son is still outside. What if something happens to him? Dad Lu could only find a way to comfort his wife. Dear, think positively. At least Xiao Zhou has driven away. His car has been reinforced. He can just hide in the car, if necessary. The most important thing is that we can't hold our son back. Let's stay at home and wait for him to come back. Dad Lu's reasoning made sense. And although Mom Lu was anxious, she felt she might be overthinking it. I'm just worried. Luckily, our son is far away from the accident site. If not, I would truly be frantic. Mom Lu was relieved that her son was in a safe position, but little did she know that this was a lie that Lu Zhou had fabricated to reassure his parents. Dear, both our son and I would love to have your tomato soup. Could you please make some for us? Mom Lu couldn't resist Dad Lu's pleas and had no choice but to go into the kitchen. Seeing that his wife's mood had eased a bit, Dad Lu finally let out a sigh of relief. Giving his wife some tasks would help ease her worries. Son, you must come back safely. Meanwhile, Wei Qingzhu had informed the military personnel responsible for his family's safety about the situation. Soon, the soldiers rushed towards the accident site. Due to the car accident, the scene was in chaos. Quickly, many soldiers arrived to maintain order. At this moment, no one was aware of the true nature of the incident. To avoid further casualties, both Lu Zhou and Wang Da agreed that they needed to alert the military. Fortunately, a few soldiers were hastily passing by their vehicle. Soldiers, something is off up ahead. I just saw that person's head come off. It doesn't look like a normal accident. Wang Da frowned, his tone urgent, his expression serious. Seeing that he wasn't joking, the soldiers immediately showed serious expressions. After Wang Da's warning, these soldiers took out their communication devices and called the team responsible for investigating ahead. Inner perimeter. The soldiers responsible for assessing the situation were the first to arrive at the scene. The car in the center had already shattered into pieces from the violent impact. When they pulled the victims out, they were all taken aback. Not for any other reason, mainly because this person had no head, which looked quite terrifying. At that moment, they received a phone call. Looking at the name, it was from the same unit. After listening to the other party's words, the person answering the call visibly changed his expression. They say there's a headless person? Confirm. While saying this, he looked at the broken, headless corpse lying on the ground. This is what the crowd is saying. If the situation is true, you all retreat first. It doesn't look good. Wait for the support team to arrive before proceeding. The words in his ear seemed to be somewhat unclear. He slightly raised his head and saw his own body lying in pieces. Am I dead? His brain reacted several steps slower than his body. He dazedly moved his gaze and saw his former comrades, all lying on the ground. From the center of their corpses, a locust-like creature crawled out. So, locust people really do exist. Chapter 290, Extreme Chaos. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the person instantly collapsed. The communication device in his hand mixed with the chaotic blood on the ground. The situation unfolded too suddenly. The nearby soldiers didn't even have time to react, and the few people in the center were all killed. Thanks to Lu Zhou's warning, the later soldiers didn't rush over. After witnessing their comrades' deaths, one by one, they became red-eyed. Subsequently, these individuals quickly turned around and rushed into the safety booth, planning to grab heavy weapons. The car owners closest to the scene of the incident, on the other hand, went crazy, frantically wrapping themselves tightly in their vehicles at the fastest speed. Some cars had already lost part of their functionality due to violent collisions, and now, seeing the locust people appearing, they all trembled with anxiety. Those whose car doors had been smashed shut desperately held onto the doors, trying to hide. Soon, under the watch of Lu Zhou and Wang De, 6 locust people gradually revealed themselves in the center. These beings looked basically the same as the one they had just killed, except for the central figure whose face was different, but even so, it was terrifying enough. The mouth parts of the locust people were extremely formidable. Just moments ago, due to the suddenness of the event, most people hadn't seen how those other individuals had died. This time, in front of these people, the locusts extended their mouth parts and began to attack the surrounding vehicles. Many were not psychologically prepared and were caught off guard as the powerful mouth parts destroyed the car doors. Before the sounds of astonishment could escape their throats, the mouth parts had already drilled in with astonishing speed. Help! In an instant, cries for help filled the air. Because Wanda had closed the car window in time, although he felt his scalp tingle watching the scene, he could at least maintain his composure. Lu Zhou, on the other hand, quietly observed the innermost area, wanting to see what else this group of locust people was capable of. Meanwhile, he was also looking for an opportunity to strike, preparing to shoot each of the locust people with a biological net. In the center, the locust people recklessly wielded their mouth parts, beginning a random slaughter. The center had already turned into a hellish scene. Lu Zhou quickly observed for a moment, and finally took out the biological net, aimed at the locust people, and began to deploy it one by one. His aim was good. After a round of deployment, he managed to ensnare 4 of the locust people in the center. However, there were still 2 locusts that escaped his line of sight. These 2 reacted extremely quickly. The nets brushed past their bodies but failed to stop them. Wang De, beside him, was burning with anxiety. He hadn't noticed Lu Zhou's actions, but he had already tightened his grip on his firearm. After a while, when someone opened fire, regardless of looking at them, he would start shooting and join the fight. Before long, a buzzing sound began to resonate in the air. Lu Zhou and Wang De looked up to see a helicopter approaching. Soon, his communication device rang. It was his uncle calling, mainly to inform Lu Zhou that the military was coming. Lu Zhou looked up at the helicopter and, after exchanging a few words, cut off the conversation with his uncle. The helicopter has arrived. I wonder if it can handle the ones over there. Wanda was excited, yet somewhat nervous. Lu Zhou started the vehicle while looking for a place to take cover. Whether it's dropping bombs or shooting with guns, helicopters shouldn't get too close. Soon, Lu Zhou drove his car, slowly retreating from the central area along the road. After the earlier chaos, many people calmed down and refrained from acting recklessly. The reason for this was that the locust people could easily tear apart cars, especially targeting moving ones. After realizing this principle, everyone became frightened and dared not continue driving, choosing instead to stay put. Lu Zhou's car, on the other hand, was modified, and since the earlier 4 locust people had been secured, his escape was feasible. Wanda looked up, keeping an eye on Lu Zhou. The 2 worked well together and had successfully escaped about 200 meters. Just then, Wang Da's pupils rapidly contracted. Lu Zhou, incoming. Lu Zhou looked through the car window and saw a locust person diving down from the sky. There was only one. The other one was nowhere to be found. Lu Zhou calmed himself and took out a net gun, firing a shot at the creature. The net gun was still effective. Lu Zhou only needed 1 shot to successfully ensnare it. With its mobility restricted, The locust person quickly fell to the ground, creating a loud noise that attracted attention from many people. The helicopter also noticed the commotion. Their primary mission was to protect Lu Zhou. This was the relative of Professor Wei. Orders were given from above. If they failed to protect Professor Wei's relative, then everyone in their squad would be considered to have failed their mission. The helicopter saw the monster heading straight towards the car below and immediately became anxious. Soon, several new type guns extended from the helicopter. The next second, there was a round of simultaneous fire. They happened to time it just right as Lu Zhou released the net. The monster didn't have time to struggle and was hit by bullets. About half of the bullets penetrated the locust person's body. After the first helicopter opened fire, the remaining helicopters all began to shoot in unison. Among them, the 4 locust people that Lu Zhou had previously restrained were eliminated smoothly. However, they quickly noticed the only remaining free locust person. This creature was now flying erratically in the sky, and unlike the others, it wasn't as fragile. Several times, bullets hit its body with little effect. Moreover, because it could fly, just aiming at it was already quite difficult, not to mention the waste of bullets. After the gunfire, many people on the ground quickly shrank back into their cars. They had no place to hide and could only curl up inside their vehicles to survive. Taking advantage of the chaos, Wang De and Lu Zhou pulled out air guns and fired into the air in unison. The air darts were silent, and because of the large quantity of ammunition, even if Wang Da's aim was slightly off, several bullets still penetrated the monster. Lu Zhou observed closely. After the air darts were shot out and entered the locust person's body, they caused much more damage than regular bullets. At least, with the naked eye, Lu Zhou could see that every time a dart hit, a round wound appeared on the creature, oozing blood. The scene was chaotic. While the military was shooting, no one noticed this fact. Thanks to Lu Zhou and Wang De continuously providing firepower, the locust person was eventually shot down to the ground. After a thorough inspection to the left, Lu Zhou chose not to shoot the biological net at this locust person, mainly to avoid confusing the military, lest they mistakenly believe that these creatures would remain incapacitated if shot down in the future. After being shot down, this locust person struggled on the ground for a long time. Chapter 291, Escape. During this time, the helicopters above inevitably unleashed another round of fire. For the people below, whether they could survive depended on luck. After all, if the locust people were allowed to escape, the casualties would only be more horrific. In the central area, Wanda and Lu Zhou could vaguely see that many people had not died due to the locust people, but had perished under the intense gunfire from above. The helicopters roared. The soldiers holding guns had their hands trembling slightly. Orders had come down from above. At any cost, kill the locust people. Otherwise, this thing would cause even more deaths. Seeing the innocent people getting accidentally injured, no one felt good about it, but they had to obey the military's orders. These soldiers could only grit their teeth and fire wildly, trying to quickly kill the locust people. However, haste makes waste. The more they wanted to eliminate the enemy, the harder it became. Originally, with the secret help of Lu Zhou and Wanda, the 6 locust people were finally under control. But before they could rejoice for long, a loud sound came from not far away. This sound was completely different from the helicopters. If it had to be compared, it was like the noise of locusts flying overhead, magnified by more than 10 times. The impact of this sound was quite strong. Many people's first reaction upon hearing was to quickly cover their ears. Wanda only heard it once and painfully covered her ears. Lu Zhou reacted quickly and immediately covered his ears with both hands. However, even with their ears covered, the sound that could not be isolated still swirled around them from time to time. The people inside the vehicle were the same, not to mention those still inside the helicopters. The soldiers frowned and stuffed their ears with cotton. The pilot was currently staring intently at the screen in front of him, which was showing a considerable number of locust people approaching not far away. The thermal imaging displayed the figures of these monsters clearly. Request immediate backup. With this many, we cannot control them. The commander shouted, blood streaming from his ears. Everyone immediately divided their tasks. Some reported intelligence to headquarters, some piloted the helicopter, some retrieved weapons and ammunition, while others turned on a loudspeaker to communicate with the ground. All civilians, those who can leave here, please leave immediately. I repeat, if you can leave, do so right away. A large group of locust people is coming, and we may use heavy weapons. This kind of broadcast continued for a minute. Lu Zhou and Wanda heard it clearly. Fortunately, their position was not far from the exit, and there were only a few scattered cars blocking the way ahead. Lu Zhou's expression darkened. They had to leave immediately. A large number of locust people were not something they could handle, and with the helicopters limited in number, if they fell into a bitter fight, it was possible that those above would consider bombing this area to regain control. In an instant, the situation shifted from a previous sense of lucky survival to a matter of life and death. Some people were stunned when they heard the broadcast. They could not understand its meaning, or rather, they were unwilling to comprehend it. Just a few locust people had caused so many casualties, and now they were saying another large batch of monsters was coming. These people simply could not accept it. However, there were also those who remained calm and could react quickly. They began to drive their cars immediately, trying to escape this place of chaos. Among them, those trapped in the center were out of luck. They couldn't run away, and getting out of the car was just as dangerous. But there were also some brave individuals who, despite being trapped in the center, turned their eyes toward a nearby safe shelter. Those safe houses were supposedly made of very sturdy materials. If they could run there for refuge, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Currently, the locust people have already been subdued, and the new locust people have yet to appear, making this the best chance to escape. A few scattered individuals quickly gathered their important belongings and abandoned their vehicles to flee. Some people near the outer vehicles were hastily trying to leave the area. On Lu Zhou's side, he had already pressed the accelerator to the maximum. The entire car shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Wanda felt uncertain. He never imagined that just stepping out to gather information could lead him into such a dangerous situation. In other words, if it weren't for meeting Lu Zhou, he might have already been dead by now. After all, he mainly relied on taking a taxi to get home. The quality of those vehicles would certainly be far inferior to Lu Zhou's car. In that moment, Wang Da was filled with relief over his luck. Lu Zhou was unaware of Wang Da's thoughts. He was solely focused on getting out of there. The checkpoint responsible for inspections was already deserted. In front of Lu Zhou, there were several other cars speeding along just as quickly. These vehicles were also fortunate, not getting stuck in the interior, and when they heard the broadcast, they all chose to flee. Besides the few cars in front, a line of vehicles was also following behind Lu Zhou. At that moment, everyone was driving as fast as they could, fearing that they would soon be trapped and unable to escape. Fortunately, this stretch of road was relatively smooth, without any complicated environments. Wanda was responsible for monitoring the changes around them. He vigilantly widened his eyes, peering out of the window to observe the outside. Lu Zhou reminded him, "Wang Ge, there's a pair of binoculars next to you. Use them to look." Wang De fumbled around and indeed found them. He quickly grabbed them, aiming them at the inspection gate they were leaving behind. The sounds that had been close to their ears began to fade slightly as Lu Zhou's car moved further away from the city gate. Through the binoculars, Wang De saw the sky filled with locust people. In that instant, he felt drenched in sweat. It was all out of fear. He unconsciously swallowed and warned, "Lu Zhou, there are too many of those locust people. If we can't escape, we'll just have to stay in the car and wait to die." Wang Da's pessimism was understandable. The scene was too overwhelming. He was self-aware enough to know that if it weren't for Lu Zhou today, he likely wouldn't have survived this long. Wang Da's mindset was aligned with most of the fleeing drivers. They all wore expressions of terror, fearing they might die here at any moment. Human thoughts were ever-changing, but in reality, time passed quickly. Within minutes of the military broadcast, the main force of the locust people had already arrived. In comparison, the few scattered planes were no match for the overwhelming numbers on the other side. The helicopters ascended, and the locust people, undeterred, also increased their altitude. Below, people were desperately trying to crowd into the safety pavilion. Chaos everywhere. Of course, aside from a portion of the locust people being attracted by the helicopters, the rest randomly began slaughtering civilians. Behind Lu Zhou's car, the sounds of piercing wails continued to echo. Wanda saw it clearly. Those unfortunate drivers were all torn from their vehicles by the locust people's mandibles, subsequently dragged out and brutally killed. The gruesome scene made Wanda feel nauseous and almost vomit. Chapter 292. Surrounded. He tightly gripped the weapon in his hand, prepared for any unexpected situations. At this moment, his eyes were glued to the rear window of the car. Through the glass at the back, Wanda could see the situation behind them clearly. The bloody scene made him shiver uncontrollably. The locust people, darting past his head, would randomly choose a car they found appealing to destroy, then continue their killing spree. After observing several times, Wanda noticed that there was no pattern to how these locust people killed. They acted like mindless animals, killing whimsically. Realizing this, Wanda broke into a sweat. Right now, he could only pray for better luck for himself and Lu Zhou, hoping they wouldn't attract attention. Lu Zhou was also anxious. One or two locust people could potentially be dealt with, but no matter how strong their defenses were, they couldn't withstand so many locust people. Speaking of which, was there anything unusual happening back home? Unfortunately, both Lu Zhou and Wanda were too busy escaping to have a chance to call home, so they could only hope their families were lucky enough not to encounter these creatures. Regardless, home had far better defenses than the car, so logically, they should be able to hold out much longer. Earlier, Lu Zhou had secretly ensured that his family and friends had fortified their homes. As long as they stayed indoors, they should be able to hold out for a while. Wanda was extremely tense, his eyes fixed on the swarm of locust people flying above them. Behind them, car owners were occasionally being killed. Of course, the driver in front of Lu Zhou wasn't so lucky either, randomly killed. When the driver was killed, Lu Zhou quickly changed his escape route, narrowly avoiding crashing into the car. Just as Lu Zhou was fully focused on driving, he suddenly heard Wanda exclaim in alarm. Lu Zhou, we're being targeted. Wanda's voice was urgent and sharp, making Lu Zhou look up. Sure enough, two locust people had locked onto them. In an instant, one of them swooped down at the fastest speed, seemingly intent on tearing through the roof of Lu Zhou's car, just like it had with the car in front. Unfortunately for it, it was met with disappointment. Despite putting in considerable effort to tear off the roof, it found it completely unyielding. This infuriated the locust person. After a series of screeches, the other locust person above immediately followed suit. The two locust people exerted themselves, but still, nothing happened. Both Lu Zhou and Wanda could hear the chaotic noise above their heads. Neither of them was calm. When they realized that the two locust people couldn't do anything to them, they both breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, the two locust people seemed to be enraged. With a buzzing sound, they flew up and away. Watching this scene, Wanda initially felt a bit relieved, but for some reason, Lu Zhou's heart felt like it was ringing alarm bells. Lu Zhou, those two locust people seem to have flown away. I wonder if they hit a snag here and are now eager to find another target. Wanda's voice carried a hint of fear, and his heart was still pounding. Lu Zhou's face darkened significantly. Wanda, this isn't right. I suspect those two may be going to find their companions. This kind of situation typically occurred with more intelligent beings. Hearing this, Wanda's smile instantly froze. He felt his throat go dry, not knowing what to say. The two fell into an unusual silence. Lu Zhou drove even more frantically. He didn't dare think too much. What if there really were locust people far beyond their control? Both of them would surely be in danger. Wanda was constantly praying for the two of them in his heart. However, the buzzing sound coming from his head seemed to remind him that he was indeed too naive. Looking through the binoculars at the 6 or 7 locust people, Wanda felt for the first time that he and Lu Zhou were repeatedly jumping around at the gates of hell. Lu Zhou, you guessed right, they really came. Wanda had a face that looked worse than crying. Lu Zhou turned around and naturally saw the monsters behind them. However, he had a drive. He needed to escape as much as possible and couldn't divert his attention to the locust people behind them. Almost instantly he spoke, "Wanda, if it really gets bad later, you shoot." He realized that he had to try to shake them off. Lu Zhou drove like he was in a race, stepping on the gas pedal and overtaking a few cars. But the locust people behind seemed relentless, refusing to give up on them. Lu Zhou drove fast, and when he confirmed that he had left those cars far behind, he didn't stop. The two sides began to compete. The locust people flew up towards Lu Zhou's head. They had considered coming down to kill him, but their speed was quite fast. Wanda stayed silent, his mindset shifting from fear to a desperate determination. The two sides were unconsciously competing. Seeing no chance to shake off the locust people, Lu Zhou had no choice but to prepare for a showdown with them. He first took out a net, trying to control their movements. "Wanda, shoot!" Wanda's nerves were tense. As soon as Lu Zhou found a reasonable terrain, he immediately rolled down the car window and bang, 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 aimed at the locust people outside, shooting desperately. Lu Zhou's aim was decent. Half of the locust people were controlled. However, the remaining half were enraged. One by one, they charged at them like mad. The terrain Lu Zhou found was under a stone bridge. Here, the height was very low. If the locust people wanted to attack them, they had to fly in and at a low height. This was advantageous for their shooting. Wanda gradually found his shooting rhythm. His shooting skills had always been good, and now, fueled by the urgency of the situation, he became even more formidable. The 4 locust people, provoked by Lu Zhou and Wanda, quickly darted in. Opening their mandibles, they were about to tear the two apart. "Close the windows!" Lu Zhou shouted loudly, and Wanda, not in a daze, immediately closed the window. The mandibles slammed hard against the glass, producing a huge bang-bang sound. A series of 4 locust people crashed into the car, causing it to tremble. Lu Zhou keenly sensed that the roof of the car seemed to be unable to hold up much longer. He immediately diverted his attention to reinforce the car with steel plates. The reinforcement would take 3 minutes, and Lu Zhou calculated that it should be enough time to complete it. Almost the next second, a larger wave of impact came. The two of them in the car almost got thrown out. Wanda's head violently slammed against the side window, and almost instantly, a large bump appeared. Damn, this force is too much. Chapter 293, Resistance. Lu Zhou didn't even have time to respond to the other party. He immediately surveyed his surroundings. It was clear that there were no locust people nearby, so it was reasonable to infer that this group of creatures must be on top of their vehicle. Lu Zhou was determined. He slightly opened a gap, took out his laser gun, aimed at the locust people on the roof, and fired fiercely. The damage caused by the laser gun was far more painful than any bullets the locust people had ever experienced. In an instant, several thick tentacles flailed around, as if madly searching for Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou didn't quite understand how they were locating him, as these locust people waved their tentacles, sweeping around everywhere. When all 4 massive tentacles began to swing, it was a sight that made one's scalp tingle. After a moment's thought, Lu Zhou immediately came up with another plan. He first activated the protective shield. The shield was large enough to completely envelop the vehicle. It also had imaging and alarm functions, occasionally displaying the positions of the locust people on their heads. Looking at the shield, which was filled with 300 energy points, Lu Zhou took a deep breath, took out several Molotov cocktails, and handed them to Wanda, signaling that they would throw the Molotovs onto the roof together. Wanda was startled, but quickly refused. "Lu Zhou, calm down. If we throw those Molotovs up, we'll be in trouble too. Brother Wang, trust me, I have a way to get us out of this." Time was pressing, and Lu Zhou didn't have time to explain. Wanda looked deeply at Lu Zhou, bit his lip, and had no choice but to take the Molotov cocktails. The two of them waited for the right moment, immediately ignited the Molotovs, and threw them all onto the roof. Some of the bottles rolled off and fell to the ground, and in an instant, the fire spread. The four flailing tentacles suddenly stopped. Immediately after, a series of agonizing screams filled the air. Both Lu Zhou and Wang De wore serious expressions, especially Wang De, whose face had turned pale. This sound must be the enemy's wails. Lu Zhou had been contemplating what the locust people's weakness was. After thinking left and right, he thought of fire. Then he remembered he had the amazing protective shield. Naturally, a plan came to mind. The protective shield was quite durable. Even after a fierce fire, it still had over 200 protection points. However, as time passed, the protection points continued to dwindle, but the rate was quite slow. At that moment, Wang De was actually prepared to perish together with the locust people. To his surprise, he found himself unharmed. Meanwhile, the locust people outside, as expected, were being burned and screeching. Under the threat of the fierce fire, the combat ability of the locust people decreased significantly. The Molotov cocktails hitting them could not eliminate them immediately, but the four locust people, screaming, rolled off the roof, flailing their tentacles wildly. Lu Zhou, holding back his disgust, took out the laser gun and aimed at these creatures, shooting them one by one. Wanda didn't waste any time either. He took out an air gun and quickly followed suit. Before the locust people were injured, they were quite agile, but now that they had received a burn debuff, their agility had naturally decreased a lot. Sometimes, when Wangda noticed the flames were not strong enough, he would actively take out a few more Molotov cocktails and throw them to add to the fire. Before long, the 7 locust people were dealt with by Lu Zhou and Wangda. Looking at the ground covered in the charred corpses of the locust people, Wanda was the first to soften her resolve. Whether it was from the heat or the tension, both of them were sweating profusely. Seeing that they were temporarily safe, they wasted no time in adjusting their mindset and headed home. On the other side, at the Zhang family's place, a large group of locust people was at the city government, but there were also a few small squads of locust people running around randomly. Coincidentally, they arrived at the building where Zhang Jiahao and Lu Zhou's family were located. Initially, Zhang Jiahao was the first to spot the locust people. After receiving information from his friend, he quickly secured the doors and windows of his home. However, just 2 minutes after closing everything, he noticed a thick yellow-green rope appearing outside his window. Zhang Jiahao didn't let his guard down. After watching the thing for a few minutes, he suddenly realized that it was moving. Before he could process more of his emotions, he saw a creature that resembled a combination of a human and a locust slowly crawling out of his window. At that moment, Zhang Jiahao felt a chill run down his spine. It was really a locust person, although Lu Zhou had informed Zhang Jiahao about their existence. Hearing it and seeing it with his own eyes were two different concepts. The instant the locust person appeared, Zhang Jiahao felt his mind go blank, unable to think rationally. At that moment, Zhang's father also appeared. Upon seeing the locust person, he was dazed for a few seconds, then immediately took Zhang Jiahao back into the house to grab weapons. Zhang Jiahao snapped out of his daze, and by the time they were ready with their weapons, they found that the locust person had vanished. Damn it, where did that thing go? Not daring to relax, the two planned to check all the windows in the house, when suddenly they heard a scream coming from downstairs. The sound was extremely chilling. Zhang Jiahao could tell that the voice belonged to a young person, likely not very old. As he and his father focused on the sounds from below, they realized that the locust person hadn't disappeared, but had actually burrowed into the apartment on the 4th floor. The 4th floor was home to an elderly couple and their young son. The scream they had just heard was likely that of their son. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a series of crashing sounds echoed from the apartment, interspersed with the sound of shouting, crying, and screams. Zhang Jiahao clenched his fists, while his father signaled him not to act impulsively. It was said that locust people had strong combat abilities, and rushing in would be unwise. The family on the 4th floor was having a particularly bad day. They had opened a window for ventilation, and their young son had been watering plants in front of the window when suddenly a monster broke into their home and bit his arm. The child panicked in an instant and swung the watering can at the locust person. The locust person, irritated by this meaningless counterattack, became bolder. During its first attack, it had merely tested the waters. Once it confirmed that the child posed no real threat, it became much more aggressive. Simultaneously, it extended its mouth part, aiming at the child's head to strike. In an instant, the child's head was severed from his body. His eyes were wide open, filled with terror and unease. The commotion naturally drew the attention of the elderly couple, and when they rushed over, they found their son lying in a pool of blood, his death a gruesome sight. The elderly couple let out a wail of despair as they looked at the monster before them, but they were filled with an infinite amount of courage. They had hoped for a child in their old age, and now seeing their child dead, they no longer wished to live. The husband took out a kitchen knife, while the wife ignited a torch from the kitchen. Chapter 294, Teaming Up. The two faced the monster wielding its mouth parts with resolute expressions. The man swung his weapon wildly, while the woman searched for an opportunity to set the creature on fire. Their home lacked sufficient weapons, which was why the woman considered using a torch to burn the monster in front of them. However, in a twist of fate, the man got too close and was bitten by the locust person. Seizing this chance, he tightly grasped the locust person's arm without letting go. The woman took advantage of the moment, pressing the searing torch firmly against the locust person's body. In an instant, the locust person's skin sizzled and bubbled under the heat. The creature writhed in excruciating pain, and its mouth parts began to flail wildly. The man, sensing the urgency, grabbed a kitchen knife and hacked at the flailing mouth parts. The mouth parts were quite sturdy, and the kitchen knife wasn't enough to sever them. The woman, desperate, resorted to her earlier tactic, viciously pressing the still-burning torch against the creature again. The sounds of the locust person's agonized shrieks mixed with the sizzling of its charred flesh filled the air. At that moment, its eyes glowed with bloodlust, and with a powerful struggle, it managed to throw the man off before turning its vengeful gaze on the woman, who still held the torch. The woman felt a chill run down her spine from the monster's glare. But as she looked at her lifeless son on the ground, a wave of despair and anger surged in her heart once more. With a resolve to die fighting, she charged forward. The locust person was no fool and wouldn't allow its adversary to attack repeatedly. This time, the woman wasn't so fortunate. The locust person's mouth parts swung through the air, severing her arm. The torch rolled away, landing on the floor and eventually coming to rest beside a simple wooden sofa. At that moment, the flames from the torch began to quietly lick at the wood, as if try to burn the furniture to the ground. The woman was in excruciating pain, and as she watched the mouth parts come swinging towards her, her pupils filled with terror. Ah! The scream from the fourth floor was piercing and pitiful, drawing not only the Zhang family's attention, but also the others in the building, who seemed to sense something was amiss. However, knowing something was wrong didn't mean anyone was willing to recklessly go outside and risk their lives without understanding the situation. Mr. and Mrs. Lu wore serious expressions. Mrs. Lu had just put soup in a pot and turned on the heat when they heard the commotion. The couple quickly grabbed their binoculars and, looking through them, immediately understood the situation. Things were dire, and locust people were present in their vicinity as well. Suppressing her fear, Mrs. Lu first called her sister, relieved to hear that the other party was temporarily safe. She reminded her to be cautious as locust people could arrive at any moment and to gather weapons. On Jiang Xiaolin's side, there were currently no locust people reported. Upon hearing that her sister and brother-in-law were at home and that locust people were appearing, she felt a pang of anxiety. After offering a few words of comfort to her sister, Jiang Xiaolin didn't waste any time and immediately called her old friend. She needed Wei Qingzhu to quickly send help to her sister. With Xiao Zhou not at home, if anything happened to her sister, she wouldn't be able to live with herself afterward. As soon as Jiang Xiaolin finished her call, Wei Qingzhu answered. Upon hearing this bad news, his face turned cold. Xiaolin, don't worry. I'll take care of this right away. You and the child, Professor Sean, stay at home and wait for me to come back. After leaving these words, Wei Qingzhu immediately began to make phone calls again. Thanks to his military status, the army had assigned personnel to handle this incident. A group of soldiers was quickly heading to Lu Zhou's home. After hanging up, Wei Qingzhu's expression was grave. How long had the military taken over the laboratory, and yet they could cause such a large-scale biological crisis? Was there some covert revenge from the Bai family within? He wondered if the military would halt the experiment once this incident was over. In addition to this incident, Wei Qingzhu had another matter to attend to. Recently, there had been some progress in the research on T-34. He initially planned to stop by the laboratory after work, but now, given the circumstances, that was clearly impossible. He could only postpone the discussion to another day. As for Lu Zhou and Wang De, who had narrowly escaped the situation, the two were fully focused on driving away. After driving for 40 minutes, they finally arrived at the residential area where they lived. I wonder if the Locust Man has come here. After escaping, Wang Da's first concern was definitely for his family. He anxiously glanced out the car window, looking around, but when he spotted a certain place, his expression immediately darkened. Lu Zhou was also feeling restless. He hadn't expected the Locust Man to be so difficult to deal with. If it weren't for his survival tools, he and Wang De might not have made it this far. While he was still lost in thought, he slightly turned his head and caught a glimpse of Wang Da's shocked and terrified expression. Lu Zhou followed Wang Da's line of sight and, as expected, saw the scene of devastation in the residential area. The buildings had suffered considerable damage, and not far away on the ground lay fresh corpses. Looking a bit further along the path where the bodies had fallen, the two indeed saw broken windows and walls of the buildings. The Locust Man had broken into homes and killed people. Seeing this, Wang De instantly became anxious about his family's safety. Lu Zhou wasn't feeling any better. While the Locust Man might not be able to break through his house's walls easily, the windows were another matter. Fortunately, he was returning home early. If he could activate the protective shield and secure the house, his family should be able to avoid this crisis. Brother Wang, let's go to your house first. Then as quickly as possible, we'll bring Uncle Wang, Annie Wang, and Sister Yin Yin with us to my house. As for why they should go to his place, Lu Zhou didn't explain. Wang De had some guesses in his mind, but given the situation, he didn't have the energy to ask. Did Lu Zhou find a lot of other alien technology when he discovered the extraterrestrial tech last time, aside from the air bomb? He didn't disclose everything to others. If he could pull his family to safety in this crisis, he would be immensely grateful to Lu Zhou. The two silently agreed not to speak, and the car quickly and smoothly stopped downstairs at Wang Da's place. From the outside, the building appeared untouched by the Locust Man, but the interior was another story. Lu Zhou wanted to go down and help him, but Wang De firmly pressed him back into his seat. Lu Zhou, don't go. I can handle it myself. If there's real danger, you should run quickly. Wang De thought it through. Lu Zhou had already helped him a lot, and he didn't want to trouble him further. Lu Zhou's expression changed, and after pressing the alarm frog in his pocket and receiving no abnormal signal, he finally agreed to let Wang De go alone. Brother Wang, hurry back. Chapter 295, Emergency Response. Wang De nodded and then rushed upstairs like a flash. Fortunately, his family's floor wasn't far away. Lu Zhou sat in the car, his eyes fixed on Wang De. At the same time, he was still thinking about other matters in his mind. This situation isn't too good. He must pick up his aunt's family as well. Fortunately, the car is big enough. Otherwise, it would really be a problem. As for the Gao family, they lived the farthest away from Lu Zhou's house, and it wasn't realistic to go over right now. Moreover, the Gao couple had decent combat skills. Lu Zhou had previously reminded them once. The other side had indicated that they were prepared with enough firearms and ammunition stored. Of course, Lu Zhou had specifically instructed them that when facing Locust people, air guns were more effective in taking them down. Besides that, Lu Zhou subtly hinted that in case of an emergency, the Gao family could come to seek refuge at his place. He had taken the opportunity to reinforce his home. The Gao couple felt a warmth in their hearts. They had good skills to begin with, and after training with the Liangshan security team these days, they felt a little more at ease. With Lu Zhou, a reliable person, backing them up, they naturally felt much lighter in spirit. "Thank you, Xiao Zhou. If we can't hold on any longer, we'll come over to find you." Gao Shan expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Lu Zhou. Due to the urgent situation, they quickly hung up. At that moment, Lu Zhou noticed Wang De was leading his family down the stairs in a hurry. Because they were anxious, they moved quickly but remained as quiet as possible. A few moments later, Lu Zhou immediately opened the car door. Wang Da's family quickly squeezed in. When they got in the car, Wang Da's mother and wife were both panting heavily. They hadn't seen the locust people yet and didn't know how bad things would get afterward. Everyone relied on their trust in Lu Zhou to get into the car. The car quickly turned a corner and soon arrived at his aunt's building. When Lu Zhou went upstairs to find his aunt's family to bring them back home, he saw his aunt looking very nervous. "Xiao Zhou, there are locust people near your home right now." "What?" Lu Zhou was somewhat stunned, and then he immediately tensed up. The locust people were actually near his home? In an instant, Lu Zhou changed his plan. Everyone would temporarily stay at his aunt's house. He would go alone to rescue his parents. Hearing Lu Zhou's plan, Wang De was the first to object. "Lu Zhou, how can this be? You saved me before, and now that you need help, I can't just hide at home. No way, I have to go with you." Lu Zhou quietly looked at Wang De, who was determined. Although there was a hint of fear in his eyes, his conscience wouldn't allow him to sit back and do nothing. Lu Zhou thought several times about just going alone. However, seeing Wang Da's serious expression, he gave up on that idea. After settling his family here, Lu Zhou instructed his aunt to call him if anything happened. Jiang Xiaolin quickly nodded. She wanted to go along too, but after thinking it over, she realized she would only be a burden to Lu Zhou, so it was better not to go. While everyone wasn't paying attention, Lu Zhou opened the game and reinforced his aunt's house again before leaving. The two didn't waste time. When they finally arrived downstairs at Lu Zhou's house, looking at the chaotic situation outside, both Lu Zhou and Wang Da's expression stiffened. "I wonder if my parents are still safe?" Lu Zhou began to make phone calls. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on his own front door. Just as the phone was connecting, Lu Zhou noticed that there were horrific screams coming from his building. The sound was particularly reminiscent of someone in extreme pain. The phone call finally connected. "Dad, Mom, are you hurt?" Lu Zhou asked anxiously, and after hearing that his parents were fine, his tightly wounded heart eased a little. "Good, you stay at home. I'll take you to Andy's house in a bit. We'll all gather together in the next few days. It's safer that way." After reassuring his family, Lu Zhou hung up the phone, only to see Wang De instinctively shrink his neck and then pick up the binoculars to look at the building. What he saw was a locust-like creature wreaking havoc and destruction inside. Wang Da's fingers stiffened for a few seconds, and then he tightly gripped the binoculars. "Lu Zhou, I saw a locust person on the 4th floor." "Let me see." Lu Zhou took the binoculars and immediately looked at the horrific scene inside. Blood everywhere, the windows had been smashed, and it seemed like the room was still burning with flames. In an instant, Lu Zhou's heart sank. A fire breaking out in this place would surely lead to disastrous consequences. It was possible that the house he had worked so hard to buy would be lost forever. Suppressing his anxious heart, Lu Zhou looked around and realized that there seemed to be only this one locust creature in the building, which made him feel a little more at ease. Skillfully, he removed a part of the car window and quickly aimed his gun at the locust creature, still causing chaos across the way. The laser gun was as fierce as ever. With this shot, the locust creature swayed slightly. Through the window and the binoculars, Lu Zhou saw what appeared to be a living person on the 4th floor. After looking closely a few times, he confirmed that there was indeed a living person across the way. Wang De kept his gaze fixed on the other side, and when he saw the locust creature's head tumble down from the house, he let out a sigh of relief. Lu Zhou, the locust creature, is dead. But when he turned around, he found that Lu Zhou had already gotten out of the car. Wangda wanted to get out too, but Lu Zhou turned around and put a finger to his lips, signaling him to stay put. After some contemplation, Wangda gritted his teeth and watched Lu Zhou head upstairs. Lu Zhou first put on a disguise mask to conceal his true appearance, and then he used the shadows to sneak up to the 4th floor. What greeted him was a scene of carnage. A man was collapsed on the floor, and there was only a woman with a severed arm groaning beside him. From her appearance, it seemed she wouldn't survive much longer. Lu Zhou did not have any tools for quick rescue on him, and even if he did, he wouldn't risk exposing himself to save her. Instead, he simply bandaged her wound. Just leave it to fate. After finishing this task, Lu Zhou quickly moved toward the area that was on fire. Inside the room, besides the smell of blood, the most potent odor was that of burning. Smoke was also rising. Lu Zhou blew a bubble for himself, feeling a bit of relief in his itchy throat after that. This bubble filtered out the toxic substances. Then, Lu Zhou headed to the area where the flames were the fiercest. The family sofa was almost completely burned up, and the fire was spreading. Lu Zhou took a fire extinguisher from the small room and aimed it at the flames, spraying it continuously. After using 3 fire extinguishers, he finally managed to put out the raging fire. After completing this task, Lu Zhou ran down the stairs without looking back. Chapter 296. Familiar Locust Person. Of course, by the time he reached the ground floor, Lu Zhou had already changed his appearance back. He knocked hard on the door, urgent and quick, and it opened. When his parents saw their son at the door, the tension in their hearts eased considerably. However, thinking about the monster upstairs, they immediately looked alarmed again. "Son, come in quickly. The monster upstairs is still there. Hurry up," Lu's mother urged anxiously, but Lu Zhou shook his head. "Mom, I've dealt with the one upstairs. You two hurry and pack your things. We need to go to Annie's house first. For the next few days, we should stay together, not only to take care of Annie, but I also have a protective shield that can cover everyone." After hearing this, Lu's mother was stunned for a few seconds before she reacted. "All right, let's call the Zhang family upstairs." Lu's father wanted to go up to call them, but Lu Zhou stopped him. "Dad, you and Mom pack your things. I'll go call them." Lu Zhou was worried about his parents going upstairs since it was dangerous outside. Seeing that Lu Zhou had made a decision, they didn't hesitate and quickly went inside to start packing. As Lu Zhou swiftly climbed to the highest floor, the frog in his arms let out a few low croaks. Is there danger? Could it be that the Zhang family encountered the locust person? Lu Zhou felt a surge of impatience, but his hands remained steady. Get the laser gun ready. Activate the protective shield. After preparing everything, Lu Zhou quickly knocked on the Zhang family's door. Bang, bang, bang. The loud knocking startled the Zhang family inside. Zhang Jiahao and Zhang Jia were currently squatting at the kitchen door with serious expressions. Not for any other reason, but because a locust person was crouched outside the kitchen window. That figure was most clearly characterized by its thick, sturdy mouth. What was strange was that this locust person hadn't attacked yet. It was just quietly crouched by the kitchen window. Just like that, it was enough to scare the Zhang family half to death. Zhang Jiahao finally managed to see the other person's body clearly. A childlike locust person, not the adult version he had encountered before. So, could it be that it didn't attack because it was a child? Zhang Jiahao was filled with questions when he suddenly heard knocking at his door. In an instant, he and Zhang Jia involuntarily shivered. Zhang Jiahao was frozen, unsure whether to go over, when he heard a very soft voice coming from outside. "It's me, Lu Zhou." The surprise from hearing this was no less than seeing a savior. Zhang Jiahao's concerns faded, and he hurried to open the door. He wanted his friend to see this locust person, and it was safer for his friend to be inside than outside. Once Lu Zhou stepped inside, he first glanced around but didn't see Zhang Jia. "Jiahao, where's Uncle Zhang?" Zhang Jiahao didn't respond, but instead led his friend to the kitchen. Once they reached the kitchen, in just a few moments, Lu Zhou had already seen the locust person pressed against the window. A very small locust person. I wonder if it has any harmful abilities. Lu Zhou felt puzzled, but did not show it on his face. Zhang Jiahao briefly explained the situation downstairs and then expressed his frustration, saying, "This little locust person, we don't know if it's dangerous. It's just lying here, and we can't do anything about it." This was indeed the truth. After a moment of thought, Lu Zhou decided to let the Zhang family pack their things. Without needing much persuasion, Lu Zhou managed to convince them to stay at his aunt's house for a few days. Zhang Jiahao and Zhang Jiahai went to pack their belongings, leaving Lu Zhou to keep watch in the kitchen. Once they were gone, Lu Zhou leaned closer to the glass, wanting to see the face of the locust person. As he got closer, he was suddenly taken aback. This locust person turned out to be someone he knew. It was indeed his uncle's youngest son. His uncle's youngest son had just turned 10, and Lu Zhou could match every feature to the locust person before him. In an instant, Lu Zhou decided to keep this matter a secret. Otherwise, Lu Dad might react in some unexpected way upon finding out. How strange. Why would his cousin appear here? When locust people first emerged, Lu Zhou had decisively turned down their request to stay, and after his uncle left, he lost track of them. Quickly, a chain of suspicion formed in Lu Zhou's mind. Could it be that his uncle's family was recruited by the military at that time? Perhaps due to the unique circumstances of his uncle's family, they were chosen for this plan. Most people in the city were unaware that the locust people were a crisis created by the government, but Lu Zhou was not among them. After this speculation, Lu Zhou felt it was very possible. However, what Lu Zhou did not know was that he was mistaken. Not all of his uncle's family had been selected. Rather, the lucky one was just his uncle's youngest son. When his uncle's family was at a dead end, they unexpectedly received a visit from the military. The military promised to provide them with a separate residence and food and clothing, but the only condition was that their youngest son had to participate in an experiment. At the time the experiment was mentioned, the officials did not lie. They informed his uncle's family of the worst possible outcomes that could arise. Unfortunately, his uncle's family was exhausted and desperate, and when they learned that one of them had a chance for a better life, they hardly hesitated to send their youngest son away. Even his aunt cheerfully expressed, "Don't worry, my son is lucky. That kind of situation won't happen to him. Son, you must bring glory to our family. Look, it's not that no one else from our family is going with you. It's just that no one else was chosen. You are the chosen one, and you will surely achieve great things in the future. Son, work hard. Once you succeed, remember our family. We must live better than your cousin's family in the future." His uncle's family quickly brainwashed their son and sent him to the military. Sometimes, it wasn't just them brainwashing their son. It was also a self-protective lie that arose from the despair of experiencing those hardships. The success rate of this experiment was 10%, which, in the eyes of the researchers, was already considered a good success rate. They urgently needed a batch of people whose bodies had undergone strong enhancement to serve as soldiers. Once this technology matured, it might even replace T-34 technology and become a new direction for human advancement. This was the thought of the person in charge at the time. Unfortunately, the entire experiment encountered unprecedented huge changes. Overnight, all the mutated subjects failed, and the most terrifying part was that these mutated beings all escaped. The military, upon learning this, immediately sealed off the surrounding area, but it couldn't catch up with the quickly moving subjects. Soon, an artificial disaster descended upon the Liangshan base. Chapter 297, Evolution. In response to the shock of the person in front of him, Lu Zhou only dazedly came back to his senses after 2 seconds. Currently, the locust person didn't seem to pose any threat, but that didn't mean it would always be harmless. While Lu Zhou was lost in thought, Zhang Jiahao had already gathered his things. There were 4 people in the Zhang family, and now each of them had a small bag slung over their shoulders. Lu Zhou looked at the small locust person and contemplated going up to deal with it. After all, he didn't want this thing to appear in front of his parents. "You guys go ahead of my house. I'll be there soon." As Lu Zhou spoke, his eyes didn't leave the window. Zhang Jiahao didn't need to think to know that his friend wanted to get rid of this locust person. Lu Zhou, let's leave first. This locust person looks different from the others. If something happens later, we'll all die here. Zhang Jiahao had a strange intuition that this little locust person was dangerous. It was odd because when this thing was just lying there by itself, he didn't feel any danger. But now, with Lu Zhou's killing intent rising, he felt an icy chill piercing through his chest. Lu Zhou, trust me, I just feel that if this thing makes a move, it will be dangerous. To make his friend believe him, Zhang Jiahao quickly clarified his feelings. He was afraid that Lu Zhou might have a rebellious reaction and want to go up and attack. Lu Zhou paused for a second, sensing Zhang Jiahao's fear. Zhang Jiahao's sixth sense was really impressive. Before, it was thanks to him that Lu Zhou found that cave. Now, it seemed he had sensed something again. Lu Zhou turned around and, with the others behind him, ran out of the house. Zhang Jiahao breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Lu Zhou was someone who listened to advice. Otherwise, he felt that things would turn out badly. As they were running down the stairs, no one noticed that after closing the door, the little locust person opened its previously tightly shut eyes. Its eyes were different from those of ordinary locust people. These eyes were a deep red, indicating that this locust person had killed many. Quickly, it opened its mouth, and, as it did, it spat out several slender tentacles. These tentacles were not as thick as those of other locust people, but were somewhat slender. The tentacles softly adhered to the window, and before long, a small piece of the glass was already melted away. After Zhang Jiahao brought his family downstairs, they encountered Lu Zhou's uncle and aunt, who were also ready to go. None of them said a word. They nervously and orderly got into the car downstairs. Wanda felt relieved only after seeing that everyone was safe. Oh my God, I was so nervous. I was afraid that something would happen to all of you. Buckle up, I'm driving. Wanda volunteered to drive, and at that moment, Lu Zhou looked up and noticed that the little locust person, which should have been lying on the glass, had disappeared. Where did it go? Did it fly away or go inside? Either option was unsettling, and after a moment of hesitation, Lu Zhou decided to leave this place first. Zhang Jiahao also turned back to take a look, and once he confirmed that the window was empty, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Damn, that thing is gone? Almost in an instant, a thick sense of suffocation surged in Zhang Jiahao's chest. This feeling only appeared in moments of extreme danger. Looking at the empty window, Zhang Jiahao opened his eyes, and a ridiculous yet reasonable guess surged in his heart. That thing could have followed them here. Lu Zhou, I just feel that something is off. Look, that thing is gone. In order to prevent uncontrollable panic from breaking out, Zhang Jia almost bit his teeth and whispered in Lu Zhou's ear. Lu Zhou frowned softly. I've noticed too. It's definitely gone. I wonder if it flew to another place. His friend's explanation was reasonable, but Zhang Jia knew that wasn't the case. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel so uneasy. No, I just have this feeling that this thing seems to be following us. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard Zhang Lele in the back seat scream. Ah, it's that thing from earlier. The little girl was so scared that her voice changed. Wanda was driving and didn't turn around, but Lu Zhou glanced back. Just that one look made Lu Zhou feel something was off. That thing was indeed following them. At that moment, it was pressing its pale face hard against the glass. This posture was very strange. Its body was nowhere to be seen, but its face was completely imprinted on the car window. Not only Zhang Lele saw this, but also Lu Dad and Lu Mom. Lu Zhou's heart sank, but there was nothing he could do to prevent his parents from witnessing this scene. To be honest, Lu Dad and Lu Mom were first startled, but after taking a closer look at the appearance of this locust person, they both fell into silence. Not for any particular reason. This thing looked too much like their own big brother's child. To verify his guess, Lu Dad carefully shifted his gaze to the locust person's ears. His brother's son had a black mole on his earlobe. When he saw the familiar black mole, Lu Dad's pupil shook. He hated his big brother's family for being so neglectful, but when the other party appeared in such a different form, anyone would feel an indescribable discomfort in their heart. Lu Mom soon caught on as well. She forced herself to calm down, unsure how to speak to her son about this. Zhang Lei, after initially being startled, was now covering her mouth tightly, not daring to make a sound. She had heard that these monsters were terrifying and could kill. Their downstairs neighbor had been killed, and the screams before death were horrific. Zhang Lei was still young, and the previous cries had frightened her so much that her face turned pale. It was likely she would have nightmares about it for a long time. Lu Zhou forced himself to calm down. Wang De didn't dare to look back. As the driver, he needed to keep a good mindset. Strangely, this locust person pressed against the glass didn't do anything. It just held that familiar face, staring at the people in the car. It was as if it understood human actions. The uncanny valley effect kicked in. When a non-human entity behaves in a way that aligns with human behavior, it becomes exceptionally terrifying. The people in the back seat remained frozen under the locust person's gaze, not daring to move. Lu Zhou stayed still, his eyes involuntarily fixating on the opposite side. It didn't make any movements. As the car continued to drive, just as they were about to reach their destination, the locust person finally moved. It first sleepily closed its eyes, then quickly opened them again. A pair of red eyes quietly focused on the people in the car. That gaze made one's scalp tingle. In the midst of the silence, it extended several appendages, softly pressing them against the car window. Lu Zhou furrowed his brows. At that moment, Zhang Lei seemed unable to contain her fear any longer and spoke in a trembling voice. The car window is going to break. Chapter 298, Failed Attack. The tension among the group was palpable, and when they heard Zhang Lei's words, their expressions nearly betrayed their fear. In the back seat, only Zhang Lei, who was closest to the window, noticed the small changes outside, which everyone else failed to see. As a child, seeing a monster pressed against the car window was already enough to send anyone into a panic. Zhang Lei was so nervous that she kept twisting her arm tightly, fearing she might scream uncontrollably. Behind her sat Grandma Zhang, who loved her granddaughter dearly and wanted to swap seats with her. However, after everyone squeezed into the car, there simply wasn't enough room to make the switch, so the idea was temporarily shelved. Having gone through so many hardships, Zhang Lei wasn't a spoiled child. She quickly refused her grandmother's suggestion. Everything seemed to be in order, but as Zhang Lei stared intently at the creature outside, she noticed it was extending a mass of writhing mouths, and along with their incessant movement, the car window appeared to be melting in part. At first, Zhang Lei thought her eyes were deceiving her. After rubbing her eyes and looking closely, she realized she wasn't mistaken. There was something transparent flowing down the car window. It was evident that this substance was likely the glass turning to liquid due to being melted. Previously, she had comforted herself by thinking that the monster outside couldn't harm her, but now it was clear that the creature was about to break through the window. For the first time, Zhang Lei felt that death was as close as a shadow, always lurking nearby. Overwhelmed by fear, she spoke in a choked voice. Upon confirming the reality of the situation, Lu Zhou immediately sensed the strangeness of it. Previously, the locust men did not have this ability. As long as they were in a sufficiently sturdy place, they couldn't get in. So how was this happening now? The Zhang family was in a state of great anxiety, prompting Lu Zhou to forcefully rise and switch seats with his sister. He then pulled out an air gun from his pocket, ready to fire a few shots at the locust men trying to break through the window. Lu Zhou's mind raced. In this situation, the steel plating was useless, especially since the threat was coming through the glass. Counting carefully, the weapons he had on hand were limited to air pellets and a laser gun, with the remaining option being the Grim Reaper scythe. He had never used this skill before, mainly because its cooldown time was excessively long, up to half a month. This made Lu Zhou hesitant to try it out carelessly. The skill's description stated, Grim Reaper's scythe releases a giant scythe aimed at a single target, can cause a guaranteed lethal hit on the marked target. A product of the system, It was undoubtedly top tier. But he couldn't rely solely on the system. What if? What if he failed to kill the enemy? With the worst-case scenario in mind, Lu Zhou plunged his consciousness into the game to see if there was anything that could help him. However, after scanning everything, he had no choice but to exit in disappointment. The fishing rod's usage had reached its limit, and he lacked the experience points to upgrade. Looking around, it seemed he could only rely on himself for rescue. Not wasting much time, Lu Zhou forced himself to calm down and then used the stealth scroll. Almost instantly, while the car continued to drive, it vanished the next moment. This wasn't true disappearance. Rather, it was in a state of acceleration and invisibility. The people inside the car were completely unaware, while the little locust men outside were about to face some difficulties. They were comfortably clinging to the car when suddenly, for some unknown reason, the car's speed increased sharply, fast enough to almost throw them off. The locust man, which had been melting the glass, immediately let go in surprise. It turned around to find a better way to attach itself. Moreover, for the locust person, strange things were not limited to just this one. In addition to being troubled by its excessive speed, there was another thing. The car that was initially there had disappeared. Though it could still touch the presence of the car and smell the strong scent of the people inside, the images coming back to its eyes were indeed empty. The little locust person was somewhat confused, but still instinctively continued to act. For some reason, ever since it was born, it had been obsessed with that house. After consuming so many human brains, it finally gained some intelligence. That house was very important to it. It seemed like it was meant to belong there. The little locust person unconsciously extended its tongue, licking its lips, then tightly fixed its crimson eyes on the people inside the car. For some reason, it felt that the people in the car were incredibly delicious, especially the person who had just faced it in that house. When it saw him, its brain was clamoring to eat him, then tear apart his body, rip apart his skin and organs. The desire to consume the other's heart and the urge to ravage the other's soul coexisted. At that moment, it became aware of its true thoughts. That person occupied its house. It should have been in that warm and comfortable place, and that person had destroyed its comfort. It had to eat him. Thinking of this, it clumsily tried to figure out the current situation with its not-so-smart brain. Find a way to sneak in and then kill everyone. Good, that's decided. While it was thinking, Lu Zhou instructed Wanda to keep driving. Wanda, feeling a bit dazed, thought the car seemed to be going a bit faster, but since she had already pressed the accelerator to the floor, she felt she must have been mistaken. At that moment, Zhang Lele whispered excitedly, "The monster is gone." Lu Zhou didn't hesitate and quickly opened the protective shield. Relying on the identification system of the shield, he soon discovered the monster's hiding place. On the roof of the car. Inside the car. Just after everyone confirmed that the monster had disappeared, their hearts hadn't relaxed for a few seconds when Lu Zhou whispered, "Don't let your guard down. It's right above our heads." As soon as he said this, the slight ease everyone felt turned into a heavy stone pressing down on them again. Wanda had already been sufficiently scared today, and in this situation, she belatedly realized she had become numb, lacking any emotional reaction. The situation left Lu Zhou no time to think too much. The protective value of the shield was rapidly decreasing. In just a few minutes, the protective value had already dropped below 50. At this rate, they would eventually pay the price. Lu Zhou gritted his teeth and secretly used the Grim Reaper's scythe in his mind. The anticipated result did not come. Instead, the cold game prompt appeared. Note: the locked target must be in an injured state for this to be used. Damn it, what a useless thing. Lu Zhou cursed the game in his heart while gripping his laser gun tightly. He could only use these weapons to grind down the opponent's health bar. Chapter 299, Destiny. Wong, slow down a bit. I need to find a chance to shoot at the Locust Man on top. This tactic had been practiced several times today, and Wanda quickly understood Lu Zhou's instructions, swiftly lowering the speed of the vehicle. The car gradually slowed down, and Lu Zhou's palms were sweating profusely. His sixth sense warned him that this monster was not to be trifled with. However, there was no other choice. If they didn't deal with this thing, his whole family would be in grave danger. Once Wang De was ready, Lu Zhou quickly extended his hand out of the window and fired a few shots at the roof of the car. Thanks to the protective shield, Lu Zhou knew he had hit the Locust Man at least twice. Soon after, a massive force wrapped tightly around Lu Zhou's arm. The Locust Man had ensnared his arm with its mouthparts. The grip was incredibly strong. Lu Zhou's expression changed unpredictably, and Zhang Jieqi's heart raced. Upon seeing Lu Zhou's distressed expression, he immediately reacted. "Lu Zhou, I'll help you." Lu Zhou's attempt to shout a warning got stuck in his throat. Zhang Jieqi had already opened the car window slightly and was frantically shooting at the Locust Man on the roof with an air gun. At that moment, the Locust Man, in pain for being shot by the laser gun, was about to snap Lu Zhou's arm in retaliation when it encountered resistance. Fortunately, Lu Zhou's clothes were made from a special fabric provided by the system. Otherwise, his arm would have been torn apart by the Locust Man by now. The Locust Man initially thought it could easily break Lu Zhou's arm like a twig, but to its surprise, Lu Zhou's arm remained completely unharmed. This infuriated it. One plan failed, so it devised another. It tightened its grip around Lu Zhou's entire arm and decided to use its corrosive fluid to burn it. However, just a few seconds later, it was struck by a barrage of gunfire from an unknown source, causing it immense pain. Zhang Jieqi was in turmoil, yet these feelings couldn't extinguish his determination to save his friend. Because the Locust Man was tightly gripping Lu Zhou's arm, it took a lot of hits from the air gun. After this frantic shooting, the Locust Man, in agony, finally released its grip. Taking advantage of this moment, Lu Zhou didn't pull his hand back, but continued to aim and fire at the creature. The Locust Man was hit repeatedly, and its anger was reaching a boiling point. It let out a series of frantic screeches, then, as if driven mad, lunged at Lu Zhou and Zhang Jieqi. Its speed was astonishingly fast, so fast that their movements were almost imperceptible, leaving only a blur behind. Zhang Jieqi hadn't had the chance to dive back into the car when he saw this scene, and a suffocating sense of dread surged in his chest. At that moment, Dad Lu shouted, "Stop the car!" Wang De slammed on the brakes, and Dad Lu gripped the air gun tightly, immediately pushing the car door open and shooting wildly at the monster. The air gun silently fired its rounds. Dad Lu's reaction speed wasn't particularly fast, but once he realized what was happening, his first instinct was to help. He had a feeling that this monster could kill his son and everyone else. Dad Lu's sudden attack caught the Locust Man off guard. Originally, Zhang Jieqi was in danger of losing an arm, but with Dad Lu's shot, the entire creature was knocked away. For just a moment, Lu Zhou's nerves relaxed, but the Locust Man moved again at lightning speed. Its eyes glinted with rage as it opened its mouth and aimed at the nearest targets, Zhang Jieqi and Dad Lu, spraying several of its mouthparts toward them. The situation was dire. Lu Zhou gritted his teeth and used his fastest speed to activate the Reaper's Scythe. He was afraid that the game would remind him again that he could not use it. Besides that, Lu Zhou didn't think about escaping. Instead, he fired his laser gun desperately. If he escaped, the Zhang family would definitely be done for first, and then it would be his father who suffered. He wasn't as durable as himself, especially not Zhang Jiahao, who didn't have any game gear on him. A single hit from a Locust Man could easily break an arm or a neck. Finally, a cheerful prompt popped up from the system. Using against the Locust Man's health bar is at 49%, below the skill's 50% health limit. Confirmed to use against the Locust Man. Reaper's Scythe confirmed for use. The next available use will be in 15 days. After a few simple sentences, a heavy thud sounded outside the car as something fell and rolled to the ground. The people inside the car heard it clearly. Zhang Jiahao trembled, his voice shaking as he spoke. "It's dead?" "It should be." Lu Zhou first confirmed from the protective shield that the one who was killed was definitely a Locust Man. When he looked at the Locust Man's corpse, it had become a pile of mush due to the Reaper's Scythe. Blood flowed along with the remains. Thinking back to the broadcast just now, Lu Zhou felt a wave of relief in his heart. Fortunately, Dad had intervened and inflicted some damage. Otherwise, relying solely on himself and Zhang Jiahao might not have met the skill requirements, and they would have been waiting for death. Thinking about this made Lu Zhou feel like Lady Luck had tilted the scales in his favor once more. He first pulled his father into the car, then signaled to Zhang Jiahao to hurry inside. They couldn't afford to stay here for even a second longer. Of course, to prevent the possibility of the enemy reviving, Lu Zhou threw a few Molotov cocktails at the pile of mush. After a few bottles were thrown, the flames danced wildly, and an unusual smell filled the air. Lu Zhou recognized it. It was the smell of the locust man's body burning. After everything was done, Zhang Jiahao quickly reminded Lu Zhou, "Let's go quickly. The longer we stay, the easier it is to encounter unforeseen events." His advice made sense, as the others in the car, having just witnessed such a thrilling scene, still felt their hearts racing. Lu Zhou's mother felt her heart pounding nonstop, thinking, if it weren't for a little more, she might have lost both her son and husband. After being pulled into the car by Lu Zhou, Zhang Jiahao quickly thanked Lu Zhou's father for saving him. Lu Zhou's father waved his hand dismissively. "Why say that? If it weren't for you risking your life to save Xiaozhou, you would have been dead by now." A hint of color appeared on Zhang Jiahao's face as he slowly replied, "Of course I would act. Lu Zhou is my good friend." With this, the atmosphere in the car lightened a bit. Lu Zhou looked around at everyone and felt for the first time that their fates were genuinely intertwined. After killing the small locust man, they drove quickly to the place where Lu Zhou's aunt was supposed to be. Just then, the game subtly reminded them again. Game absorbing energy. The game is currently in an upgrade state, which will take 1 hour to complete. Lu Zhou was somewhat surprised and also delighted. As for the reason for the game upgrade, he had no time to think about it. Surviving had already been difficult enough. As long as it was something beneficial for his family, he wouldn't hesitate to use it, even if it required a huge cost. Right now, Lu Zhou eagerly hoped to become stronger. Chapter 300, Solid Glass. Tonight's events truly left a psychological shadow on many people. When the car stopped downstairs at Jiang Xiaolin's place, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. No one spoke. They silently grabbed their things and quickly headed to their aunt's house. Bang, bang, bang. "Hey, I'm coming." As the door opened, Jiang Xiaolin appeared tense. Upon seeing Lu Zhou and the group at the door, she immediately stepped aside to let everyone in. Once they entered the small apartment, the already cramped space was soon filled to capacity. Seeing her good friends had arrived, Tong Tong hurried over to greet them. However, upon noticing their red, swollen eyes, the words she wanted to say got stuck in her throat. Jiang Xiaolin wasn't oblivious. She could sense that everyone was not in a good mood. After securely locking the door, she walked over to the sofa. During this time, Wang De and Zhang Jiahao took turns recounting the terrifying events that had just unfolded. As for Lu Zhou, he was more preoccupied with considering a bunch of chaotic issues. He first activated the protective shield. Currently, the protective shield had a pitifully low defense value of just over 130 points. However, aside from acting as a protective barrier, it also served a very useful function as a detection device. It could perfectly monitor any dangers approaching the protective shield. This was also why Lu Zhou insisted on gathering everyone together to minimize potential risks. Lu Zhou's gaze swept over the group still engrossed in upgrading their game, but the tightness in his chest remained. Zhang Jiahao and Wang De had already informed everyone about the situation they might face. After hearing how difficult it was to deal with the little locust people, one by one, the group began to feel a bit anxious. However, after some reflection, they realized that at least they were all together, which would significantly lower the chance of injury. As for the changes at home, Jiang Xiaolin had already informed Wei Qingzhu through the intercom. Upon learning that everyone had gathered at his house, Wei Qingzhu, who was constantly worried about the safety of his wife and daughter, finally felt relieved. "That's good. With more people, there's strength in numbers. You and the kids be careful at home. I'm stuck at an exit and can't get out. It looks like it'll be a few days before I can return. Also, the military said they had searched Lu Zhou's building not long ago, but couldn't find them. Since you're all together now, I'll have them keep an eye on what's happening at our place. After finishing this statement, Wei Qingzhu hung up the phone. He then dialed another number that he had memorized by heart. After hanging up, Jiang Xiaolin slightly relaxed her furrowed brows. Meanwhile, Tong Tong had already huddled with Zhang Lei, whispering about something. The rest had arrived in a hurry, only bringing a mat from home. They quickly spread it out in the living room, forming a sleeping area that could accommodate several people. Although the comfort level was average, given the situation, it wasn't a time for complaints. As for Lu Zhou, aside from helping his parents set up the mat, he spent most of his time distracted by the game upgrade. As he eagerly waited, the game finally completed its upgrade. Game has upgraded to level 10. Increased following abilities. Workshop crops can produce crop enhancements. Special items can be filled in various ponds. The introduction of the game was quite simple. Lu Zhou quickly went up to check the situation. Once he got up there, looking at the newly produced workshop items, the excitement almost bubbled over. What was displayed in front of him was a special item, glass. The glass produced by the system had the same properties as steel plates, indestructible, and, in other words, its hardness was comparable to that of diamonds. Moreover, it had excellent corrosion resistance. This made Lu Zhou's tense heart instantly relax. Finally, he could renovate the glass in his house. Once the glass was upgraded, this house would effectively become a small fortress. Under normal circumstances, this house wouldn't be easily destroyed. Lu Zhou wasted no time, trembling fingers quickly crafting the glass, then selecting the areas in his aunt's house that needed reinforcement, handling them one by one. The entire upgrade process was actually quite fast. With an excited heart, Lu Zhou quietly tested the effect at his aunt's house. The effect was quite good. He couldn't break the glass with a single air bullet, so other items would likely be even harder to penetrate. After renovating the house, Lu Zhou felt entirely relieved. Just then, his aunt called him to eat something. Lu Zhou didn't refuse. He was indeed hungry. When he walked into the living room, he was handed a pack of compressed biscuits. Lu's mom spoke first. "Son, just make do with this. Right now, no family dares to cook. We don't want to become live targets." Lu Zhou agreed with everyone's caution. Basically, everyone was mixing water with some compressed biscuits to eat. Those in better conditions would bring out a few canned meats. Wang De quickly handed a can of pork to Lu Zhou's parents. "Aunt, uncle, eat some of this to avoid discomfort." Lu Zhou was taken aback by Wang Da's actions before he could even refuse. Zhang's family came over and insisted on handing over another can of fruit. Both families were quite considerate. If it weren't for Lu Zhou saving their lives this time, their family probably wouldn't have made it. Of course, as an apology for disturbing his aunt's family, Lu Zhou's aunt accepted 2 small sausages as compensation. Although his aunt repeatedly refused, she couldn't resist everyone's goodwill. Lu Zhou took out a glass bottle of milk from his backpack and handed it to his aunt. "Aunt, give this to Tong Tong and Lulu." Jiang Xiaolin immediately took it to the kitchen to heat some water. After a while, she heated the bottle with hot water, and drinking some warm milk was quite nice. Lu Zhou stayed with his parents. The 3 of them rummaged through their backpacks for a while and found a few chicken sausages. This was the chicken starch sausage Lu Zhou bought back then. He had a peculiar habit of not liking soft sausages, preferring these mixed with starch. Lu Zhou obediently tore open one end and slowly savored the salty flavor. Meanwhile, the others had finished their meals as well. Aside from eating, Wang De carefully switched on a radio. He turned down the volume and placed the radio in the middle of everyone. "I remembered to bring this when I left. Now it's just right to listen to the situation." Wang De spoke while adjusting the frequency. The radio occasionally transmitted some noisy sounds, but these quickly faded away, gradually turning into the clear voice of a broadcaster. According to investigations, the current reported disaster situation shows that the main affected areas are the Liangshan office area and the outer regions of Liangshan. The military has fully mobilized, and heavy weaponry is in position. All citizens are advised to stay in their homes and await rescue. If you unfortunately encounter monsters, please use open flames to attack them. Currently broadcasting again. Chapter 301, Out of Control. Lu Zhou frowned slightly upon hearing this, noting that only the Liangshan government area and the outskirts were severely affected. At that moment, Zhang's father suddenly spoke up with a surprising statement. Hey, both of these places are very close to the research facility of the Long Guy. Everyone turned their gazes towards Zhang's father in unison. Feeling a bit embarrassed under everyone's scrutiny, Zhang's father scratched his head, while Wangda, appearing somewhat anxious, quickly asked, Uncle Zhang, are you sure? Zhang's father then nodded firmly. I know this matter best. When these two locations were being built for the research facility, I helped them find a way to transport the construction materials. The military was in a hurry, and quite a few colleagues participated in this matter. That settled it. Wangda and the Zhang family thought of these few words in their minds. The answer was almost within reach. Lu Zhou already knew the production mechanism of the locust people, but others did not. At this point, upon speculating that it was an accident caused by the government, expressions of doubt and confusion appeared on their faces. Why would the government do such a thing? Even if they did, why not conduct proper research and avoid causing such serious consequences? He Yin covered her mouth, a flash of terror passing through her eyes. After being rescued by a mysterious person, she was later discovered by the government for having previously worked at the Jiang family. At that time, she found an excuse, saying she had something to do that day and did not go. After a thorough investigation, He Yin managed to leave the interrogation room without major issues. However, through the cold iron door, He Yin happened to hear the screams of her colleagues at that time. The piercing pain in those voices frightened He Yin, causing her complexion to change drastically. After finally leaving in a hurry, she gasped for breath. Everything told her that the Jiang family's research was illegal, and the government was trying to intervene, seizing all of the other parties' research achievements. Could this crisis be a leak from one of the Jiang family studies? He Yin felt anxious, her face flushed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and her hands trembling unconsciously, her gaze vacant. Wangda glanced at his wife and immediately noticed her nervousness and unease. He quickly reached out and tightly grasped He Yin's frail fingers. Are you okay, dear? Lean on me and take a break. Wangda didn't understand why He Yin's emotions suddenly collapsed, but for now, all he could do was comfort his wife. He Yin leaned on Wangda, as if trying to draw infinite courage from him. She suddenly felt lost and helpless. She used to believe that the military would definitely protect civilians like them, but now it seemed that things were not like that. Perhaps in the eyes of those in power, ordinary people like herself were expendable resources. At that moment, He Yin trembled all over, and it felt as if something inside her had shattered. Indeed, it was the apocalypse. Everyone was struggling in their own ways, and apart from Wangda, no one noticed He Yin's state. Wangda's radio was still on, and voices continued to come through. Currently, the efficiency of exterminating the monsters has increased, and we expect to resolve the situation within 3 days. Hearing this, everyone felt much better. Up above said they could solve this in 3 days. This is the best-case scenario. In the worst case, it might take a bit longer. Although there were some voices of doubt, overall, everyone felt there was still hope for the future. So, they all happily went to sleep. Lu Zhou remained vigilant, and to stay focused, he participated little in the nighttime conversations. The protective shield remained calm, as if the locust people no longer existed. In these 3 days, everyone, including the entire building, the adjacent building, and the people in this area, had cautiously refrained from lighting fires or turning on lights. Meals were scarce. They could only manage a bite here and there, and during the day, they dared not turn on the lights. Yet even so, screams would occasionally pierce the night. Lu Zhou sat up suddenly, quickly using the protective shield to probe his surroundings. Sure enough, about 100 meters away, there were several red dots. Lu Zhou was very clear about what those red dots meant. However, he wouldn't lift a finger for strangers. He had family and friends, and he needed to take care of himself. The screams came suddenly, but faded just as quickly. It was now the third day. On the previous 2 nights, Zhang Lele and her little cousin couldn't sleep no matter what. Even if they did doze off, they would be jolted awake by piercing rescue cries. Eventually, it was all thanks to Lu Zhou that the 2 children got some sleep after he gave them a special sleep-inducing drink, a unique concoction from the workshop. Of course, Lu Zhou was cautious and only gave the medicine to the children. The adults had no use for it. After all, this was a time when everyone needed to stay alert, and safety could not be taken lightly. Once the few red dots moved away, Lu Zhou breathed a sigh of relief and lay back down. They had safely made it through the 3rd day. On the 4th day, Wang De woke up, barely having time to wash up or eat breakfast, and hurriedly turned on the radio. Unfortunately, there was no signal today. No matter how hard Wang De tried to adjust the frequency, there was not a single trace of reception. He felt somewhat defeated. Moreover, that wasn't the only bad news. Early in the morning, Jiang Xiaolin wanted to wash up but found that the water was cut off. Testing the lights, she discovered that there was no electricity. This situation caused a sense of unease among everyone. Yet they could only advise themselves not to think too much about it. Lu Zhou quietly found an opportunity to fill the water container at his aunt's house with water. Then he silently had his breakfast. 3 days had passed, and it seemed the army's progress was not going smoothly. Life without water or electricity was never peaceful. But it was still the 1st day, and everyone could tolerate it, as they all hoped that normal life would soon resume. However, when the lack of water and electricity persisted for 3 days, no one could hold on any longer. At this point, almost everyone had no need for washing up. They were left only with the water for drinking, and when it came to food, everyone was cautious, afraid to eat too quickly and run out in a few days. Lu Zhou and his group were a resilient and cultured bunch. No one complained much. But eventually, other residents couldn't take it anymore. Sometimes these people would go out in search of food, mainly borrowing it. Most of the time, they would return empty-handed. Thus, it was inevitable that arguments and fights began. Fortunately, it seemed that the people in Lu Zhou's building had stored enough food, and no one casually ventured out. Zhang Ke looked through the glass, and after watching the commotion, hurried over to check the food supplies in his small backpack. They still had some food at home. They had left in a rush and hadn't brought much. Seeing that their food supplies were running low, Zhang Ke fell into deep thought. Should he find an opportunity to go out and get some food? As this thought just emerged, he heard cries for help and screams coming from downstairs. By the time Zhang Ke made it down, all that was left was a pool of blood. This was a bad situation, quickly bringing back memories of that unfortunate night in the car. The fleeting thought of going out for food was instantly extinguished. Chapter 302, New Skills. Seeing the situation, those who shared the same thoughts as Zhang's father decided it was better to give up for now. Lu Zhou strolled lazily to the window, observing the situation below while taking out his walkie-talkie to try calling his uncle. He initially thought there would be no signal again, but surprisingly, this time the call connected. Soon, his uncle's slightly tired voice came through the phone. Xiaozhou, something big has happened at the Institute recently. All the entrances have been sealed off. I heard from Xiaolin that you all are gathered together. It's safer that way, which is good. The 3-day plan to eliminate the locusts isn't looking feasible now. From what I've heard, it'll probably take at least another 3 days. Lu Zhou couldn't help but clench his fingers. I understand, Uncle. We'll be careful these days. After he said this, Wei Qingzhu let out a slow sigh and said softly, Xiaozhou, your aunt is with you, so I'm relieved. I heard that there's been another power and water outage outside. Lu Zhou nodded. It's been 3 days already. Hang in there. The repair personnel are working hard to restore the utilities. After discussing some important issues, they ended the call. Lu Zhou didn't hide the main news from this conversation. Instead, he decided to share it with everyone. After hearing this news, everyone felt a bit more comforted. There was still hope. Professor Wei is a pillar of the nation, and what he said was surely based on credible information. The group's morale, which had been low, lifted a bit, becoming somewhat more lively and optimistic. Indeed, as it got closer to evening, water was restored. Everyone was very happy, and Lu Zhou was no exception. It seemed his uncle's information was quite accurate. Everyone washed up a bit, and then continued eating dry rations. When it was almost midnight, power was restored. The excitement among the group intensified. During this time, some families hadn't turned off the lights and were now frantically switching them off. The briefly lit building instantly went dark again. The whole world felt like it had pressed the shutdown button, but only they knew that the fiery expectation was stirring within them. Since Lu Zhou had taken the initiative to turn off the lights at home, their house remained dark when the power returned. After tightly pulling the curtains, Jiang Xiaolin took out a small night lamp. This small lamp was dim, barely illuminating the floor. It was placed in the living room, so anyone who needed it could go and get it themselves. With a bit of anticipation, everyone quietly fell asleep. Lu Zhou found it hard to sleep. He was waiting for the refresh rate for fishing. Last time he had drawn something for translation, and he wondered what he would get this time. In fact, what Lu Zhou looked forward to the most was drawing a few powerful weapons. It would be best to have area of effect skills. After all, his single target skills were decent, but if he had to lead everyone to escape, he still felt he was lacking. To boost his luck, Lu Zhou deliberately chose a spot close to his little cousin. Before he started fishing, he even washed his hands and sincerely prayed, facing the direction of his little cousin. Then, he let out a deep breath and began the drawing process. This time, after the upgrade, the drawing interface had changed a bit. Previously, it was a spinning wheel format, but now it had transformed into a blind box style. Before the results were revealed, Lu Zhou had no idea what he would draw. Please let it be the rose number 7 fishing rod. I beg you, let it be the rose number 7 fishing rod. Lu Zhou kept praying in his heart. Only the number 7 rod could catch the weapons he needed. Quickly, the blind box opened. When the lid was lifted, a golden light emanated from inside. Lu Zhou was delighted. He could tell right away. This golden light was unmistakable. It had to be the rose number 7 fishing rod. Once the golden light dissipated, it turned out to be the fishing rod Lu Zhou wanted. Confirm 10 draws, Lu Zhou hurriedly said, and the fishing rod was quickly thrown into the river. Before a minute had passed, the rod had already caught something. Lu Zhou looked over. His pupils suddenly jolted. Roach signal. Roaches are everywhere. They're the best information masters. When you need to gather intel, use this skill to communicate with roaches. Seeing this, Lu Zhou felt a bit excited. What does this mean? This means he could possess a roach. Roaches are small, making them perfect for eavesdropping on information. Lu Zhou was quite satisfied with this draw. The next item was a mechanical electronic core. The game's description read as follows. Mechanical core. Can upgrade protective equipment. Only game crops can be upgraded. Lu Zhou was immediately a bit excited. He had a protective shield that was currently at the beginner level. Sometimes, its defense value was not very high. He wondered if it could be upgraded after using this item. Before he could ponder this too much, another item caught Lu Zhou's attention. Thunderclap Trident instantly fires thousands of bullets per second, lasting for 5 minutes. Within these 5 minutes, the switch can be adjusted at will. Cooldown time for bullets. 1 month. A special charging method can immediately replenish bullets. Goodness, this skill came just in time. This was an area attack skill, and 5 minutes of duration was enough time to escape from danger in the future. However, the description of the charging method left Lu Zhou a bit puzzled. Without much effort, when he saw the next item, Lu Zhou immediately understood what the charging method meant. Charging device absorbs various biological or non-biological matter as energy. Its energy can be converted to recharge certain skills. Current energy bar, 0. Once this explanation was out, Lu Zhou understood what the game meant. For example, when he killed the small locust person last time, the game must have absorbed energy then. Otherwise, it wouldn't have leveled up. But what puzzled Lu Zhou was why the game had to go through so much trouble, forcing him to collect energy. Regarding this doubt, Lu Zhou immediately tried to ask the game. The game remained silent for several minutes, and later, when Lu Zhou became too annoying, the game finally coldly replied, "After you handle it, the energy that reaches me has a nearly 100% absorption rate. If I absorb it myself, it's only 30%. Lu Zhou suddenly understood. No wonder the game was like this. It simply couldn't bypass him. However, was the energy from the small locust person so high? The game directly absorbed it and managed to level up? If he had collected it himself, would he have leveled up several times? Lu Zhou thought about it, but didn't say it out loud. The game, meanwhile, was enjoying its peace. If Lu Zhou didn't ask, it would definitely not say a word. But since Lu Zhou kept asking questions, it had no choice but to reveal that this was a compulsory command from their game system that couldn't be avoided. With the most crucial question answered, Lu Zhou frowned and began to ponder the items he had just obtained. Chapter 303, Gathering to Strike. He had just discovered that this charging device could even charge the protective shield. Assuming that in a crisis situation, if the protective shield's value dropped too low, he could use this charger to replenish it, adding an extra layer of safety. After managing to suppress his nervous and excited feelings, Lu Zhou first took out the mechanical core he had just acquired. The mechanical core had a metallic texture. Moreover, the surface of this sphere was covered with dense patterns. These patterns were energy conduction lines. With an expectant heart, Lu Zhou placed this item onto the protective shield he had prepared. Immediately, a faint blue light radiated from the protective shield, and soon, the mechanical core was absorbed into it. It caused not a single sound, quietly integrating as if nothing had happened. However, the changes on the screen panel clearly informed Lu Zhou that the protective shield had indeed upgraded. He saw that the original total protective value of the shield was 300, and it had now skyrocketed to 3,000. When Lu Zhou looked at it for the first time, he even rubbed his eyes in disbelief, fearing that he was seeing things. But once he confirmed that it was true, his heart, which had been tense all along, finally relaxed a little for a few seconds. An increase in protective strength by 10 times, this mechanical core was incredibly valuable. In addition to the change in protective values, Lu Zhou tried to find more variations. Soon, he discovered two significant differences. One was that the detection range had expanded. Originally, it could only detect objects within about 5 meters of the protective shield, but now it had grown to 50 meters, also a 10-fold increase. Although this range wasn't very large, it was sufficient. The other function was that the protective shield could identify malicious intent. Highly malicious entities would be marked, and within a range of 10 kilometers, their positions could be continuously tracked and displayed by the shield. As he looked at this feature, Lu Zhou's heart raced even faster. This was fantastic. It could even serve as a guard dog. Thus, Lu Zhou decided to test this function. Inside the protective shield, everything was calm, and there were no abnormalities. Lu Zhou was not surprised. After all, these people were his friends and family, those he had grown up with, and there was no way anyone with malicious intent could be mixed in. Thanks to the shield's detection range, Lu Zhou quickly scanned the surroundings. It was all quiet. He even began to doubt whether the military had already eradicated all the locust people. As night deepened and with no danger in sight, Lu Zhou was just about to go to sleep when he noticed some red dots appearing at the very edge of the protective shield. He knew all too well what these marks represented. The locust people have arrived? As soon as he realized it, Lu Zhou was somewhat surprised. After all, logically speaking, at this time, the locust people should be in extremely low numbers. How could they still be appearing? Wait, why were these locust people accurately coming toward these residential buildings? A few seconds later, an answer emerged. The electric lights. Insects are attracted to light. Could it be that the locust people are the same? Lu Zhou immediately became alert. As soon as the locust people stepped into the monitored range of the protective shield, he quickly woke up the young men in his home. Everyone remained calm when they woke up, perhaps because their lives had never truly been peaceful, constantly living in danger. After being awakened by Lu Zhou, everyone immediately rolled over and reached for the firearms placed beside them. Zhang Jiahao's eyes shimmered with a few weary tears, but his nerves were highly tense. Are the locust people coming again? He lowered his voice while leaning a bit closer to his friend. To the left of Lu Zhou were his own parents, and to the right was Zhang Jiahao. He lowered his voice even more. I just heard some noises, and it seems like there's sound coming from downstairs. He wasn't just talking nonsense. The protective shield clearly displayed that the locust people were currently moving downstairs. They fluttered their wings, producing a chilling sound. Through the window, illuminated by the bright moonlight, Zhang Jiahao indeed saw several locust people downstairs. Damn, when will this group of monsters be done? His voice was low, but the anger in Zhang Jiahao's tone was genuine. Wang De held a gun, protecting his wife and parents behind him, and at this moment, he also quietly leaned in to take a look. Once he confirmed that these creatures were back, he felt a bit deflated. How come these things are like those cockroaches that won't die? It's been so long, and they're still here. Just as Zhang's father was about to speak, Lu Zhou whispered, "Don't say anything. They're flying up." This statement was like a spell, and everyone tacitly fell silent. Of course, everyone's gaze remained fixed on the window. Quickly, after 3 or 4 seconds, several locust people lazily flew up. Their leisurely demeanor contrasted sharply with the tension of the group. Everyone hid behind objects, fearing to provoke unnecessary trouble. However, these locust people ignored them and turned to attack the household upstairs. Jiang Xiaolin's eyes gradually filled with compassion. That household upstairs usually appeared quite friendly, but now they were facing this unfortunate event. However, she quickly realized the truth of the situation. Could it be that they were attracted by the lights before? Did these locust people come because of that? This speculation left Jiang Xiaolin feeling somewhat disturbed. She was conflicted and afraid of her own guess. Does the military really provide electricity at random times? Don't they know that it would cause such unexpected events at night? Or are they deliberately using this kind of accident? In that moment, Jiang Xiaolin's heart was in turmoil. The screams from upstairs grew louder, and everyone felt reluctant to continue listening. But in this situation, who could abandon their family to fight the locust people? Lu Zhou felt the same. Aside from paying attention to the noises from upstairs, he also had to monitor the movements within a 50-meter radius. However, something abnormal occurred. They thought the locust people were coming in small numbers, but quickly, the red dots marked on the map increased to an overwhelming number, so many that they could only be described as dense. At this moment, not to mention others, even Lu Zhou, who had game skills, felt a sudden chill down his spine. This is terrifying. So many locust people could easily tear apart any unit. Speaking of which, what is the military doing? At this time, the skill, Eating Melon, that hadn't been active for several days appeared. The military is trying to lure the locust people outside Liangshan using lights, but the effectiveness of the drone lights is nearly non-existent. They ultimately decided to use real lights to trap them. In 5 minutes, the military's main force will come to deal with the locust people. Chapter 304. Support arrived. After a long time, the skill of Eating Melon unexpectedly revealed some news. This news startled Lu Zhou. However, after thinking it over carefully, Lu Zhou gradually connected the facts together. He never expected that this group of people would actually use this method to drive away the locust people. They truly are resourceful. Lu Zhou's initial trust in the authorities quickly dissipated. Aside from marveling at the army's methods, he had to think about how to endure this period. If he just stayed cooped up with such a thick protective shield and the house just reinforced, it was highly likely that it wouldn't be torn apart by the large army of locust people. Soon, Lu Zhou made a decision. Unless there were special circumstances, everyone should stay inside the house and not go out. He shared his thoughts with the others, and everyone nodded in understanding. At this point, no one was so foolish as to ignore sound advice. During their conversation, Lu Zhou keenly noticed a few sounds of crawling nearby. The noise was so loud that everyone froze in place. The unique tap, tap, tap sound of the crawlers struck against the walls of the house. Occasionally, there would be a flap sound as some insects spread their wings, followed by a loud buzzing sound. To put it simply, a single locust person could not make such a noise. It was because of their large numbers that all the locust people began to buzz and fly chaotically. Lu Zhou's eyes never left the protective shield. He saw that the entire building was surrounded by red dots. In less than a minute, the locust people outside had completely covered the house. Besides Lu Zhou, the others didn't dare to utter a word, fearing they might attract the attention of these locust people. Everyone stared at the small piece of glass visible from the window. Through that small piece of glass, they could see several locust people's unique antennae swaying. Just watching this scene was enough to leave one speechless. As everyone's expressions became numb, they gradually noticed that these crawlers were rapidly retreating. Shush, shush, shush from the window. Lu Zhou immediately thought that the army had arrived. However, when he looked at his watch, he realized it wasn't time yet and he didn't dare to move. As the locust people retreated, they were so crowded that a few of them crashed into the glass, making a loud noise that made everyone's hearts race. They cautiously looked out, only to find that the glass remained intact. At this moment, everyone was relieved that the glass was sturdy. Lu Zhou fixed his gaze on the locust people who crashed into the glass. The locust person that had hit it looked dazed at first, but then immediately shook its head, trying to escape. It was unclear whether the protective shield had some kind of heat insulation or other hidden effects. But after putting it on, Lu Zhou noticed that these locust people seemed blind. If they didn't act recklessly, they could hardly see them. Everyone held their breath, quietly waiting for the locust people to leave. At this time, because they had been crouching for too long, Wanda was about to sit down to rest, but unexpectedly, as soon as he sat down, he landed right on top of the radio. Not knowing which button he had pressed, the radio suddenly began to emit sounds in the silent environment. Reflecting on it, the sound wasn't loud. Almost the moment the radio made a sound, Wanda's eyes widened in panic, and he hurriedly turned off the radio. However, it was already too late to contain the sound. Suddenly, the locust people seemed to have heard the noise and turned back, occasionally lingering in front of the window where Lu Zhou and the others were. The antennae of the locust man twitched, and after sniffing, it stopped right in front of the glass window, facing the group, silently staring at the inside of the house. Lu Zhou wasn't sure if the locust man had seen them, but everyone in the room immediately tensed up, afraid to breathe loudly upon seeing this scene. According to everyone's thoughts, given the characteristics of insects, they shouldn't be able to see them due to poor eyesight. However, the noise from earlier might have indeed caught the attention of the creature. They had to be prepared for both scenarios. Lu Zhou quietly took out his firearm while continuing to observe the surroundings. There was still half a minute left until the 5-minute mark. They could surely hold on until the military arrived. The others also tacitly took out their weapons. Wanda was extremely frustrated, not expecting that this mistake, which had been brought on by him, would lead to such a situation. He simply couldn't tolerate it. If anyone got hurt because of him later, he would feel he deserved to die. The locust man observed for a moment, hesitated, and twitched its antennae a few times. It felt that there was seemingly no one around, and with its companions urging it, it was about to take off. But for some reason, it suddenly had a mischievous thought. Then it forcefully slammed against the window where Lu Zhou and the others were. None of them dared to make a sound. Everyone tightly covered their mouths, remaining motionless. They appeared quite calm, but if one looked closely, terror was evident in their eyes. After a few impacts against the glass, the locust man attracted other companions. Several locust men of similar size began to randomly slam against the glass, creating a bang, bang, bang sound. The vibrating glass made everyone inside the room extremely anxious. They were afraid that if they weren't careful, the glass would shatter. Wanda was filled with regret. Yin tightly held onto his hand, shaking her head while gripping her weapon with her right hand, her eyes filled with warmth. This was to reassure him that she would charge to the front with him when the time came. Wang Da's heart calmed down a bit. After tormenting the people inside for a while, the locust man decided to leave. Just before it flew away, it flapped its wings, ready to take off. Bang, bang, bang. Pah! After a few gunshots, in the next second, the locust man's body exploded. Green blood sprayed all over the window, startling Lu Zhou and the others who were secretly observing inside. At that moment, Lu Zhou immediately looked at the time on his wrist. Exactly 5 minutes had passed. He never expected that one day he would feel that 5 minutes could be such a long wait. The first gunshot seemed to trigger a spontaneous counterattack from the crowd. Many people who were fighting against the locust men gritted their teeth and desperately struck at these monsters. Everyone clung to a belief. Hold on, as long as they held on, their family would soon be saved. After all, the military was coming to support them. Among them were husbands, wives, sons, daughters, grandfathers, grandmothers, fathers, and mothers. These people were completely unaware, mechanically repeating the action of striking the locust men until they burst or until their sides suffered casualties. Chapter 305, Understanding. In such a brutal situation, it was simply too much to bear. The gruesome scene of the insectoid humanoid's bodily fluids splattering against the glass windows due to gunfire would make anyone with a cleanliness obsession cover their mouth and want to vomit. Inside the room, the atmosphere finally lightened up a bit. Zhang Jieqi had a beaming expression. Could it be that someone has come to our aid? The military, perhaps. Wanda followed closely. It has to be the military. Who else could have such powerful firepower? Zhang's father, Wang Da's father, and He Yin all breathed a sigh of relief, and they echoed, "It must be the military forces. Let's get a bit closer and see what's going on." Due to the insectoid bodily fluids, the windows had become quite dirty, making it a bit difficult for everyone to see outside. When they finally got a clear view, their mouths all dropped open. The sight was filled with fighter jets and armored tanks. The imposing presence was overwhelming. Zhang Jieqi was somewhat dazed. I can see that the insectoid humanoids are indeed not easy to deal with. Those weapons are definitely the latest research from the military. Wanda took out binoculars and exclaimed, "Wow, it's true. This operation is probably going to wrap up quickly." Lu Zhou, on the other hand, remained still, staring intently at the armored artillery not far below. With such armed forces, it was no wonder they could deal with the insectoid humanoids. While everyone in the room was watching the spectacle, outside, the insectoid humanoids were being systematically eliminated amidst the sounds of gunfire and explosions. When Lu Zhou lifted the protective shield to take a look, he made a new discovery. He saw a dense cluster of red dots. Now, he could see that the number had significantly decreased, but most importantly, there was a new type of blue dot appearing. Lu Zhou immediately became alert. What did this blue dot represent? Instead of pondering it himself, he quickly asked the game. After having experienced the benefits of the game's responses, Lu Zhou had discovered a new approach. Whenever he encountered something he didn't understand, he would first ask the game. If the game knew the answer, it would make things much easier. If it didn't, he wouldn't be a loss. He thought it would take a few minutes for the game to respond, but to Lu Zhou's surprise, the game appeared almost instantly. It responded with almost zero latency, its tone seemingly infused with a hint of excitement and enthusiasm. The blue light represents collectible energy substances. It is recommended that players collect them. This statement immediately plunged Lu Zhou into deep thought. He already knew the game's nature. It wouldn't act without any benefit. The fact that it responded so quickly meant it was eager for him to collect these items. Whenever it involved its own interests, the game suddenly became much more cooperative. Lu Zhou chuckled, not hurrying to collect the items, but instead using the binoculars to observe the situation. He saw that after the insectoid humanoids had been cleared away, a dozen or so personnel dressed in protective suits appear below. These workers operated special bulldozers to pile up the heaps of insectoid corpses, clearing them away one by one. Observing this scene, Lu Zhou took another look at the display of the protective shield, a dense cluster of small blue dots. Seeing this situation, Lu Zhou's heart warmed considerably. He had initially thought that collecting energy substances would be a troublesome and dangerous task. In fact, he had considered taking risks to gather enough energy substances to prepare for future troubles. But he hadn't expected that as soon as he closed his eyes for a moment, the military would deliver a significant gift to him by sweeping away the insectoid humanoids. Seeing the other party's eagerness, Lu Zhou subtly prompted, "Player, you should cherish this rare opportunity. Otherwise, the next chance to recharge will be far off." In fact, even without the game speaking, Lu Zhou would have gone down to collect the energy. Watching the other party get anxious only made Lu Zhou calmer. "I'm not going down. It's dangerous down there. What if you're deceiving me? You have to understand, I still have my parents to protect." As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Zhou felt a bit shameless. The game was holding back its frustration and gently persuaded. According to the game's assessment, it is already safe down there. The player should seize this opportunity. During this time, the two continued to haggle a few times, eventually ending the negotiation with the game offering a random treasure chest. Lu Zhou smiled subtly, thinking to himself, "Game, you're still too naive and easy to deceive. In this situation, even without urging him, I would go down." Lu Zhou began to put on his clothes with practiced ease, startling those around him. Wang to widen his eyes. "Lu Zhou, what are you doing?" Zhang Jiahao had a slight suspicion in his heart. "You're not thinking of going down, are you?" Zhang Jiahao thought his words were rather light-hearted, but upon seeing his friend slightly nod, his mouth fell open in shock, wide enough to fit a goose egg. "Oh no, Lu Zhou, don't think too much about it. Why are you going down? Didn't you see those people down there busy collecting corpses? What if those locust people are just pretending to be dead?" Zhang Jiahao was genuinely concerned for his friend and hurriedly expressed his opinions. Lu Zhou's parents, however, stopped Zhang Jiahao, indicating for Lu Zhou to go down. Zhang Jiahao looked at Lu Zhou's parents in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. He kept murmuring, "No, Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, what's wrong with you? Please persuade Lu Zhou together with me. How can you let him go down?" Lu Zhou's father wore a calm expression. "Jiahao, you're a good kid. Uncle knows you're genuinely concerned about Xiao Zhou. However, as his parents, we firmly believe that Lu Zhou is a grown-up with his own unique judgment. Remember the times when we all relied on Xiao Zhou to escape dangers? Ever since then, his mother and I have decided to support him in whatever he wants to do." This was the first time Lu Zhou heard his parents speak like this, and he widened his eyes. He thought that this time when they went out, his parents would continue to stop him, even preparing arguments against them. But hearing their firm words made him feel a little vulnerable. Lu Zhou looked at his parents, who seemed to be in a relaxed state, as if saying these words was not forced. He felt a bit relieved and solemnly said to his parents, "I'll be back." After leaving those words, Lu Zhou put on his protective helmet, turned the handle, and strode down the stairs. Jiang Xiaolin stared blankly at her sister, turning around. In a place where no one could see, she secretly wiped away her tears, regretting that she hadn't stopped Xiao Zhou at that moment. How pitiful are the hearts of parents everywhere. Once down the stairs, Lu Zhou confidently approached the pile of locust corpses. The energy piled up together seemed to jump and dance continuously, as if it was beckoning him. Just as Lu Zhou was about to absorb it, he was interrupted by a staff member wearing protective clothing. "Hey, what are you doing down here?" Chapter 306, The Plan Takes Shape. The voice quickly interrupted Lu Zhou's racing thoughts. He initially wanted to try to absorb energy from a distance, but after experimenting, he found that he could only absorb energy when he brought his hands close to the pile of corpses. Moreover, the absorption required a full minute to take effect. Hearing someone ask him a question, Lu Zhou immediately looked up to meet the other person's gaze. However, he couldn't see much, as the person was wrapped in a thick protective suit. In their hand, they held a strangely shaped stick, which appeared to be some sort of stun baton. At this moment, If Lu Zhou didn't speak, he would likely be knocked out by that baton. The current situation was special, and there wasn't much time for the cleanup team. As he saw that the person wasn't coming closer, Lu Zhou quickly thought of a better approach. He put on an expression of admiration and said, "Brother, I really admire you heroes. Can I join you in cleaning up this mess?" The staff member was taken aback, having never heard someone actively volunteer for such a task before. He hesitated and replied, "No, the safety of the people is the top priority. You should go back. We can handle it here." Lu Zhou immediately pleaded again, "Brother, please make an exception. I have my own protective suit, and my dream is to become a soldier. Just let me tag along to see things for myself." "Okay." The staff member firmly refused. "That's not possible. Everything related to the military is strictly off limits to you. Go back." Lu Zhou was not about to give up. After all, this was the first step of his plan. Seeing that soft persuasion wasn't working, he quickly thought of his uncle's influence. "Brother, my uncle is Professor Wei Qingzhu. Have you heard of him? I'm his nephew. My uncle dedicates himself to the country, and I hold the same mindset. Please let me volunteer just this once." After hearing this, the other person finally softened. He took out a communicator and dialed a number. After a moment, he said in a flat tone, "I've specifically mentioned your situation. The higher-ups have agreed to let you join us, but for your safety, you're only allowed to observe the cleanup and watch the soldiers in action from a distance." This was fantastic news. Lu Zhou was overjoyed inside. He didn't actually want to go in a battle. Why take risks when he could take advantage of the situation? Immediately, Lu Zhou smiled and pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. When nobody was watching, he slipped it into the other person's pocket. The feel of the soft cigarette box made the person quickly notice it, and his tone softened a bit. "I just heard our leader mention that you're Lu Zhou, right?" Lu Zhou nodded, moving quickly. "Brother, please teach me anything you can." After giving him a pack of cigarettes, the staff member found Lu Zhou's words much more pleasant to hear. He smiled and said, "Sure, I'll teach you everything I know, but this mission needs to be done quickly. It will be finished in half a day. Do you know how to drive?" "Of course." "Brother, my driving skills are top-notch." The other person chuckled. "All right, let's see how you handle this." He quickly introduced Lu Zhou to the controls of the vehicle. In just a few minutes, with Lu Zhou's flattery and smooth talk, the other person was in high spirits and unwittingly revealed all his personal information. Due to the urgency of this mission, the cleanup team mostly recruited people who had prior military service and could drive, rather than hiring anyone formally. These people are temporary workers recruited by the cleanup team. Professor Lu Zhou is in charge of the supplies, and Old Yin is the one helping him. Old Yin is 44 years old, with a little daughter, a wife, and an elderly mother depending on him for support. That pack of cigarettes could be exchanged for nearly 10 kilograms of rice on the black market. Hearing this, Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel a bit wistful. Of course, just saying this might lead everyone to think that Old Yin is a decent person, but in reality, he's quite cunning and slippery. The cleanup team has given a generous reward for this mission, a full 3,000 exchange points, equivalent to a regular person's monthly salary. It can be earned in just half a day's work. However, this job also carries risks. After all, money isn't that easy to make, right? Nonetheless, even so, many people still want to participate in this mission for the high pay. Old Yin took out a worn-out pipe, stuffed it with some tobacco, lit it up, and took a puff as if savoring it. He then continued chatting with Lu Zhou. "Little Lu, your driving skills are pretty good. I think if you don't join the military in the future, it would be a loss for them. TSK, but I'm not trying to discourage you. Your admiration for the military is fine, but there's no need to enlist. You know how many soldiers might die in this mission." As he spoke, Old Yin suddenly leaned in, almost lowering his voice. Lu Zhou's face showed the unique youthful fervor. Pretending to be tough, he said, "Big brother, I know it's dangerous, but I still want to go." Old Yin blew out a smoke ring and patted his arm. All right, we'll talk about these things later, but in my opinion, your chances of entering the military district are quite big. By the way, little Lu, I have something to do. if there's something you can't handle in the back of the car, come and call me." As old Yin spoke, he crawled over to the back seat of the car. The back seat was a long bed, enough for a young man to lie down and rest for a while. Logically, this part of the car shouldn't have been designed, but after Lu Zhou got in the car and listened to old Yin, he finally understood the insider information. In reality, these cars were modified from trailers, and due to the urgency of the mission, there was naturally no time to dismantle the back seat. Looking at old Yin lying in the back seat with his eyes closed and sound asleep, Lu Zhou smiled slightly. How nice. He could now absorb energy openly without any worries. Soon, Lu Zhou began working, shoveling the bodies and placing them in the truck bed at the back of the car. This job required patience. If there were no rewards, it would feel quite boring. However, Lu Zhou was doing it with great enthusiasm, as this was all energy he could get for free. Under the circumstances that no one knew, Lu Zhou secretly absorbed a lot of energy. His hardworking appearance naturally attracted a lot of attention. These people were old Yan's co-workers, watching Lu Zhou work like a madman in their own car, looking at him like he was a fool. This silly kid is really young. Youth means being easily deceived, full of strength, and working hard. The matter of Lu Zhou joining the team wasn't known only to old Yan. In fact, almost all the cleaners in old Yan's crew were aware of this. Chapter 307. The Corpse Fraud. At first, everyone felt a bit unsettled. Why should he? This job is a bit dangerous, but the pay is high. This group of people had gone through numerous screenings to be able to do this work. Why should this little brat be allowed to slip in through the back door? This anger was somewhat diminished when they learned that Lu Zhou was purely a volunteer. What? Are you crazy? No pay, and still willing to work. That's hard to evaluate. Many thought he was just a fool. After all, who volunteers for this kind of thing nowadays? Seeing that Lu Zhou was indeed honest in his work, these seasoned old-timers couldn't help but feel a bit of a tendency to bully him. However, since Lu Zhou had a background, they didn't dare to bully him too openly. It was much easier to subtly make Lu Zhou do more work. Soon enough, Lu Zhou found himself with a few extra tasks handed to him. Lu Zhou couldn't help but grin broadly. This time, the harvest was quite good. To be honest, the speed at which everyone processed the corpses on the piece of land in front of Lu Zhou's house was quite fast. Even though these people were subtly making Lu Zhou do more work, no one dared to slow down the overall pace. If they mishandled this speed, they would definitely face punishment. After cleaning up this area, the machine beside Lu Zhou beeped. Old Yin had told him before that when this thing beeps, it means someone from above has a message to convey. Without hesitation, Lu Zhou quickly pressed the answer button. Sure enough, it was an order from above. All cleanup teams, listen up, everyone advance 10 kilometers west. All team leaders, please report back. Lu Zhou pondered for a moment. The military's cleanup speed was quite fast. Now, it was basically the front-line troops responsible for exterminating the locust men, while the cleanup teams in the rear were responsible for tidying up. Everything was orderly. Report. Lu Zhou spoke in place of old Yan. Then he immersed himself back into the task. A row of cleanup vehicles slowly drove towards the target location. To avoid worrying his mother, Lu Zhou had already reported his safety to her. On Wei Qingzhu's side, he was shocked when he just received a call saying that Lu Zhou wanted to join the volunteer army. However, he quickly sensed something was off. His nephew usually acted quite prudently. Was there some plan he wanted to implement with his assistants this time? Without direct communication between the two, they both understood each other's thoughts. Nonetheless, worried about Lu Zhou's safety, Wei Qingzhu specifically advised that he could let Lu Zhou give it a try. But if his mother found out that Lu Zhou was injured, she would be very upset. Moreover, since Lu Zhou didn't have rich experience, he merely suggested letting Lu Zhou integrate into the logistics team. The person in charge of communicating with Wei Qingzhu was no fool. Upon hearing this, he immediately understood. With a smile, he said, "We understand your feelings, and we will place him in a suitable position." After hanging up the phone, Wei Qingzhu suppressed his urge to ask Lu Zhou about it. Given Lu Zhou's reliability in the past, he secretly told himself that Lu Zhou would be fine. Putting the phone aside, Wei Qingzhu continued with his research. His research institute was considered quite effective in communication, and it was still essential for him to conduct his research. The organization internally regarded Wei Qingzhu as a highly protected talent. They allowed subordinates to satisfy Wei Qingzhu's requirements within reasonable limits. As for Wei Qingzhu's research, he was currently focused on developing a nutrient solution. Previously, he had already worked on nutrient solutions for a week, and now he was making progress toward the 2-week nutrient solution. Moreover, and most importantly, Wei Qingzhu found it very convenient to obtain the raw materials for producing nutritional agents, unlike traditional nutritional agents, which tend to be much more complex. Of course, it wasn't just this technology that made the higher-ups regard Wei Qingzhu differently. More importantly, he was invited to research a superactive substance. This substance, Wei Qingzhu knew far more about than the military. It was precisely the T-34 substance. However, the military had not given it a name. To be honest, Wei Qingzhu's research direction did not really align with this project, but the higher-ups had a wild imagination. Since Wei Qingzhu had previously researched special soil that had a significant catalytic effect on plants, this group of people hoped he could bring them some surprises again. Of course, what no one knew was that Wei Qingzhu's first choice of research field was botany, but due to a wrong application, he ended up as an agricultural researcher. However, he did not give up on studying botany and often attended classes and consulted relevant mentors whenever he had time. In this sense, his knowledge of botany was no less than that of those with doctorates. Naturally, this information was unknown to anyone. Wei Qingzhu's original intention was to sneak in and see how the authorities would research this substance, so he accepted the task somewhat reluctantly. As a result of this task, Wei Qingzhu's status within the organization rose another level. On Lu Zhou's side, the progress was going smoothly. Just from the corpses of the locust people in the first area, the energy storage equipment was already fully charged. Lu Zhou thought that once it was fully charged, there would be no place to store it. Just as he was about to sigh in regret, he quickly realized he was mistaken. After being fully charged, this energy could be stacked again up to its original capacity. The game introduction stated that it could stack energy. The maximum was 10 layers. However, each time a skill was activated, 1 layer of energy would be consumed. Wow, it was indeed terrifying. After seeing this introduction, Lu Zhou felt much more at ease. So much energy was still waiting for him to collect, and now he could gather quite a bit. If he could stack it to 10 layers, then he would essentially have an extra life-saving charm in the future. Soon, Lu Zhou arrived at his destination. The size of this area was similar to the one near Lu Zhou's home. Lu Zhou continued to work swiftly, shoveling away the corpses and then absorbing the energy. Having done this work so many times, Lu Zhou developed a kind of illusion. He felt he was not absorbing energy, but rather picking up garbage. Found a human corpse? Tossed it away. Found a locust person's corpse? Absorbed it. It felt very much like picking up trash. Following the main group, Lu Zhou moved forward and passed through 3 or 4 more locations. The process at each place was quite similar. Even someone like Lu Zhou, who could earn game rewards, found it somewhat boring. Just as he was feeling this tediousness, Lu Zhou suddenly noticed a corpse that seemed to be faking death. At that moment, he was bowing his head to work, and his neck was sore. When he raised his head to stretch his neck, he was startled. There was a corpse lying on the ground that suddenly wobbled and stood up. Someone closest to the corpse hadn't reacted to the situation yet. Lu Zhou was immediately stunned. Then he shouted to remind him, "Get away from there, it's faking death." Chapter 308, Rapid Evolution. The person reminded by Lu Zhou reacted quickly. After all, he had served in the military. Upon turning around and seeing the swaying corpse behind him, he immediately jumped and ran about 10 meters away. Next, he quickly crawled into the car to play dead. Lu Zhou didn't hesitate and also got into the car to take refuge. Once he sat down securely, Lu Zhou carefully examined the corpse that was pretending to be dead in front of him. It was indeed a locust man. This thing looked slow, no longer the swift creature it once was. The leader of Lu Zhou's team was the one who was still slacking off, Old Yin. Lu Zhou didn't give him time and directly push him awake. Old Yin sat up abruptly and saw his junior, whom he appreciated, looking very serious. "Brother, the locust man's corpse is pretending to be dead. We must report this to the leaders." Old Yin shuddered and instantly woke up. He pushed Lu Zhou aside and rushed to the car window to look outside. Indeed, there was a locust man pretending to be dead, moving slowly. That appearance was quite unusual. Old Yin hurriedly reported this to his superior. Soon after, he received a response from above, instructing him to observe this creature, and that special operations support would arrive in 10 minutes. After hanging up, Old Yin angrily threw the walkie-talkie into the back seat, as if venting his frustration. Damn it! What are the special operations team doing? How could they let such a big locust man slip by? Are they really just getting paid for nothing? In a fit of blame, he completely forgot that he had just ordered Lu Zhou to work while he himself was slacking off. However, Old Yin didn't vent for long. He soon listlessly picked up the walkie-talkie he had thrown in the back and wiped it down a few times before putting it back in his pocket. Lu Zhou glanced at Old Yin and then refocused his gaze on the pretending corpse of the locust man. This locust man appeared to have a complete body, but upon closer inspection, one could see some bullet holes remaining on its body. Earlier, it was said that its movements were abnormally slow, so everyone felt that observing this creature for 10 minutes was a feasible task. About a dozen cars were cooperating to encircle the locust man in the center to prevent it from escaping. The locust man didn't make any excessive movements. It just moved slowly in the middle, and sometimes it even lowered its head to nibble on something. Old Yin watched this situation with his scalp tingling, and he forced a dry smile at the corner of his mouth. This thing looks more and more like a zombie. Old Yin clearly had read popular novels and at least knew what a zombie was. Lu Zhou kept his eyes on that thing in the center and calmly said, "Right, I think it looks like that too." Before he finished speaking, Lu Zhou keenly noticed something unusual. Wasn't this locust man's walking speed faster than before? As this thought emerged in Lu Zhou's mind, he began to observe the creature more closely. Indeed, it was no longer moving at the super slow pace it had before. It had evolved into a staggering figure. Moreover, what was terrifying was that this change happened merely from eating one creature. Lu Zhou couldn't help but wonder what might happen if it ate more. Would it evolve into something even more terrifying? The nerve in his brain tightened immediately. His sixth sense was going wild, as if warning him that danger was imminent. Then, Lu Zhou's right eyelid twitched violently. When he looked back at the creature in the center, it had already lowered its head, starting to nibble on the next creature. Lu Zhou quietly glanced around and found that everyone seemed unaware of the dangerous change he had just noticed. Lu Zhou tentatively provided information to Old Yin. "Big brother, why do I feel like this locust man seems smarter than before? And have you noticed its movement speed has increased quite a bit?" By the time he finished speaking, the locust man had already devoured its second kindred. Its speed had clearly accelerated and was now on par with that of a normal human. Old Yin went from disbelief to wide-eyed shock in just a few seconds. "Oh my God, it really does seem that way." Old Yin suddenly wore a face of fear. Who wouldn't be scared seeing a zombie that could enter a car? After all, they were here to clean up the trash, not to risk their lives. Lu Zhou maintained a serious expression, keeping a close watch on the locust man. Based on the other party's entry speed, if the rescue came in 10 minutes, he would likely be in danger himself. Lu Zhou only wanted to harvest energy painlessly. He didn't want to feed a zombie, and he was aware of that. Right now, Lu Zhou suggested, "Big brother, let me handle this thing." Old Yan's expression revealed disbelief. "You're just blowing smoke. You think you can handle it? They just said there's a whole special forces team sent for this thing." Lu Zhou chuckled lightly. "No worries, big brother, just watch me." As soon as he finished speaking, he recklessly drove the car straight toward the locust man. Old Yan's expression cracked. The next second, he finally realized he was about to yell. "Lu Zhou, what are you trying to do? We can't handle this thing. Don't take me to my death." Besides, The special forces are coming soon. We don't need to take risks." His earnest advice had no effect. Lu Zhou instead accelerated even faster toward the locust man. Old Yan's shock left his mouth agape, his anger stifled. Damn it, is this kid doing this on purpose? Driving so fast is making my head spin. Immediately, the locust man looked at the oncoming vehicle with fear in its eyes. It knew it was still weak. If it could devour a few more of its kind, it would gain significant strength. But at present, it was no match for a heavy vehicle. In just one encounter, it was ruthlessly crushed by Lu Zhou. The sound of the wheels crushing beneath made a crack noise reminiscent of human bones being ground. The surrounding people felt a bit of nausea. Old Yan's brow twitched violently. After being crushed over a dozen times, Lu Zhou finally backed the car up a bit, wanting to see his handiwork. At this point, not only was Lu Zhou curious, but everyone else was as well, wanting to see what had happened. When they focused their eyes on the other side, they discovered that the locust man had been reduced to a puddle of blood and flesh. Had the crisis been so easily resolved? Everyone felt a bit dazed. However, Lu Zhou didn't relax, because that tense feeling still lingered within him. Moreover, it occasionally twitched, making his brain feel like it was about to explode. Old Yin excitedly took out his already emptied pipe from his pocket, trembling as he attempted to light it. Chapter 309, T34 Substance. The voice had changed. "Good kid, you're pretty impressive. Don't worry, I'll tell the people who come that this thing was killed by you." Lu Zhou casually glanced outside the car. Is the opponent really just gone like that? He didn't quite believe it. After a few words from Old Yin, he noticed that Lu Zhou seemed a bit distracted and shifted his gaze outside the window. As soon as he looked, he was shocked. My goodness, this thing can actually come back to life? The locust person that should have been crushed into a puddle of flesh and blood was miraculously beginning to form again, and the flesh was rapidly reconstructing. This sight could easily scare 10 people if it got out. Lu Zhou watched this, feeling that it was truly difficult to handle. What the hell was causing the other party to keep reviving? This scene wasn't just witnessed by Lu Zhou and Old Yin. Everyone else was also watching with bated breath, not daring to move. This was truly a genuine monster. Lu Zhou frowned, pondering countermeasures. Could it be that the other party's cells were still intact and active, allowing for such rapid division? To verify this hypothesis, Lu Zhou quickly threw a Molotov cocktail while the opponent hadn't fully formed yet. Lu Zhou's speed was quick. Before Old Yin even realized what had happened, he saw flames engulfing the locust person. Wait, what just flew by? Old Yin was stunned, his eyes wide, and his pipe fell to the ground. After a while, he finally reacted, quickly bending down to pick up his pipe. Lu Zhou didn't bother with him. He silently focused on the flaming mass before him. The flames burned fiercely, especially since what Lu Zhou threw was a Molotov cocktail. The locust person immediately distorted in pain. It should have differentiated into a normal locust person, but now it was writhing in agony, changing shape erratically. However, this creature seemed to sense where its nearest companion's corpse was. Soon, the moving flames, as if mad, surged toward the location of the locust person's body. Lu Zhou's expression immediately turned serious. Without hesitation, he started the car, quickly scooping the nearest corpse into the vehicle. The locust person missed its target, thinking that by staying in front of its companion's corpse, it would be saved, only to find it had been intercepted. Anger filled its mind. Pain, such pain. It had to kill the one who heard it. It had to kill him. The locust person didn't even bother looking for another suitable corpse, instead charging directly toward Lu Zhou's vehicle. The violent running created wind, intensifying the flames. Old Yin had never seen a scene like this before and was so frightened his mind went blank. Lu Zhou coldly slammed the steering wheel, making a U-turn, planning to lead this thing away from the pile of corpses. He realized that the pile of corpses was a great source of energy for this creature. As the locust person crazily chased after him, Lu Zhou still shouted to the others, "Quickly clean up the pile of corpses. Speed it up, or it might revive and evolve again soon. Everyone was still stunned by the scene, their scalps tingling. Upon hearing Lu Zhou give the order, they jumped into action without a second thought. After all, Lu Zhou was much calmer than they were. This guy dared to crush the enemy, burn the locust people, and even attract their hatred. These three things combined made everyone inappropriately think that Lu Zhou was truly a real man. For a moment, remembering how they had bullied the enemy just moments ago, they all wished they could slap themselves twice. However, guilt aside, they still had to get the job done. Once Lu Zhou lured the locust people away, the remaining vehicles urgently began the corpse cleanup. Hearing the sound of the vehicles starting up behind him, Lu Zhou focused on driving, intending to leave the locust people behind him for a while. Old Yin sat in the back seat, feeling numb. Once he managed to shake off the shock, he immediately wanted to grab the other person's neck and shout, "Lu Zhou, don't drag me down with you. I still have a wife, kids, and an old mother at home." Lu Zhou replied with a calm, and said softly, "Don't worry, brother. I'll definitely make sure we both get back safely." Old Yin was irritated by his nonchalant demeanor. At this moment, he had grabbed Lu Zhou's collar with one hand. "How dare you act so casually? Did you not see how terrifying this thing is? What are we going to do if it catches up to us? With all that fire, it could cause the car to explode." Old Yin thought of the worst possible outcome, and his emotions started to spiral out of control. Lu Zhou waved the hand that was grabbing him aside, his eyes fixed coldly on the road ahead as he spoke indifferently. "Brother Yin, that monster evolved so quickly. Do you really think we could just sit here and wait for the army to rescue us? You're underestimating its evolution speed." Old Yin was so angry that his temples were twitching, and he was seething with rage. Just when he wanted to sit down and discuss things, he turned his head and saw a ball of flames by the window. "Damn, it caught up so quickly. Lu Zhou, you better drive faster. It's right behind us." Old Yin barely sat back down when, just a few seconds later, he was launched back up in his seat. His tone was extremely agitated. Lu Zhou took his time, not forgetting to retort, "It's all your fault, Brother Yin. You delayed me from driving back there. Otherwise, how could we have let it catch up?" Old Yin was so frustrated that his temples were throbbing. He regretted letting Lu Zhou come along. Seeing that the complaints had stopped, Lu Zhou immediately sped up, shaking off the pursuing locust people for a bit. After that, every time Old Yin spoke, Lu Zhou would start to slow down the car, putting subconscious pressure on him. After a few rounds, Old Yin completely realized that this kid was no fool. He was just a cunning little devil. All right, little Lu, I'm begging you. My heart can't take this. Please don't scare me anymore." Lu Zhou shook his head with a serious expression. "Brother Yin, don't say that. I've never scared you. I was just driving seriously back there." Old Yin lost his temper. "Damn it. I'm begging you. Let me get out of here and reunite with my family. Rest assured, I definitely will." After saying this, Lu Zhou pushed the car to its maximum speed. However, he had been paying attention to the speed of the locust people since earlier. That thing was surprisingly resilient to fire. All the way down, it had continued to chase him relentlessly. Moreover, its stamina showed no signs of decreasing. In fact, it seemed to be getting stronger. Lu Zhou felt a bit puzzled. Could it be some kind of resurrection? But thinking back to how quickly it had evolved earlier, Lu Zhou had a new suspicion in his mind. Could this thing be somewhat related to that T-34 substance? As soon as he thought of that substance, Lu Zhou grew serious. This locust person must either be taken away or destroyed. It cannot be left for the military to study. Chapter 3:10. Taking Away the Mutant. As this thought emerged, Lu Zhou was already coldly staring at the locust person in the car. Even though it was scorched by fire and crackling, it still clung tightly to him, showcasing its tenacious vitality. Lu Zhou glanced out of the window, carefully contemplating his next course of action. Try to take it away if possible. If not, find an opportunity to kill it instead. Through the window, Lu Zhou slightly squinted his eyes and finally noticed that although the locust person was charred black by the flames, if looked at closely, It seemed that there was fresh, tender flesh growing on its body. The color of this new flesh was light, somewhat pinkish, contrasting starkly with the blackened skin. What was most shocking was that this new flesh was growing at an extremely fast rate. Before long, Lu Zhou watched the entire process of the locust person being burned, growing new flesh, being burned again, and continuing to grow new flesh. No wonder it could chase his car for so long. It turned out its rate of flesh regeneration outpaced the rate of being burned. Once he figured this out, Lu Zhou had a sudden flash of inspiration and quickly understood what he needed to do. As long as he could make the rate of destruction exceed the rate of regeneration, it would definitely die. To be honest, the weapons in Lu Zhou's hands could cause immense damage if stacked together. But the only thing he was hesitant about was that there was a living person beside him watching him closely. If old Yin saw everything later, he wouldn't be able to hide it, and he would be forcibly taken away by the military. He had to deal with old Yin first. Thinking this, Lu Zhou quickly rummaged through the medicine cabinet he had taken previously and found the most suitable drug for the current situation. An inhalable anesthetic, which could induce varying lengths of sleep, depending on the dosage. Time was urgent. The military could send people for support at any moment. Lu Zhou seized the opportunity to open the anesthetic. The drug would take less than a minute to evaporate. Of course, before this, Lu Zhou had already quietly created a bubble to isolate himself from the gas. Old Yan's face was tense, and he began to sweat profusely, muttering, "My dear mother, this is making me so nervous that my head is full of sweat." Just after he spoke, a lot of sweat began to bead on his forehead. Old Yin thought it was just his nervousness, unaware that it was a reaction to the anesthetic. As his face gradually turned red, he suddenly swayed and collapsed onto the car's seat. For a brief moment, Lu Zhou felt a pang of guilt, but quickly focused on dealing with the threat outside. With the distraction gone, Lu Zhou no longer needed to be cautious. He first took out an air gun and fired several shots at the locust person, then began to observe its condition. Its body was riddled with bullet holes, yet overall, it was still not enough to kill it. Lu Zhou immediately switched weapons, pulling out a laser gun. With the red-hot muzzle aimed at the creature, he fired off a dozen rounds. Finally, Lu Zhou was pleased to discover that the locust person was in a weakened state. Its flames burned even more fiercely, but correspondingly, its skin had stopped growing new tender flesh. Here it came, an opportunity. With a fierce determination, Lu Zhou quickly used all means to capture the creature into his pouch. He decided that he would take this pouch and directly hand it over to his aunt. This creature should have considerable value. After dealing with the locust person, Lu Zhou decided to return the way he came, to avoid any complications when meeting the military later. However, on the way back, the game suddenly made a sound. "Hello, player. We have detected that your fragrance pouch contains immense energy. Do you wish to transfer it to the game? The game will convert it into energy that you can collect." "No, thanks." Lu Zhou immediately refused without a second thought. What a joke. If he went with the main group, he could continue to collect energy, but could he still obtain this experimental subject later? Ignoring the game's dissatisfaction, Lu Zhou started to think about what excuse he would use to evade suspicion if he encountered the military. His contemplation didn't last long. Just as he drove the vehicle back to its original position, the military arrived not far behind him. Lu Zhou remained calm. He first grabbed the sleeping Lao Yin and gave him a few slaps on the face, while anxiously urging, "Lao Yin, wake up. How did you faint?" As he spoke, he acted swiftly. Before long, Lao Yin's cheeks had several bright red fingerprints from Lu Zhou's slaps. Lao Yin coughed and slowly awakened. The first thing he saw was Lu Zhou glaring at him, ready to strike again. "Hey, wait, I'm awake." Lao Yin struggled to sit up and pushed Lu Zhou away. Lu Zhou looked anxious. "Lao Yin, I just shook off that monster. I only realized you had fainted after I got away. I thought you were scared to death." Hearing that made Lao Yin cough several times. His memory was indeed a bit hazy. He clearly remembered being terrified just before he fainted. The most ridiculous part was that this kid, who hadn't even fully grown up yet, could calmly shake off the monster and bring both of them back safely, while he, a grown man, had fainted in the seat out of fear. Lao Yin felt embarrassed, and his tone was less harsh than before. "Xiao Lu, I beg you, please don't tell anyone that I fainted. If this got out, how would he continue to get by?" Lu Zhou suppressed a laugh and looked innocent. "Don't worry, Lao Yin, I'll keep it a secret." "Thanks, man." Lao Yin gratefully sat up, but before he could think of what to do, he heard Lu Zhou exclaim in delight. "Lao Yin, look! The military is here." At this mention, Lao Yin got angry. Damn it, the military came at just the wrong time. Xiao Lu had already shaken off the monster, and now this group shows up. However, he still had to report back to the military. After clarifying with Lu Zhou about where the monster had disappeared, Lao Yin felt reassured. Lu Zhou smiled inwardly. See, he didn't even have to plead with Lao Yin. Lao Yin would voluntarily cover for him. Sure enough, when the military leader arrived, Lao Yin immediately put on a look of someone who had suffered greatly. Since they were unclear about the monster's details, the military personnel didn't get out of their vehicles. They simply pulled their vehicles closer and lowered their windows to communicate. Lao Yin rolled down the window, first nodding in acknowledgement to the people on the other side. Lu Zhou also glanced over at the people in the car. He couldn't see their appearance, but he could tell from their tone that it was a young person. Chapter 311. So, it's the backstage, huh? Report on the encounter you had with the monsters. Old Yin immediately thought about what to say and began to rattle off nonstop. Lu Zhou listened for a while and felt that most of what Old Yin said was reasonable. The truth is often mixed with lies, and he was definitely an old hand at this. Even when facing the military, he could speak confidently without batting an eye, hardly feeling like he was lying. In reality, Lu Zhou didn't know that Old Yin didn't psychologically consider himself to be lying. After all, he had been scared to the point of fainting, and Lu Zhou had carried him the whole way. He had witnessed Lu Zhou, empty-handed and weaponless, running around like a kid. After Old Yin finished his report, there was a brief silence. Then the young man exchanged a few words with another person in the back seat. Their voices were very low. While the two were exchanging words, Lu Zhou suddenly felt his pupils tremble. What did he see? It was a familiar face. The person was none other than the family member of Yu who had escaped from the 17th floor. And now, whispering with the young officer, was none other than Yu Ziming from back then. Regarding Yu Ziming's character, Lu Zhou dared not have high expectations. He slightly turned his head, trying to avoid attracting Yu Ziming's attention. After all, with Yu Ziming around, there was no telling what kind of trouble he might encounter later. Old Yin was still at the car window, watching the two men in the opposite car. Those two, for some reason, quickly swapped seats. During that time, Lu Zhou's gaze stayed fixed on the other car. Once the person in the back seat moved to the passenger seat, Lu Zhou confirmed it. This brat was Yu Ziming. Now, Yu Ziming looked all dark and gloomy, and his face, compared to before, was now exuding a hint of evil. Moreover, from the conversation earlier, Lu Zhou sharply sensed something. It seemed Yu Ziming was doing well. Was it his father who helped him, or was there some other reason? If Lu Zhou's guess was right, it was probably due to his father's influence. Given Yu Ziming's spoiled, rich kid appearance, Lu Zhou could guarantee that the guy hadn't suffered a bit. The biggest impact of the seat swap was that it seemed the other side had noticed Lu Zhou. "Hey, you inside, come here and let me take a look." Yu Ziming was still as arrogant and mindless as before. Old Yin was somewhat surprised by the sudden outburst from the other side. Though the words weren't outrageous, he could only nudge Lu Zhou with his elbow. Lu Zhou remained calm, knowing he couldn't avoid it, and turned around openly. Sure enough, Yu Ziming instantly recognized Lu Zhou. His previously nonchalant face suddenly became animated. His complexion was flushed, and his eyes held a hint of mockery. "Oh, isn't this Lu Zhou? How come you're doing so poorly? Are you working in logistics now?" "TSK, life in logistics isn't too good." "Huh? If you want to join the military, you can come find me. I have a recommendation." He was the kind of person who would retaliate for even the smallest grievance. Since Lu Zhou hadn't given him a good face before, and now that he had made a name for himself, he naturally wanted to teach Lu Zhou a lesson. Of course, I can't let things get too ugly with colleagues around. I'll wait until he has some free time to check on Lu Zhou's situation. I just don't believe it. A logistics team member like him can have any significant background. No need to say that. I think logistics is quite good. There's no high or low in professions. If you talk like that, what will other comrades think if they hear it? You should consider it more in the future, Lu Zhou replied calmly. After hearing Yu Ziming's words, Lao Yan's expression stiffened a bit. The anger in his heart was burning increasingly. This little brat really thinks he's superior and can look down on logistics? Lu Zhou's words were quite pointed, and Yu Ziming quickly looked around, relieved when he found no one was listening. His face turned ferocious. Thank you, and I look forward to seeing you again. Lu Zhou didn't show any signs of being intimidated. Perhaps Yu Ziming's background was his old man, but what he might not know is that Lu Zhou's background is that of a senior researcher with connections. After giving the warning, Yu Ziming continued. Just now, there was only one person's testimony. For the completeness of the incident, we need you to explain as well. This was indeed within the procedural norms. Lu Zhou had bet that the other side would find a chance to make things difficult for him. Sure enough, questions were asked smoothly, fully aligning with the topic that Yu Ziming had deliberately chosen to provoke. Until another person in the car couldn't stand it anymore and quietly scolded, "Yu Ziming, enough! We need to hurry back to report." Investigating the truth of the matter is the job of the Criminal Investigation Department. Although he didn't know what had gotten into Yu Ziming today, he wasn't in the mood to play games with him over such a serious incident. A flicker of coldness passed through Yu Ziming's eyes, and he softened his tone. My mistake, let's go." He then cheerfully shook the window, silently mouthing a few words at Lu Zhou. "Just wait and see." Lu Zhou looked at him coldly, as if he were staring at something disgusting. Subsequently, amidst Yu Ziming's incessant shaking of the window, Lu Zhou expressionlessly gave him the middle finger. Yu Ziming, who had been smiling, suddenly wore a deep expression. How dared he do that? There was no opportunity for more words. Yu Ziming had just mocked Lu Zhou a moment ago, and now he was left feeling utterly frustrated by Lu Zhou's cold disdain, which had completely thrown him off balance. After that, Yu Ziming bit his lip viciously, the force so great that blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, Lu Zhou, you just wait. After confirming that there were no further incidents at the scene, most of the military vehicles left, with a few remaining to protect the cleanup team's safety. Lao Yan angrily rolled down the car window and started to knock the ash from his cigarette into the car. Oh, what a load of crap. He really thinks that just because he's in the army, he can look down on others? Don't say you and that bastard don't get along. I just saw him once and already feel like giving him a beating. After saying this, Lao Yan unconsciously glanced at Lu Zhou, but he found Lu Zhou calm and composed. Brother Yan, there's no need to get angry over someone like this. You see, he's trying to provoke me, mock me, but in the end, I didn't even consider him my opponent. There's really no need, Lu Zhou said. Lao Yan also felt it was true, but still worried about Lu Zhou. You kid, don't show off too much. That guy seems to have some background. Be careful you don't suffer when you go back. Lu Zhou quietly gazed out of the car window, somewhat nonchalantly saying, Brother Yan, I also have a background, and I believe my support is not inferior to his. Lao Yan thought about it and realized it was indeed the case, that Professor Wei was not an ordinary researcher. His mood instantly lightened considerably. Chapter 312, A Trap Game. While the two were talking, they suddenly heard the intercom on the back seat making a series of beep, beep, beep sounds as Lao Yan threw it there. Without saying much, Lao Yan quickly picked up the call. Among the callers were superiors, colleagues, and a group of people who had just worked together. Lao Yan, did you take care of that monster? Should we continue moving forward? The person asking was currently positioned right next to their vehicle. Although they were only a couple of meters apart, no one dared to jump out given how terrifying the locust monster had proven to be. Once they heard Lao Yan's affirmative response, everyone became energized and drove towards the next location. However, Lao Yan firmly took over the driving duties. Why don't you take a break? You were startled just now. Lu Zhou looked at Lao Yin in surprise. He really didn't expect someone as stingy as Lao Yin would voluntarily mention this matter. He didn't argue and simply said, "Thank you, Brother Yin, for understanding. I'll take a break first, and I'll work when we get to the destination." After saying this, he turned around and lay down on the back seat. Lao Yin maintained a natural demeanor, driving the vehicle steadily as they headed to the next site. Once he and his cleanup team arrived, Lu Zhou was the first to bounce out. "Brother Yin, let me take care of it." Lao Yin had indeed been squeezing Lu Zhou to do all the heavy work earlier, and now a look of conflict flashed across his face. Ultimately, he felt it was better not to overdo it, and politely declined Lu Zhou's offer. Lu Zhou was immediately puzzled. Looking again at Lao Yin, he saw that the other had already made up his mind to continue driving and working. Lu Zhou refused to give in. "You drive, but don't take my chance to collect the bodies. If you do that, how am I supposed to gather energy?" "Brother Yin, take a break." "I'll do it." No, little Lu. I've already rested enough just now." "I'll do it." "Brother Yin, that's not even a proper rest. I'm younger. I have good stamina, and I can handle it. Don't compete with me. I can do it." With such blatant words, Lu Zhou's guess about Lao Yan's character was challenged. He didn't think Lao Yan would act like this. Lao Yan should have been directing him to work without hesitation, not suddenly having a change of heart. The two were at a standstill for a few moments when they heard a colleague shouting loudly, "Hey, what are you two doing? It's been half a day, and the car hasn't moved at all. You're blocking everyone's way." Lao Yan hurriedly started driving, stealing a glance at Lu Zhou with the corner of his eye. "Do you really like this job so much?" Lu Zhou answered with righteous conviction, "Of course, Brother Yin. I've had a dream since I was a child, to be a sanitation worker. Isn't this job we're doing right now very suitable for that?" Lao Yin felt a bit displeased that his side job was being compared to a sanitation worker by Lu Zhou, but since this kid had saved him, he let the verbal offense slide. "However, good for you, you little brat. You were saying your dream was to be a soldier earlier." Lao Yan's face clearly showed disdain. Lu Zhou replied with a serious expression, "That doesn't matter. Dreams can change at different stages. When I was in elementary school, I wanted to be a sanitation worker, and now that I've grown up, I want to be a soldier. What's wrong with that?" This unreasonable argument left Lao Yan dumbfounded. "I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone this shameless." Just as I was about to straighten my mouth and speak, I was once again interrupted by Lu Zhou's urgent voice. "Brother Yin, you wouldn't want to ruin a child's dream, would you?" Old Yan's lips twitched frantically, and finally, in pain, he extended a finger. "All right, kid, I'll give you at most one salary." That was already quite a lot. He worked hard not just to earn a bit more money, but also to feel justified in his exploitation of Lu Zhou. However, after being saved by the other party, Old Yin decided to give a little benefit to ease his conscience. In this world, how could there be people who don't want money? Lu Zhou cast a sidelong glance at him and understood his thoughts. Although he wasn't short on cash, Lu Zhou decided to accept the offer for the sake of being able to absorb energy more quickly. He planned to find a suitable opportunity to return the money to Old Yin after everything was over. Seeing that Lu Zhou accepted, Old Yin finally got up and helped Lu Zhou switch positions. Ever since Lu Zhou sat down, he could hardly contain his excitement. After all, what lay before him was a sea of sparkling blue energy. Who wouldn't feel mesmerized upon seeing it? Soon, the cleanup team began to clear the area, and it didn't take long for this section to be finished. At this moment, Lu Zhou's energy absorption had already stacked up to the 6th level. There was still about half of the remaining area left, which meant that this time of energy absorption would leave Lu Zhou fully loaded. Aside from the mutated locust person encountered in the middle, the rest of the missions went surprisingly smoothly. After lightly sweeping through 4 areas, Lu Zhou had stacked all his energy to the 10th level. However, looking at the energy spilling all over the ground, Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel a bit heartbroken. But then again, there was no need for Lu Zhou to dwell on it, as the game would automatically pop up to propose a business deal. Sure enough, after about a minute, The game seemed to sense that Lu Zhou had no intention of continuing to absorb energy, and seductively said, "Player, I can absorb this excess energy directly." Lu Zhou remained unmoved, his tone enthusiastic. "No need to specifically notify me. Just go ahead and absorb it." This comment nearly made the game furious. If it could absorb directly without going through the player, why would it bother to talk to Lu Zhou at all? However, the thought of wasting all that energy truly pained the game. If it could absorb all of it, accounting for energy loss, it could at least level up 3 levels. Thinking of this, the game knew it had to be patient and communicate properly with Lu Zhou. It soon spoke again after a moment of silence. "What specifically do you need, player?" Perhaps fed up with beating around the bush, the game finally lost its restraint. Items for self-preservation or something similar. Also, you still owe me a treasure chest from last time. The game was momentarily speechless. After a while, it responded, "That treasure chest will be given to you once you go home. I don't have the authority to give you items, but how about I send you 10 free fishing attempts instead?" Lu Zhou snorted coldly. If the game had a physical form right now, he would look down on it. Why don't you just choke on your own words? You really think I don't know how many levels you can gain from all this energy? 10 fishing attempts might not even get me anything good. Are you trying to pass off scraps? I see you aren't sincere. Let's just forget it. The game fell silent for a long time. Just as Lu Zhou finished speaking to the game, Old Yin excitedly chimed in. "Little Lu, let's hurry to the next location. That place is the last one. Although it's the largest, once we finish, everyone can get their salaries." Lu Zhou nodded, appearing calm. "Got it, Brother Yin. I'll head over there right now." Chapter 313, Small People. Old Yin pointed in a direction for Lu Zhou, who didn't say a word and stepped on the accelerator to leave. Seeing Lu Zhou move with such confidence and without hesitation, the game suddenly became flustered for the first time. "Player, let's discuss things properly. How about I give you 3 self-selected treasure chests? Rest assured, the items in the treasure chests are all good. This is the limit of my permissions. If this isn't sufficient, then we really can't discuss cooperation anymore." Lu Zhou smirked, a cunning smile on his face as he softly replied, "All right, I'm interested." In the next second, the game quickly activated its entire system, starting to absorb energy. Soon, a unique visual experience surrounded Lu Zhou. In his field of vision, all the blue light and electricity floated in the air, densely packed to an astonishing degree. Several times, the gathered blue light dots blocked the car windows, almost obscuring Lu Zhou's view of the road. Thinking there might be an unexpected outcome, Lu Zhou found an excuse to step back and let Old Yin drive. After switching places with Old Yin, Lu Zhou noticed that the strange phenomenon before his eyes had intensified. The blue light dots surged rapidly, converging into thick and bright, glowing bodies. An unprecedented visual pollution. Just a brief glance at this thing caused Lu Zhou's eyes to sting painfully. At this moment, he could only pretend to be calm by feigning sleep. Fortunately, this situation didn't last too long. After about a minute or two, the blue light dots finally dissipated into the air. Just when Lu Zhou thought it was over, unexpectedly, another wave of impact came. This time, it wasn't visual pollution, but a torment of the nerves. The earlier connection with the game had made Lu Zhou feel light and carefree. However, during this game upgrade, Lu Zhou felt as if something was shackling his mind. This feeling was indescribable, but it made Lu Zhou aware that something was off throughout his body. In fact, Lu Zhou had suspected this all along. He knew from the beginning that the game wasn't a charitable organization. It was likely that the game had some ulterior motives regarding him. Moreover, as time passed, Lu Zhou was astonished to discover that when he looked at things, his eyes would produce traces of data analysis. For example, beside him, Old Yin seemed like a game character, with a pile of information about him popping up. Lu Zhou squinted and took a few glances. He found that Old Yin wasn't as unremarkable as he had thought. Before the apocalypse, this man was actually a bachelor, but during the apocalypse, he had adopted an old man and child. Despite being burdens, Old Yin treated them like family. At this point, Lu Zhou felt a bit astonished. However, before he could finish reading, he noticed that this ability had vanished. The torrent of data in his mind surged like waves crashing against his brain. This process was also brief, taking less than 3 minutes to complete. The game leveled up and returned to calm. Lu Zhou didn't regret his decision. Not long after, they arrived at the last destination. This was the outermost area of the Liangshan base, also the final battlefield. As Lu Zhou looked out the window, he couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity. He hadn't been here for quite a while. Taking this opportunity, he decided to have a look around. Old Yin beside him clicked his tongue. "Little Lu, look at how the locust people have ruined the outskirts of the base. Once, this place was covered in dense trees." Old Yan's words were not wrong. However, the current scene was one of desolation and decay, seeming nothing like the Liangshan of the past. As Lu Zhou cast his gaze over the area, what greeted his eyes was an exposed, shockingly barren landscape. The environment was deteriorating rapidly. This locust disaster has completely ruined the afforestation plan our base was working on. At that time, we had just started shaping the ecosystem, and before it could take form, it ended up looking like this. Old Yin seemed a bit regretful, and Lu Zhou caught the hint of confusion. "Brother Yin, you seem to know quite a bit." Old Yin looked a bit proud. "You should learn from me, kid. I've been around everywhere. Speaking of that afforestation plan, I participated in it before." Lu Zhou wasn't too convinced by Old Yan's bragging, his eyes glinting with amusement. "Were you there just to dig dirt for the government?" "Now that's not funny." Old Yin felt hit in a sensitive spot. His face reddened, and he was flustered, looking like his attempt to show off had flopped spectacularly, which made Lu Zhou laugh heartily. However, at this moment, Lu Zhou's attitude had shifted slightly, and he felt more respect for Old Yin. This person was, at least, a kind-hearted individual. Old Yin took a deep breath, thinking that the way this kid spoke was really harsh. There was no one who spoke more harshly than him. But considering that the other party had saved him before and was still just a child, he decided to let it slide. He simply turned his head away and stopped looking at Lu Zhou, mumbling to himself that he needed to get back to work. Lu Zhou smiled, feeling that Old Yin, this rough-and-tumble character, was actually quite interesting. In the midst of this lively atmosphere, Lu Zhou surprisingly felt relaxed. The cleanup team officially started working, but Old Yin didn't want Lu Zhou to help out. His excuse was that he didn't want to keep making Lu Zhou work all the time. But Lu Zhou understood. Old Yin was actually worried about being seen by someone with ulterior motives and reported to Professor Wei. After all, there were not only the cleanup team present, but also quite a few military personnel and the vehicles of high-ranking officials. These leaders were all gathered in one vehicle, occasionally listening to their subordinates report on the purpose of this operation. Initially, Lu Zhou thought this was the final phase and that there wouldn't be any unexpected incidents. He believed that a small portion of the locusts was still struggling, and the military was currently conducting the final extermination. The atmosphere was quite positive. At that moment, however, 2 soldiers approached to ask Lu Zhou to step out of the vehicle. Lu Zhou felt a bit confused, but the soldiers were very polite. "Mr. Lu, the commander requests you to come to the vehicle." With just a glance, Lu Zhou understood their intent. They wanted to win him over. After all, what kind of background could he possibly have? But anyone with a functioning brain could see that Wei Qingzhu was currently in the spotlight, and he placed great importance on his family, which could be considered his Achilles heel. Since that was the case, various leaders were naturally trying to find ways to curry favor with him to gain his favor. After Lu Zhou was led out of the vehicle by the 2 soldiers, Old Yin was still grinning and making faces at him. Lu Zhou smiled slightly and followed the 2 to a super-armored vehicle. This vehicle was made from special materials, and even the strongest bombs currently available couldn't penetrate it. After all, the safety of the leaders needed to be protected. As soon as Lu Zhou sat down, before he even had the chance to reminisce, he suddenly heard a violent explosion. The sound of the explosion was unprecedented, nearly shattering everyone's eardrums. What on earth happened? Investigate. During this waiting period, for some reason, Lu Zhou's heart was racing unusually fast, as if something bad was about to happen. Report. Cleanup vehicle number 77 has exploded unexpectedly. Chapter 314. Is that you? Lu Zhou's pupils suddenly constricted. Number 77. It was no other vehicle but the one he shared with old Yen. Outside, thick smoke swirled, and the sounds of chaos and explosions melded together. Inside the car, an inexplicable pain instantly filled Lu Zhou's entire being. In that moment, he didn't feel the slightest relief of having escaped. His mind was filled only with hollow memories. He hadn't spent much time with old Yen, but this person was a paradoxical good man. At first, Lu Zhou thought he was greedy and lazy, but gradually, he came to understand him better. The chaos lasted for several minutes. Lu Zhou, clinging to a glimmer of hope, spoke up. Is anyone still alive in there? Unable to assess at the moment, but the probability of survival is low. Seemingly sensing Lu Zhou's dejected expression, the leader in the back seat immediately spoke sternly. Then let's quickly find out the truth behind the explosion. The car door was closed again. The leader felt a wave of fear wash over him. Thankfully, he had called Lu Zhou over. Otherwise, if someone had died right under his nose, especially someone close to Professor Wei, he could only imagine how his approval ratings would plummet upon returning. The leader finally calmed his racing heart and, with a serious expression, addressed Lu Zhou in front of him. Lu Zhou, I will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. Lu Zhou's eyes turned slightly red, but his voice remained cold. The person who died inside had elderly parents and young children waiting for him to come home. A hint of annoyance arose in the leader's heart, but he suppressed it as much as possible and spoke in a slightly gentler tone. Little Lu, let's wait until the investigation results come back before we continue this discussion. Shall we? Given the current situation, it did make sense to wait for the investigation results. Lu Zhou fell silent again. Soon after, the investigation results were reported. The bomb was dropped from a helicopter. At that time, the locust people were flying towards you, and to ensure your safety, they had no choice but to sacrifice the 77 vehicle to clear the area. Upon hearing this for the first time, an indescribable feeling instantly tore at Lu Zhou's heart. He felt confused and helpless. He could never have imagined that old Yan's death was due to such a trivial matter. It was simply unacceptable. Lu Zhou rarely spoke in a low voice. I just want to ask, how far were the locust people from the car at that time? Why did they directly blow up Vehicle 77? Couldn't they have signaled the people inside to get out first before detonating? Moreover, our vehicle is made of special materials. Why couldn't they give the ordinary people a chance to live? To you, people are divided into ranks. Why should the lives of common folks be so cheap? He couldn't bring himself to voice the latter part of that thought, due to rational restraint. The leader was also startled by this conclusion. He hadn't expected it to be like this. Seeing Lu Zhou's agitation, it was clear that the person who had died inside the vehicle was someone he had a close relationship with. He felt both anxious and frustrated, but out of respect for Professor Wei's authority, he could only placate Lu Zhou with some comforting words. Little Lu, thinking this way really puts them in a difficult position. People cannot be brought back to life. How about this? When we return, I will have my subordinates handle a compensation package for your friend. What do you think? The leader thought this was a good solution. After all, the cleaning team's work had been known to entail risks from the beginning. Now that someone had died or been injured, the military wouldn't need to take responsibility. However, out of respect for Lu Zhou, the leader decided to make an exception this time. Lu Zhou understood the underlying meaning of the other party's words. It was almost as if they were openly telling him not to go too far. In light of your face, I am willing to offer compensation for this accidental death. Ordinary people wouldn't receive such treatment. However, to put it bluntly, this situation really isn't good for Lao Yan, and he happened to hit the mark. No matter how much Lu Zhou questioned or was dissatisfied with this system, he still couldn't directly say anything that would make things difficult for everyone. If he acted recklessly without considering the consequences, it would only bring disaster to his uncle, his family, and his friends. Lu Zhou understood this all too well. Therefore, he could only accept the other party's proposal for the time being. Once this incident occurred, neither the leaders nor Lu Zhou had the mood to chat anymore. Fortunately, after this event, there were no other unexpected incidents at other times. Lu Zhou found it very strange. That kind of feeling was hard to describe, as if that accident was specifically targeted at him and Lao Yin. By the way, the person who initially called him into the car must have been the big leader on a whim. Otherwise, given everyone's imagination, that bomb would definitely have killed him. However, Lu Zhou himself had a protective shield and wouldn't be killed, and neither would Lao Yin. These matters shouldn't be overthought. The atmosphere in the car was thick and awkward. By the time the finishing work was done, the big leader had a slightly furrowed brow. The car continued towards the interior of Liangshan, stopping only at the gate of the military base. Lu Zhou shouldn't go in with them. When getting out of the car, the big leader managed to compose himself a little and patted Lu Zhou on the shoulder, his tone somewhat regretful. "Little Lu, take this note and go directly to the military logistics department." Lu Zhou reached out to take the note. Lao Yin was gone, and he should strive for some benefits for him. After all, how would he live in the future as an orphan? Just then, two people also got out of the car on the other side. Their voices were slightly louder. Lu Zhou turned his head, attracted by the sound. It was actually two acquaintances. Coincidentally, when Lu Zhou turned around, he happened to meet Yu Ziming's somewhat panicked eyes. In the next second, his constricted pupils immediately returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. However, Lu Zhou was sure he saw that look in the other person's eyes. That look was as if he shouldn't have appeared in front of him. Soon, a guess emerged in Lu Zhou's mind. Could it be that Yu Ziming was looking for a chance to blow up the 77th cleanup vehicle? For now, everything temporarily belonged to Lu Zhou's speculation, but Yu Ziming's trace of panic led the entire incident toward a reasonable path. Lu Zhou stared at Yu Ziming for several glances, while Yu Ziming ground his teeth and smiled at him slyly. "Isn't this Lu Zhou? What a coincidence to meet you here. We are really fated." After saying that, he grinned slyly at Lu Zhou. The big leader behind Lu Zhou relaxed his brow a bit when he saw Yu Ziming. "Little Yu? You know Little Lu?" Yu Ziming was somewhat surprised that the big leader would call Lu Zhou Little Lu. Could it be that they knew each other? When he thought of this possibility, Yu Ziming's face turned ugly. But these expressions came and went quickly. By the time the big leader approached, Yu Ziming had already returned to his usual demeanor. Chapter 315, Comforting the Family. "Uncle Jiang, you might not know this, but Lu Zhou and our neighbors in Jijiang City back then." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Zheng immediately looked Lu Zhou up and down. Seeing Lu Zhou's calm demeanor and lack of any radical reaction, it was indeed true. Instantly, Jiang Zheng's heart blossomed with joy. "Haha, great. You two are both young talents, and you were neighbors before. Now that you've arrived at our Liangshan base, you are neighbors again. What a fate." This was purely a way to lighten the atmosphere. Yu Ziming and Lu Zhou both gave Jiang Zheng face. After all, Jiang Zheng was a solid leader. There was no need for them to drag their personal grievances into this. There are still many tasks to be done today. "Little Yu, come with me into the car." "Little Lu, see you later." After Jiang Zheng finished these pleasantries, he climbed into the vehicle. With Jiang Zheng gone, only Yu Ziming and Lu Zhou were left, staring at each other. "Hee, Lu Zhou, I didn't expect you to get so close to Commander Jiang. I really underestimated you." The previous nonchalant demeanor of Yu Ziming disappeared, and now he naturally felt a sense of trepidation towards Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou remained indifferent. He had something he needed to probe into. "What's wrong? Are you shocked that I'm still alive? Especially when you see that I know Commander Jiang. Are you even more afraid now?" This seemingly nonsensical statement, according to logic, would leave someone who hadn't done anything to feel confused. However, Yu Ziming showed a moment of hesitation, and then his expression quickly returned to normal. He smiled slyly. "I don't know what you're talking about. I'll be leaving now. We should catch up sometime." After finishing, Yu Ziming quickly slipped into the car. The vehicle didn't linger long in Lu Zhou's line of sight. It was a symbol of power, speeding away and leaving behind a trail of exhaust. Lu Zhou's fingers loosened and then tightened again, his eyes redder than when he had spoken with Commander Jiang. It turned out that it was indeed Yu Ziming's doing. From another angle, it was he who had caused the death of the innocent old Yan. Thinking about how he might meet old Yan's family soon, Lu Zhou felt an inexplicable fear. He couldn't fathom how the family, which relied on old Yan, would cope now that the pillar of support was gone. Lu Zhou's fingers clenched tightly, so much so that they turned pale from the excessive pressure. Yu Ziming, he must be killed. Lu Zhou's eyes were bloodshot, and his mind felt a bit hazy. If Yu Ziming hadn't done this, Lu Zhou wouldn't have bothered with him at all. However, this matter was originally between the two of them, yet Yu Ziming had dragged innocent people into it, which Lu Zhou could not accept. Lu Zhou would never forget the excitement he felt when he finally found enough food for his aunt and little cousin to last 3 days. At that time, he was overjoyed, recklessly running home, only to be met with the corpse of his deceased family member. That thrill gradually turned into a bone-chilling coldness, and Lu Zhou had no idea how he managed to live through that day in a daze. The once warm food he had obtained now seemed utterly unappealing. Among them was a bucket of instant noodles that his little cousin had longed for, which before the apocalypse his aunt had rarely given her due to concerns about nutrition. Now, in this apocalypse, it had become a rare good. In a daze, Lu Zhou had already unknowingly crushed the instant noodle bucket in his hands. From then on, he walked step by step down the dark path of revenge. Since that day, he hadn't slept a sound night, waking up every night in endless regret and despair. After being reborn, he eliminated one dangerous person after another, but it wasn't easy to pull his family away from the path of death. However, it didn't take long for this kind of torment to roll back in. Lu Zhou found it hard to face the pain that old Yan's family was displaying. Their expressions were bound to resemble his own from back then. As his mind was in a chaotic state, his feet had already taken him to the military logistics department. Upon arriving at the logistics department, Lu Zhou unexpectedly saw a yard full of parked vehicles, all of which were familiar to him. Struggling to step inside, he was soon blocked by several people he had previously collaborated with. These people all showed expressions of worry and urgency. Among them, the one with the worst temper had red eyes and was silently shedding tears. When he saw Lu Zhou, he wiped his tears and spoke with a somewhat moist voice. "Lu Zhou, old Yan is gone." Several others nearby, who had a good relationship with old Yan, also started to sniffle. Lu Zhou frowned slightly, his tone as cold as ever. "I know about this, big brother." When old Yan was alive, Lu Zhou had heard him personally call this man Old Hu. The two had a very close relationship. At this moment, Old Hu's eyes were red with grief. Old Yan still had family waiting for him to return. "I'm going over to comfort his family and see if there's anything we can do to help." The others also chimed in agreement. Lu Zhou gave Old Hu a glance, signaling him to speak with him privately. Old Hu was sharp and immediately found an excuse to move closer to Lu Zhou. "Old Hu, I know old Yan trusted you the most during his life. Look at this compensation," Lu Zhou said. Through his swollen eyes, Old Hu looked at the content of the compensation and his eyes widened in shock. "Lu Zhou, where did you get this?" "Jiang Siwen gave it. It's meant to be old Yan's consolation payment. You and I will go together to arrange this money for old Yan, and then we'll head to his house." Lu Zhou was thinking more about the situation. He estimated that the compensation amount would be considerable. Revealing such matters to others could be detrimental to the remaining orphans and widows of the Yan family. After all, without old Yan's deterrence, others would be free to step in. Moreover, sharing this with Old Hu was reasonable, as Old Hu was old Yan's most trusted buddy. Birds of a feather flock together. Lu Zhou believed Old Hu's character was also good. Sure enough, Old Hu's eyes showed a bit more brilliance. "Lu Zhou, this will be difficult, right? Before our operation, we signed a waiver. If something goes wrong, the military won't take responsibility. We all thought the chances were low, but who would have thought old Yan would leave like this?" Mentioning the sad matter, Old Hu's expression became heavy. The loss of a friend was also a blow to him. Back then, the two of them had relied on one another for comfort to survive the harshest of times. Old who? Among the others, you know who's trustworthy and who's not. For the safety of old Yan's family, you should decide who to inform about this, Lu Zhou said after some consideration, allowing old who to choose trustworthy people himself. Old who furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. Let me think. Jiang Tao won't do, and Xiong is also out. Looking around, only Xiao Lu is honest. He didn't know anything back then, but it was old Yan who taught him the skills. Xiao Lu can be considered one of old Yan's disciples. We can tell him about old Yan's family situation. He can help a bit in the future. Chapter 316. The compensation has been received. Old Chung went through the list of reliable personnel and finally locked onto old Lu. After he finished talking with the others, only old Lu was left. As Lu Zhou passed by, he happened to see the two of them huddled together. Old Lu was a young man who looked rather ordinary. Old Chung hurriedly approached, signaling that everything had been arranged. When Lu Zhou glanced at old Lu, he noticed that the latter's eyes were red and puffy, clearly having cried a lot. Brother Chung, without further ado, let's go handle the paperwork, old Lu said. All right, old Chung agreed without hesitation, closely following behind Lu Zhou. As they walked, they conversed. Fortunately, old Yan's family lives right next to mine, so I can take care of them. But I really don't know how to explain things to his family when I get back. Old Lu remained mostly silent during the journey, occasionally sniffing, betraying his anxious heart. Lu Zhou also felt uneasy but temporarily set aside his inner turmoil and led the two to the logistics office. The logistics office was quite large and appeared rather unassuming. At the office entrance, a row of stationed soldiers stood guard. Lu Zhou took the lead, first handing over the paperwork to the guard at the door. Old Chung and old Lu had never seen this situation before and were somewhat nervous. The guard quickly glanced over the paperwork, then opened the door, allowing the three of them to enter. They walked straight ahead, traversing a long wooden corridor until they reached a room at the end. Above the door, the words compensation office were prominently displayed. Its location suggested that few people could obtain this money. Otherwise, it would have been placed at the front. After knocking and waiting for a response, the three squeezed into the room. The equipment inside was not much different from the previous office, but the environment seemed a bit worse. The staff buried their heads in papers but lifted their gaze slightly to glance at Lu Zhou and the others, several unfamiliar faces. Lu Zhou took the initiative to speak. Hello, comrade. We're here to handle the compensation for the cleaning team's Yin Bing. This is a letter from Commander Jiang. Please have a look. The staff took the paperwork, their eyebrows rising and falling like dancing willow catkins, moving around energetically. All right, please wait a moment while I calculate the compensation amount, the staff said, flipping through the documents and occasionally mumbling to themselves. The three didn't wait too long before the staff announced a figure. The total is 200,000 exchange points. Would you prefer to receive it in a lump sum or in monthly installments? 200,000 exchange points was quite a generous amount from Commander Jiang. After all, an ordinary person could save at most 20,000 exchange points in a year, which was the savings of an average person over 10 years. By the time 10 years had passed, who knew if the Liangshan base would still exist? Moreover, after 10 years, old Yan's children would have grown up. Upon hearing the news, both old Chung and old Lu's eyes lit up with hope. This was fantastic. This amount of money would at least be enough for them to live for the next 10 years. Even if old Yin had passed away, they wouldn't have to worry too much anymore. Old Chung felt a bit relieved for his old friend, and old Lu felt the same. Let's go with monthly installments. When it's time to collect, will it require someone to go? Lu Zhou asked. He certainly wouldn't consider letting them receive the entire compensation in one go, as such a large sum could easily attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. It would be safer to receive it month by month. If we distribute it monthly, we will have a dedicated military team to deliver the funds, and we need to verify the family member's pupil on the spot. With that said, Lu Zhou immediately felt much more relaxed. Since the number of people receiving compensation is currently very small, the task of distributing the compensation has been taken over by the military. Moreover, most of the people eligible for compensation are of high status, so safety is the top priority. This arrangement by the military finally reassured Lu Zhou. He signed the agreement for Old Yen, leaving him with an ID card. The voice of the staff still echoed in his ears. Keep this card safe. Once you return home, first record the family member's pupil, and then we will take care of everything else. The three quickly exited the room, and when they left, they realized the entire process took less than 10 minutes. Old Chen couldn't help but say, Lu Zhou, I want to thank you on behalf of Old Yen. If it weren't for your help in getting this compensation, his family would really struggle to survive. While he was speaking, Lu Zhou had already hailed a taxi. Since the Locust People incident, the number of cars on the streets had drastically decreased, and everyone was on edge, afraid to go out and earn a living for fear of losing their lives. At this moment, Lu Zhou and the others were quite lucky to have hailed a cab. Lu Zhou naturally paid the fare, as Old Chung had arranged the destination. The car drove for about 40 minutes, and along the way, Lu Zhou noticed that the houses on both sides of the road were becoming increasingly dilapidated, and the ground was getting harder to traverse. The driver couldn't help but complain. Damn it, what a terrible place. The government doesn't even bother to fix it. After some time, the driver began to regret his words. Little brother, your destination is quite remote. I'll need to return empty on the way back. The implication was that he wanted Lu Zhou to pay extra. I'll have you wait at the door. I'll take a ride back later, Lu Zhou replied, and the driver finally accepted the situation. Having lived in a better environment his whole life, Lu Zhou felt somewhat unfamiliar as he looked at the shabby buildings along the road. However, memories gradually surfaced. In his previous life, he had also lived in such houses. Cold in winter, hot in summer, filled with mosquitoes and cockroaches with little access to water and electricity. It was simply suffering. Old Lu quietly remarked, just around the corner. The three instinctively straightened their backs. After turning the corner, a shabby little house gradually came into view. In this area, it was nearly impossible to find a small building, as the government had not fully developed it yet. Therefore, the residents had built makeshift shacks to survive. The house resembled those built with luss and straw walls from the 1960s and 70s, looking quite unstable, as if it would collapse with the slightest breeze. The car stopped at the entrance, and the three of them quickly got out. The front door of the house was relatively well made. It was probably the sturdiest part of the entire home. Old Yin was quite resourceful. As the leader, Old Chung steeled himself and stepped forward to knock on the door. Auntie, open up, it's me, Xiao Chung. The call didn't last long before the door creaked open. From the crack, a delicate little girl peeked out. Old Chung was somewhat excited. Yeah, it's me, Uncle Chung. The girl named Yi looked at Old Chung with surprise and said in a sweet voice, Uncle Chung, you're back. Where's my dad? Saying that, she slipped past and wandered around outside, trying to find Old Yan's figure. Brother Lu, you're here too? The only unfamiliar face to the little girl was Lu Zhou. Chapter 317, Settling Down. When Lu Zhou faced Yaya, he stared at her for quite a while. Yaya looked to be about the same age as his little cousin, appearing quite chubby and baby-faced, and she certainly didn't resemble Yanji's biological daughter. Yaya also stared back at Lu Zhou, her eyes filled with some confusion. She had never seen Lu Zhou before. Remembering her father's teachings, the little girl hurriedly ran into the house from the front door, calling out for her grandmother. The old lady, a bit apologetic, forced a smile and led the two of them inside. Children are so honest. Once inside, there was an obviously older elderly woman. This person was likely Old Yan's mother. The old lady first exchanged a few pleasantries, and the elder smiled, saying, You've brought friends. Bingzi hasn't come home yet. Why don't you wait a bit? Do you want something to eat? I can have someone prepare a meal for you. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive, including Lu Zhou. The three of them were momentarily at a loss for words. After the elder took a couple of steps into the house, she suddenly realized, oh, my memory. Bingzi isn't out with you guys. Is he following behind? After saying this, the old lady peeked toward the door a couple of times. At this moment, the old man could no longer hold back, his eyes reddening. He bitterly said, "Auntie, wait a moment. Look at this." Lu Zhou handed over the ID card. The elder seemed a bit dazed. After a long while, she trembled as she asked, "What is this, Bingzi?" "This is Yanji's compensation money." The old man couldn't help but shout out the words, closing his eyes. As soon as the words left his mouth, the elder froze, the card slipping from her hands to the floor. She seemed incredulous. What did you say?" With tears in his eyes, the old man replied, "Yengu is gone." In the next moment, the elder's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Everyone hurriedly helped her into the house. Yaya was anxious, her little face turning pale. Lu Zhou took out a bottle of juice produced by the game's culinary workshop from his backpack. Its effect was to increase a person's energy. Without hesitation, he poured a few sips into the elder's mouth. Seeing her grandmother lying on the ground, Yaya let out a few cries from her throat. This noise managed to wake the unconscious elder. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Zhou quickly helped her up onto the bed. After clarifying the situation, the elder's cloudy eyes seemed to lose focus. She struggled to sit up and hugged Yaya in her arms. After a while, she began to silently shed tears. Everyone felt a pang in their hearts, especially Lu Zhou. Yaya was still young and didn't understand what this meant. The old lady, forcing herself to get up, wanted to cook for the three of them. But of course they stopped her. However, she wouldn't be dissuaded. "If it weren't for you helping out with Bingzi's matters, Yaya and I wouldn't know how to survive in the future. This meal is my way of thanking you," she insisted. The three of them, helpless, could only lend a hand to the elder. The kitchen had very simple ingredients, just some coarse grains and a few wrinkled potatoes. Lu Zhou couldn't bear to look at it, so he made an excuse to go out for a stroll and came back with a lot of ingredients, some of which were specially for Yaya. With Lu Zhou's support, the meal naturally became much more sumptuous. He brought some chicken and eggs, as well as some water spinach and vegetables. He handed over all the snacks he had to Yaya. The little girl was reluctant to eat them and hid them all away. When asked, she said she wanted to save them for her dad. The three of them fell silent simultaneously, while Lao Lu quietly shed tears nearby. Lao Chang felt a gnawing anxiety in his heart. When the meal was served, Yaya sniffed the air and smiled happily, saying, "The meat smells so good." Once everyone was seated, the little girl served some meat to the elderly man and placed a few pieces in an empty bowl, still murmuring that they were for her dad. The old man couldn't bear to watch, but the truth had to be revealed to his granddaughter eventually. When Yaya learned that she could no longer see her dad, she froze. Then she started to scream loudly. Not only did she throw the food away, but she also tossed aside the snack she had in her hands. The little girl cried and ran out of the room. The old man took out a faded handkerchief and wiped his tears. "I really feel sorry. That child, Yaya, was closest to her dad." Lu Zhou didn't know how to respond. His chest felt like it was being squeezed, as if he was holding his breath or pressing down on a heavy stone. The old man's eyes were red. This meal was tasteless. Before leaving, Lu Zhou almost fled, leaving a large bag of supplies at the old man's house. He wanted to alleviate some of his inner guilt. However, the old man kept thanking him. At that moment, Lu Zhou remembered that he hadn't identified the ID cards, so he took the opportunity to record one for the old man and the child. When he entered, he found Yaya curled up in her bed, crying so hard that she could hardly catch her breath. The atmosphere was extremely heavy. Even though Lu Zhou's thoughts were drifting, he didn't forget the most important task of reinforcing the house. He used the game's special steel plates and glass to fortify the old man's home, making it as strong as a fortress. Under normal circumstances, the house would be enough to withstand most dangers. Before leaving, Lu Zhou even gave them a walkie-talkie, gently advising them that if they encountered any problems, they could call him. The old man didn't refuse. After some thought, he felt that they still needed help from Lu Zhou and his companions. After all, old Yin was gone, but the lives of others had to continue. When Lu Zhou and the others left the house and stood outside, they couldn't help but sigh. Sigh. Thankfully, there's some compensation money. Otherwise, an elderly man and a small child like that would truly have no way to survive. Lao Cheng muttered. Lu Zhou's heart ached. After all, old Yin had lost his life because of him, and he felt responsible for ensuring the safety of old Yan's family. After the three of them came out, Lu Zhou took out some other supplies and asked the two of them to help keep an eye on the old man. They didn't take the items, but they both agreed. When they parted ways, Lu Zhou got into the taxi waiting for him and headed home. All the way, he felt dazed. After more than an hour's drive back home, Lu Zhou settled the fare and entered his aunt's house. At that time, the news had just reported that the locust people had been completely eradicated and called for the bases to resume normal operations. However, Zhang Xiaolin and her group were more cautious and decided to wait a little longer to avoid taking risks. While waiting, they finally saw Lu Zhou arrive. When Lu Zhou came in, he looked a bit down, but he still managed to share the information about the locust people when everyone asked. They all smiled brightly, relieved that they had finally survived this disaster and could live well again. Feeling somewhat exhausted, Lu Zhou suddenly remembered the 4 treasure chests the game had promised him. Chapter 3:18 Opening Treasure Chests. Among the 4 treasure chests, 3 are self-selected, while 1 is randomly assigned. Lu Zhou found a spot to sit down and got distracted while opening the game's treasure options. The game was quick to distribute the chests. The treasure chests have been issued. Please select your items. After saying this, the game went offline. Lu Zhou first opened one of the self-selected chests. As soon as he opened it, he was dazzled by the chaotic array of items inside. There were simulated combat robots, household robots, nuclear bombs, and various strange gadgets. Through this, Lu Zhou reaffirmed that the technology level of the game world far surpassed that of humanity. He took a deep breath and made his selection. All-purpose simulation robot. The appearance can be adjusted at will, combat power equivalent to 10 adult men, and is extremely loyal to designated targets. Group teleportation. Can lead personnel within a fixed range for long-distance movement. The maximum distance is 100 miles, with a cooldown of once a month. Dimensional safe house. Allows registered personnel to enter. This safe house is extremely secure and can withstand all external harm. The initial entry duration is 10 minutes, with each day spent in the real world adding an hour to the stay in the safe house. Time can accumulate. These 3 items were carefully selected by Lu Zhou. He did not plan to keep the robot. It was meant as a gift for Yanjia's family. The remaining 2 abilities, one for teleportation and the other for the safe house, were both essential life-saving skills for Lu Zhou at the moment. Currently, he had 1 single target attack and 1 area attack skill, and with the 2 he selected, he could meet all his needs. With 1 treasure chest left, Lu Zhou opened it. Congratulations, player! You have received Tracking Guns Heavy Multiplication x10. Seeing this quantity, Lu Zhou felt a sense of dread. Sure enough, upon checking the game description, he found that the power of the tracking guns was quite low, almost equivalent to a BB gun. Under normal circumstances, Lu Zhou would not allow his family to use tracking guns, as getting used to them could lead to targeting issues. This item was only suitable for specific scenarios. After collecting the tracking guns, Lu Zhou planned to find an opportunity to distribute them. When he regained his focus from the game, he saw everyone was tidying up the things on the floor. Zhang Jia called out to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou, it's safe outside now. We've bothered Aunt Jiang for long enough. It's time to go home. Lu Zhou nodded. Be careful on the way back. Contact me if anything happens. During the time the group was avoiding danger, Gao Shan's family hadn't called. That should mean things were okay. Aside from the Zhang family, the Wang family also expressed their desire to go home. From Aunt Zhang's perspective, the 2 families did not live far away, so Lu Zhou allowed them to go back. Moreover, it was still early in the day. It was just past 3 in the afternoon, and thanks to the announcements, there were already many more pedestrians on the street than before. After the 2 families left, Lu Zhou took out 3 tracking guns and handed them to his aunt. When Zhang Xiaolin learned about the purpose of these items, her eyes widened in surprise. However, tracking bullets had quite a broad range of applications. Just before the end of the last era, Ant had heard about concepts like tracking bullets, so she realized that Lu Zhou had more connections now. After accepting the firearms, Lu Zhou didn't rush to leave, but waited with his family for his aunt to return home. He was worried about his aunt's family, and there were indeed matters to discuss. At around 9 p.m., Wei Qingzhu was finally escorted home by someone. As the door swung open, he looked at the family sitting on the sofa inside, and a sense of warmth filled his heart. The family is all alive and waiting for me to return. Wei Qingzhu moved quickly, and her little cousin cheered as she jumped onto her father's lap, seeking comfort. Wei Qingzhu held her daughter, playing with her for a while, but soon the little girl was sent into Grandma Dan's bedroom by her aunt under the pretext that it was time for bed. At this moment, only Aunt was left outside. Lu Zhou's expression became more serious as he quietly said, "Aunt, do you know about that incident?" Naturally, Lu Zhou was referring to the mutant locust man he encountered after joining the cleanup team. As soon as Lu Zhou brought it up, Wei Qingzhu immediately frowned and said coldly, "You encountered this mutant? I know about it. At that time, many people planned to capture the mutant and then study it slowly. However, as far as I know, the mutant is currently missing." Lu Zhou smiled faintly, pulling Aunt into a small room and then opening a pouch, gesturing for her to look. When Wei Qingzhu saw the clump of black charred remains in the pouch, she couldn't help but question, "What is this?" "This is the escaped mutant. However, it is already dead. The flesh of this mutant grows too quickly, and if we didn't manage to kill it, it would have killed me." Wei Qingzhu naturally understood all of this, but before she could speak further, Lu Zhou continued, "Aunt, I suspect that this mutant has some substances on it, possibly similar to the T-34 substance." As soon as this was mentioned, Wei Qingzhu immediately became alert. "Xiao Zhou, tell me more." Lu Zhou didn't hold back, quickly telling her everything he had seen. By the time he finished, Wei Qingzhu was already stroking her chin, looking very serious. "Xiao Zhou, I need to go to that research lab over there. Do you want to come?" He was referring to the mysterious research lab that only the two of them knew about. Lu Zhou nodded, "I'll go with you in a bit." The two of them tacitly comforted their family first, and before leaving, for the safety of their family, Lu Zhou left the protective shield for them. He drove Aunt quickly toward the laboratory. Their visits to this lab were not frequent. On the way, while driving, Wei Qingzhu still reminded Lu Zhou, "The mutants have been looking for them, and they might question you again. If there's anything you can't handle, remember to contact me." Lu Zhou nodded, pondering this matter for a while before quickly thinking of how to deal with it later. They soon climbed into the cave and took the elevator leading to the laboratory. Once the elevator reached its destination, Wei Qingzhu immediately walked quickly forward. Lu Zhou closely followed behind. Previously, with the help of a translation book, Wei Qingzhu smoothly activated all the equipment in the laboratory, bringing it into operation. "Xiao Zhou, put the mutant's body in here." Wei Qingzhu pointed to a large bottle of green solution. This glass apparatus was exceptionally large and made of extremely strong material to prevent any substances from escaping. Lu Zhou carefully opened the pouch, and the black charred remains were soaked in the solution. Wei Qingzhu was eager to obtain a piece of flesh from the mutant. She was impatient to find out if that mysterious substance was indeed T-34. During this time, Lu Zhou quietly watched Aunt as she fiddled with the laboratory equipment. From time to time, he acted as her assistant, but it was just for simple tasks. Difficult things were beyond Lu Zhou, who had no foundation. Chapter 319, The Unwavering Spirit. This state of affairs had kept Lu Zhou busy until the middle of the night. He had already been sent by Wei Qingzhu to find a place to sleep, but he continued to research, trying to uncover the secrets of the mutated humans. When Lu Zhou woke up the next morning, he went to the laboratory to look for his uncle, only to discover that his uncle had not slept all night. His eyes were bloodshot and red, with dark circles forming beneath them. The sound of Lu Zhou getting up seemed to have gone unnoticed by him. After another 2 hours, Wei Qingzhu let out an excited shout. Got it! Turning around, he saw Lu Zhou. Xiao Zhou, you were right. The mutated humans really do have substances identical to T-34. Moreover, through my research last night, I found that the T-34 substances produced by the mutated humans can indeed be synthesized. Wei Qingzhu was visibly excited. If T-34 could be synthesized, its overall value would significantly decrease. And even if the secrets concerning his wife and daughter were discovered, they could simply attribute it to the fact that T-34 substances could be synthesized, thus going unnoticed. The only difficulty is that these synthesized T-34 substances don't seem very stable. But that's to be expected. After all, the substances extracted from living humans, when re-implanted into experimental subjects, tend to trigger uncontrollable states in the body. Therefore, the instability of these synthesized substances is foreseeable. However, I believe that this arrangement could potentially stabilize them. Wei Qingzhu's excitement was evident, and Lu Zhou couldn't help but smile in response, agreeing with his uncle's findings. The corpse of the locust human remained in the laboratory. Just as the two were about to leave, Lu Zhou noticed something strange. It seemed that the mutated human was starting to grow flesh again. This thought sent a chill down Lu Zhou's spine. When he looked closely at the locust human inside the glass case, he realized he wasn't mistaken. Wei Qingzhu walked up beside Lu Zhou, his gaze slightly frenzied. Xiao Zhou, don't worry. The mutated human can't break through this glass case. If it awakens, we can continuously extract T-34 substances from it. Lu Zhou had to admit his uncle's reasoning was sound, but seeing that mass of charred flesh growing again through the glass still made him feel nauseous. For the sake of the experiment, Lu Zhou decided not to dwell on this issue. The two of them silently pressed the elevator button and left the laboratory. The journey back was smooth. When Lu Zhou inquired, his uncle mentioned that he had half a month of rest time for this trip home. The laboratory over there mainly focuses on producing nutrient solutions. I've already solved most of the major scientific problems. What's left for them is just to continue applying the established protocols. During this half month, I will devote myself fully to this side. After his uncle finished sharing his plans, Lu Zhou nodded and chose not to speak further. The weather was nice that day, and the sun was warmly shining down on passers-by as they headed home. As they approached their residence, a convertible flashed by, instantly capturing Lu Zhou's attention. At first, he merely thought the convertible reminded him of the Bai family that had once troubled him. But when he focused on the car, he recognized a familiar figure. It was actually Yu Ziyun. How could this person be like a fly, impossible to shake off? Lu Zhou couldn't help but frown slightly, and Wei Qingzhu seemed to sense Lu Zhou's displeasure, shifting his gaze to the convertible as well. What's wrong, Xiao Zhou? Lu Zhou wore a serious expression as he explained the whole situation regarding Lao Yin to his uncle, casually mentioning the identity of the person in the car. Yu Ziming? Wasn't he our neighbor downstairs? Did you have any past grievances? After all, according to your logic, he seemed intent on killing you right away. Wei Qingzhu disliked people like Yu Ziming, who relied on their parents, and what was even more despicable was that he dared to harm his family. Lu Zhou remained silent, instead thinking about another matter. Uncle, do you think the car's license plate we just saw is from our area? With Lu Zhou's reminder, Wei Qingzhu quickly realized. That license plate was quite similar to the one from the area where Lu Zhou's family lived. Thinking of this, Wei Qingzhu's expression instantly turned serious. He coldly dialed a number, first inquiring about Yu Ziming's identity, and then directly called a high-ranking leader. Lu Zhou listened attentively as Wei Qingzhu relayed the difficulties he faced from the Yu family, selectively picking out key points to share with the other party. Given Wei Qingzhu's special status as a researcher, no one dared to dismiss his words. In comparing the two parties, one was wealthy and skilled at networking, while the other was a precious asset held dearly by the base. The weight of influence was glaringly clear. Professor Wei, you can rest assured. I will immediately arrange a meeting with the Yu family. After receiving the assurance from the other side, Wei Qingzhu hung up the phone. Lu Zhou took his uncle home first, and seeing that his parents were still at his aunt's house, he realized that Yu Ziming had come in vain. However, according to Lu Zhou's thoughts, Yu Ziming was truly excessive. Originally, he and Zhang Jiahao both looked down on Yu Ziming, and they had no intention of escalating matters to the point of violence. So where did Yu Ziming's animosity towards him stem from? When Lu Zhou's parents saw the two of them returning home looking worn out, Jiang Xiaolin first took Wei Qingzhu into the house to rest, while Lu Zhou seized the opportunity to tell his parents about what had happened to him earlier. He didn't want to bring it up, but after thinking it over, he felt it was something they needed to know. Sure enough, after hearing his account, Lu Zhou's parents frowned in disbelief, feeling it was absurd. When we had issues with his family back then, it wasn't like we wanted to kill each other on sight, right? Lu Zhou's mother said incredulously, while his father added, "We should also remind the Zhang family. What if this brat is targeting them as well?" Lu Zhou agreed wholeheartedly and took out a walkie-talkie to call Zhang Jiahao. However, the phone rang, but nobody answered. In that moment, everyone's hearts sank. Lu Zhou couldn't help but think, could it be that the Zhang family had encountered some misfortune? He dialed faster. After a few more attempts, the call finally connected. The person on the other end was none other than Zhang Jiahao. "Hello, Lu Zhou, what's up?" Hearing his friend's voice, Lu Zhou immediately felt a sense of relief. He then proceeded to inform him about Yu Ziming's incident. At this time, he heard the other side fall silent. Immediately following that, there was a commotion on the line, and then Zhang Jiahao spoke cautiously. "Lu Zhou, I got some big news for you." Chapter 320, Stepmother. Lu Zhou's heart was a bit tense. He tried to calm himself down. "Go ahead, Zhang Jiasu." After getting Lu Zhou's permission, Zhang Jiasu immediately began to chatter about an incident. "Last night, my dad had an urgent matter to handle, so he went to deal with it. Unfortunately, my sister was scared by the previous Locust Man incident, and last night while she was going to the bathroom, she accidentally hurt herself. My dad couldn't go, and the team leader could only send someone to handle the unit's affairs in his place. As you know, early this morning, my dad received a call. The person who replaced him last night is dead." Zhang Jiasu's tone revealed surprise and shock. If Lu Zhou hadn't informed him about Yu Ziming's actions, he would have never thought much about it. After all, the investigation on their side concluded that it was an accident. Zhang Jiasu was just relieved that his dad hadn't gone. Otherwise, it could have easily been him who died today. That was his initial thought, but after hearing the news from Lu Zhou, Zhang Jiasu suddenly felt that this wasn't just a matter of having escaped death. It was clear that the other side was targeting their group. However, like Lu Zhou, Zhang Jiasu was equally puzzled and couldn't understand why Yu Ziming would do such a thing. They hadn't truly retaliated against the Yu family at all. Upon learning about this incident involving Zhang Jiasu, Lu Zhou became more concerned about his own parents' safety. At the same time, he wanted to find a chance to deal with the nuisance that was Yu Ziming. Yu Ziming seemed to be acting strangely. Soon after hanging up the phone, Lu Zhou fell into deep thought. He needed to find a suitable opportunity to deal with the other party. Stay calm, stay composed, and carefully look for the right opportunity. He couldn't act recklessly. At the Yu family, when Yu Onghua received a warning call from his superiors, he was completely dumbfounded. On the phone, the other party was scolding him so fiercely that Yu Onghua couldn't respond for a while. "Old Yu, you've contributed a lot of resources to the base, but what exactly do you have against Professor Wei? Why do you have to go and settle scores with his family?" "Old Yu, you're a smart person. How could you do something so unwise now? That Professor Wei is someone. He's a rising star in the research world. Everyone up top cares about him, and you still want to go and stir up trouble." Under the relentless barrage from the other person, Yu Onghua quickly regained his composure. He anxiously spoke up. "Wait, Old Zhao, I'm a bit confused. Who is Professor Wei?" Yu Onghua was part of the wealthy elite and didn't usually mix in research circles. He occasionally socialized with politicians, but mainly focused on his own circle. The voice on the other end of the line was somewhat uncertain. "Professor Wei Qingzhu, the most promising talent. I heard that Professor Wei also escaped from Jiguang City in the past. You should have heard of his name. He made nutrient soil that was ahead of its time. As soon as this was said, Yuanghua immediately thought of someone. So it was him. TSK. Yuanghua was somewhat shocked. He didn't expect Wei Qingzhu to be such a formidable character. At the time, during the Jiguang meeting, he had thought the other party was just an ordinary agricultural researcher, someone who couldn't make much of a splash. But now it seemed he had underestimated the other party. Old Zhao was his longtime friend, but given Old Zhao's official position, he would definitely need to flatter Wei Qingzhu when facing him. Not to mention that he himself was just a wealthy businessman. After learning about this, Yuanghua remained calm. Although he didn't think much of Wei Qingzhu, at least he hadn't openly done anything bad. So even if Wei Qingzhu wanted to pick a fight, he still had a solid reason to stand his ground. Clearing his throat lightly, Yuanghua said slowly, "Old Zhao, I just remembered, indeed, Professor Wei and I used to be neighbors. I didn't expect Professor Wei to come to Liangshan. To be honest, I plan to pay a visit to Professor Wei, since we have some history." Old Zhao nearly laughed out loud. "Old you, since Professor Wei is your neighbor, you should have understood that it's not enough just to visit. How could you let your son, Zimming, investigate Professor Wei's family? I heard that Zimming has already looked into Professor Wei's family." At this point, Yuanghua felt his head go boom, as if it had exploded. His brain was in a state of chaos, and all the words he wanted to say got stuck in his throat. After a long time, he finally managed to croak out, "My son is causing trouble?" "Yeah, if not, why would Professor Wei report it to his superiors? I estimate that the investigation team will be at your house soon. You should get ready. I won't say more." The other party quickly hung up the phone, leaving Yuanghua stunned in place. Once he came to his senses, his expression changed drastically, and in a fit of rage, he smashed the walkie-talkie in his hand. Unfilial son. Useless. With a creak, a beautiful woman peeked out halfway from inside. She had a face like a lotus flower and a graceful figure, but her demeanor and tone of speech revealed that she had a rather poor temperament. The woman frowned slightly and hurried over, her high heels making a thud sound on the floor. "Yugo, what's wrong? Don't be angry. Sit down for a moment." Her soft tone did soothe Yuanghua's furious emotions. She brought over a cup of tea and handed it to him. "Yugo, have a cup of tea to calm down." Yuanghua glanced at the teacup and felt even angrier. "Are you stupid? This tea is meant for business, and you're brewing it so often. What are you going to do when you actually need it?" In the end, no matter the quality, tea was quite precious right now. Not to mention cheap tea. Even if it was expired or damp, it was still a rare good thing. The woman lowered her gaze, cautiously standing behind Yuanghua, giving him a shoulder massage. "Yuge, I really am foolish. After all, in my heart, you are more important than those material things. I'm afraid your anger will harm your health." She knew how to speak well, and with her deliberately affected tone, Yuanghua's anger diminished. By the way, this woman was not Yuanghua's original wife, Qiu Wenyo, but rather the young maid who had come with the Yu family in the past. When she was still a maid, she was just a simple girl who didn't know how to dress up, but she was honest, which led to her being introduced to Qiu Wenyo as a maid. Qiu Wenyo had a proud personality outwardly, but was more bitter on the inside, especially in recent times. The young maid had spent some time with the Yu family, and when she learned that they intended to flee with the powerful, she was afraid of being left behind. To avoid that possibility, she deliberately sought out someone to switch out some strong drugs and sleeping pills, giving Yu Zimming a full dosage while giving Qiu Wenyo a slightly lesser amount. Chapter 321. A Tangled Situation. Afterward, she gave all the strong medicine to Yuanghua. That night, she put on Qiu Wenyo's sexy pajamas and took the initiative to seduce the man, rolling in bed with him. When Yuanghua discovered this, he initially wanted to withdraw without hesitation and leave, but unexpectedly, Qiu Wenyo woke up and saw the two of them entangled in each other. At that moment, Qiu Wenyo was filled with rage and grabbed a knife, intending to kill the little housekeeper. In the ensuing chaos, Yuanghua accidentally killed his wife. His mind was in a state of turmoil. To be honest, his feelings for Qiu Wenyo were not deep, and as she aged, her temper became increasingly strange, completely different from the gentle and charming woman she used to be. Moreover, they had already packed everything and were about to leave. Now, they had caused a death. What should he do? The little housekeeper timidly suggested that she could take care of the family. Yu Ziming was still young and needed a woman to look after both of them. Yu Onghua was a cold-blooded person. After contemplating the situation, he found this suggestion reasonable, as this woman was familiar with his family and their affairs, making her more suitable than finding someone else. That night, the incident was deeply buried in their hearts, and neither of them spoke of it. Early the next morning, while on the road, Yu Ziming finally woke up and kept asking where his mother was. Yu Onghua coldly interrupted him. Once they were far from their home, Yu Onghua shifted the blame for the murder onto the Lu family. Yu Ziming, naive, actually believed it. He wanted to seek revenge for his mother, but was knocked out by Yu Onghua and forcefully taken away. Yu Onghua finally managed to recall the details of the previous events when the door opened, and the person who entered was none other than Yu Ziming. Yu Ziming, under Yu Onghua's influence, was now in a leadership position in Liangshan. Objectively speaking, Yu Ziming was quite suited to being a soldier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been promoted so quickly. As soon as he entered, Yu Ziming was hit by a piece of porcelain thrown by Yu Onghua. Unfilial son, why did you provoke Professor Wei? When Yu Ziming learned the full story, although he was frightened, he did not regret his actions. Dad, the Lu family killed my mother. I happened to encounter someone from the Lu family. How could I remain indifferent and not seek revenge for my mother? Yu Ziming's words irritated Yu Onghua, who shouted, "Revenge my ass! Look at their backing, and then look at ours. I advise you to give up this thought." Yu Ziming, filled with youthful vigor, naturally disagreed. After a heated argument, they were visited by the prosecutor. The prosecutor spent about an hour understanding the situation before leaving, warning the Yu family. "Mr. Yu, sometimes you can't be too indulgent with your children." Yu Onghua immediately smiled in response. "Rest assured, I will teach my son a lesson right away. I guarantee this unfilial son will never have such thoughts again. Don't worry, we've been neighbors before. The ungrateful child is petty and still holds a grudge over our past quarrels. I'll take care of him immediately." The prosecutor nodded, got into the car, and left. After that, Yu Onghua had his bodyguards lock Yu Ziming in his own room. "No one is allowed to bring him food without my permission." After Yu Onghua left, no one noticed the gleam of triumph in Yu Ziming's eyes. At that moment, Yu Onghua happened to go out to handle some business. The young maid, named Wang Xian, hurriedly grabbed some food and darted into Yu Ziming's room. Yu Ziming was somewhat surprised, but he finished the food quickly. After eating, he leaned close to Wang Xian's ear and whispered, "Xian, this is the first step in my revenge against my mother." Wang Xian felt a wave of panic. The death of Qiu Wenyo had a significant connection to her. As they spoke, Yu Ziming made his move, and soon they were rolling on the bed together. Wang Xian was a woman who couldn't stand loneliness. Yu Onghua was busy with his career every day, and with his middle age came a significant decline in physical stamina, leaving him with little energy to satisfy her. She had intentionally seduced the young master, and it was easy to win over Yu Ziming. Afterward, the two often took advantage of Yu Onghua's absence to have their secret trysts. Yu Onghua had been wearing that green hat for about a year now. Once they were satisfied, Yu Ziming finally let go of Wang Xian, who then tried to persuade him to abandon his plans for revenge. After all, if he continued down this path, it might reveal her involvement. However, unfortunately, her efforts were not very effective. Meanwhile, in contrast to the chaos at the Yu family, Lu Zhou's situation was much simpler. After some thought, Lu Zhou quickly decided to find someone to help him investigate the situation at the Yu family. Currently, in Liangshan, there was a quickly rising neutral force that specialized in gathering intelligence. However, not just anyone could find them. To get to the bottom of the Yu family situation, Lu Zhou contacted several intermediaries before finally reaching out to an intelligence agent. In the end, the agent accepted Lu Zhou's request for a price of 10,000 exchange points. At that time, Wei Qingzhu had already been taken away to attend a briefing. Of course, the military had informed Wei Qingzhu of the handling results. Since they could not verify that the 77th clearing vehicle was Yu Ziming's doing, combined with some of Yu Ziming's slightly excessive actions in the past, the military could only allow the Yu family to keep Yu Ziming under soft detention for a month or so. Upon hearing this result, Lu Zhou was somewhat dissatisfied at first, but then he realized that he indeed had no evidence to prove that Yu Ziming had attempted to kill him at that time. However, considering Wei Qingzhu's importance, Yu Ziming's direct superiors extended his review period significantly as a means to win over Professor Wei. Some wealthy investors involved in investments try to sabotage the Yu family in various ways. They would inform Wei Qingzhu of all these matters, attempting to win his favor. Of course, more traps would have to wait until after the meeting was concluded. Wei Qingzhu was confident that these people would come to see hope in their future. During the meeting, he would let everyone know that pleasing him was the best decision they could make. Wei Qingzhu was somewhat emotional, reflecting on when he had become the very type of person he once despised, adept at scheming. The meeting proceeded successfully, and those standing in front of Wei Qingzhu gained significant benefits from this conference, such as project appointments in Liangshan and other areas where Wei Qingzhu could intervene. Beyond this matter, the most exciting news was that the intelligence agent had come to find Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou was fortunate. In less than a week, the other side had brought all the intelligence they could gather right to Lu Zhou's doorstep. Chapter 322, Testing Each Other. When a stack of documents was presented in front of Lu Zhou, he maintained his composure, reached out to take it, and quickly flipped through the pages. His brows furrowed slightly at first, but then gradually relaxed until his eyes widened in surprise. It turned out that the Yu family was in the business of precision instruments. He recalled that he had been following others and had managed to acquire quite a few instruments ahead of time, starting a business of shipping them to Liangshan. However, from the information above, it was clear that Yuanguo was probably not the ultimate boss. His position was definitely higher than what it currently appeared to be. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou couldn't help but let a smile creep onto his face. He continued reading, and when he saw the description of the Yu family's members, he was stunned. The document clearly stated that Yu Ong's wife, Wang Xian, was only 28 years old. Lu Zhou was somewhat taken aback. He distinctly remembered that Yu Ong's wife was definitely not this person. Could it be that he had replaced his wife after becoming wealthy? This wasn't impossible. Lu Zhou had seen many instances where people, after gaining wealth, sought out younger and more attractive partners, discarding their original spouses. This phenomenon was common even before the apocalypse and had become even more prevalent in the current times. Curiosity piqued, Lu Zhou continued reading. The introduction of Yu Ziming's position made him frown involuntarily. Yu Ziming was currently a team leader, managing around 30 subordinates. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised and took a closer look at the information, suddenly realizing. It turned out that Yuanguo had found an opportunity to buy off related personnel. Recalling Yu Ziming's physique and overall condition from their first meeting, Lu Zhou knew that Yu Ziming must have some capabilities. He was well aware of the system in Liangshan. While it was possible to seek connections for promotion, one had to be competent enough to handle the responsibilities. Otherwise, no one would dare to take the risk of promoting someone, especially for the position Yu Ziming held. Yu Ziming might not be exceptionally skilled, but at least he had to accomplish the tasks assigned to him. The information provided only contained details of the Yu family after they arrived in Liangshan. No one could know about their past, given the difficulties in information transmission in the current apocalypse. Seeing Lu Zhou's thoughtful expression, the person providing the information immediately spoke up. Are you satisfied? This data was painstakingly gathered over quite a while. The other party smiled amiably, and Lu Zhou naturally wouldn't make things difficult for him. Pretty good, thank you. I'll come to you again next time. After saying this, Lu Zhou settled the remaining payment before leaving. Not long after Lu Zhou departed, A young man hurriedly entered. Upon entering, the newcomer plopped down onto the guest's seat and arrogantly spoke. "Are you the largest intelligence base in Liangshan?" The information dealer, who had just seen Lu Zhou off, felt a bit annoyed by the newcomer's arrogance, but still maintained a calm demeanor. "Yes, we are. What do you need? Help me check on a person. Name?" "Lu Zhou." The newcomer was none other than Yuziming. Since he was a customer, the information dealer immediately wore a smile. "Sure, but our prices tend to be quite high." "You." The information dealer revealed a faint smile, one that seemed very sincere. Yuziming immediately felt insulted and coldly asked, "How much do I need to pay to get what I want?" The information dealer stretched out a finger, smiling, and said, 20,000 exchange points, with half of the deposit required up front. Quite the bold attitude. Yuziming tightly clenched his hands, his cold eyes scanning the unscrupulous merchant in front of him. The merchant remained silent, just grinning, and added, "Sorry, we don't negotiate prices here." With no other options, Yuziming reluctantly accepted the price. This information agency was the most powerful in Liangshan. If even they couldn't obtain the information, there was no hope elsewhere. The information dealer could actually quote different prices depending on the person. For someone who looked serious and not to be trifled with, he wouldn't dare raise the price. However, for someone like Yuziming, who looked like he had no brains, he didn't mind making a little extra profit. After Yuziming issued his request, he quickly left the place. Once he was gone, the information dealer appeared to be deep in thought. The person from before was investigating the Yu family. He knew who Yuziming was, the rich second-generation heir, lacking in intellect. TSK, TSK, TSK. This show is truly entertaining. Could Lu Zhou be the one who commissioned him to investigate the Yu family back then? As he speculated, the information dealer took out a photo provided by the other party. Turns out he was overthinking. The person from before looked nothing like the Lu Zhou in the photo. After he passed on the name, he soon received news back. He originally thought he would gain something, but in the end, the other party merely informed him that the individual's security level was too high to breach the system, and furthermore, all paper documents were locked away in military independent files. This kind of treatment was only afforded to people of very high status. Based on the information dealer's past experiences, this situation typically indicated either a super wealthy individual controlling the lifeblood of Liangshan's development, a high-ranking military leader, or certain researchers. Unfortunately, this time it was destined that he wouldn't get paid. However, as for the deposit, Yuziming would have to leave that with him. After all, their rule was that if the deal fell through, the deposit would not be refunded. Even if Yuziming made a fuss, they had enough power to handle the situation. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou had gotten into a car and was leisurely driving towards the Yin family. At the time, he had specifically chosen a super-intelligent robot from the treasure chest for the other party. Later, he studied this robot for quite a while. The robot provided by the game was certainly high-end. Initially, Lu Zhou had the robot in face sculpting mode. With a quick glance, he saw that the face sculpting mode was exceptionally human-like. If he spent time on it, creating a perfect face wouldn't be a problem. However, Lu Zhou naturally wouldn't do that. This was the apocalypse, and most importantly, the robot was intended for the Yin family. It shouldn't stand out in appearance. After some thought, Lu Zhou settled on a robust, middle-aged male appearance for the robot. Ordinary-looking, but with a physique that seemed formidable. Lu Zhou looked around, extremely satisfied. Yes, this is how it should look to intimidate those with ill intentions. As for the robot's loyalty targets, Lu Zhou entered his name and the names of the two members of the Yin family. Chapter 323, Devouring. After everything was settled, the robot respectfully lowered its head and saluted Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou touched the robot's skin a couple of times and found that it felt very realistic. Not only did its skin have the same texture as that of a human, but most importantly, it also emitted some warmth. In terms of both speech and appearance, the robot was indistinguishable from a human. When Lu Zhou was on his way to the information dealer, he brought the robot along. Now, as he drove towards the Yin family, the journey was quite smooth. After ensuring that no one was following him, Lu Zhou steered the car into a small alley. Making a turn, he was immediately in front of the Yin family's small courtyard. After knocking on the door for several minutes, no one came to answer. A sense of unease crept into Lu Zhou's heart. Just as he was about to kick the door, he heard some commotion not far away. He quickly took the robot and ran towards the source of the noise. Upon arriving at the source of the sound, Lu Zhou's face darkened significantly. Several people were surrounding the two members of the Yin family, making things difficult for them. The Yin family. Ever since Yin Bing had died just a few days ago, the elderly matriarch and her granddaughter had been living in fear every day. Even though they had the help of Lao Lu and Lao Cheng, they still couldn't rely on others to handle everything for them. It didn't take long for the neighbors to notice that something was amiss. Didn't that old Yin die? Soon, regarding the issue of compensation for the old Yin, some opportunists began to probe. When they couldn't get any information from the two members of the Yin family, they started seeking the truth through other channels. Some insiders even advised them not to waste their efforts. Yin Bing wasn't a regular soldier. Of course, there's no compensation. Do you really think Yin Bing was someone important? A portion of the people found this reasonable and stopped pursuing the matter. However, another portion remained skeptical of this explanation. After all, they understood social dynamics and could see the situation. If there really was no compensation, how would an elderly woman and a little girl manage to support themselves in the future? Since Yin Bing's death, the two had been staying indoors and showed no intention of going out to find work. This group of shrewd people immediately began to speculate. Oh, they must have a backup plan. Otherwise, how could they remain so calm? Even if there was no compensation, the two surely had some money left. In this regard, showing off wealth makes one an easy target, especially since a strong young man had just died in the family. They smelled blood in the water. Instantly, this group of ill-intentioned people surged forward like sharks sensing blood, attempting to find a way to devour the two members of the Yin family. They knew they had to wait for the right moment, waiting for a time when no one was there to support the two before making their move. Early that morning, the elderly matriarch planned to take her granddaughter out to exchange some items for food. However, who could have predicted that just a short distance from her home, she would be stopped by familiar neighbors? There were 4 or 5 people who approached, and they were all acquaintances who were not very close to her family. The elderly matriarch immediately had a bad feeling and instinctively tightened her grip on her granddaughter, Yaya. Yaya was tugged by her grandmother and felt pain, but she was very sensible and endured it. Among those people, someone with sharp eyes noticed this scene. "Hey, Aunt Yin, you're holding the child too tightly. Look at this delicate little hand. You've pinched it into what it is," said a woman who was about to reach out to grab Yaya's little hand, only to see Yaya fearfully burrow behind her grandmother. Although Yaya was young and didn't understand this person's bad intentions, she was very perceptive and could sense the malice from the other side. The woman's hand hung in the air, feeling awkward for a moment. "Tisk, what's with this wary little girl?" At that moment, the others could no longer contain their thoughts and began to chatter. "Aunt Yin, we heard that Yin Bing received a lot of compensation, right? If you have some extra cash, could you lend me some for exchange? My child fainted yesterday. That little body collapses with just a breeze, and I want to buy some nourishing food for the child." "Yes, Aunt Yin, my situation is the same. Can you lend me some too?" "Me too, Aunt Yin. Don't worry. We're all neighbors. I'll definitely pay you back later." As these people spoke, the old lady didn't believe a word. She was someone who had been through these storms and forced herself to stay calm. This matter couldn't be concealed. After all, when the exchange points were distributed later, soldiers would come to the door, and the people around would definitely know. But given the current situation, she needed to stabilize the opposing side, as they were completely outmatched, and her friend Bingzi hadn't yet come to help. The old lady pretended to speak bitterly. "Everyone, let me say a few words. There is compensation money, but the amount is small, and most importantly, we haven't received any relief money yet. Our family can barely make ends meet. Just look at how hungry the child has become. Just now, Bingzi's friend insisted on coming over to bring us some food, and I was planning to take the child out to greet him. I understand how all of you feel, but this old woman really doesn't have that kind of money in hand. Why don't we wait until it's distributed, and then we could discuss it? The old lady understood these people's thoughts well. This was the first time they had spoken, and they were clearly afraid of Bingzi's friends finding out, which was why they were speaking so harshly. Otherwise, this group would have already rushed into their homes and turned everything upside down. These few people were naturally unhappy, and the atmosphere became tense. Seeing that the other side seemed unwilling to let her and Yaya go, the old lady felt a little flustered. These people were clever and had already figured out where Bingzi's friends were. At this point, they were all hoping to get their hands on some cash. Just as the situation was becoming worse, a clear voice came from not far away. "Do you have something to say?" Everyone turned around in unison to see two people slowly walking from the alley. One was a tall, slender boy, and the other was a burly man. The boy looked quite handsome and appeared to be under 20, but there was an imposing aura about him that made him seem older than he actually was. As for the burly man, he was 195 centimeters tall, looking even more intimidating. With fists as big as sandbags, it seemed he could crush them with just one punch. For a moment, everyone felt a bit unsettled. What's going on? Do these two know this old lady? No, they hadn't seen Yin Bing interact with these two before. Chapter 324, New Family. Yaya was originally scared and had shrunk behind her grandmother, but upon seeing a familiar figure, she suddenly called out in delight, "Big brother!" Lu Zhou responded and then strode over with the robot. Upon his arrival, he pushed aside the few people blocking his view. The group could only glare at him with venomous resentment, unable to voice their anger. The old lady felt her heart tighten with anxiety, but at this moment, she relaxed for a few seconds. Thank goodness, finally saved. She remembered who this boy was, someone who had greatly helped her family, and hurriedly pulled her granddaughter forward, saying, "Child, you're here." Lu Zhou and the robot took a few steps forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of the elderly people. After casting a cold glance at the surrounding group, he spoke, "You guys are surrounding the old lady. What are you trying to do?" Upon seeing Lu Zhou's icy and venomous gaze, the group quickly lowered their heads and fawned, claiming they were only concerned about the elderly lady and had come to check on her. Lu Zhou didn't want to waste any more words with them. He simply signaled to the robot to take action. He could still observe how effective the robot's security measures were. The robot was obedient. With a single glance from Lu Zhou, it rolled up its sleeves and started throwing punches at the people in front of them. Lu Zhou watched closely as the robot employed several mixed martial arts techniques and martial arts moves, demonstrating impressive skills. After thoroughly driving the group away, the robot returned to stand behind Lu Zhou. At this moment, the old lady and Yaya were both astonished, looking at the robot. "What a skilled fighter," the old lady marveled. And after several moments of reflection, the four of them went home together. Once inside the house, upon learning that the robot was sent by Lu Zhou specifically to protect them, the old lady was shocked and hurriedly declined, feeling it was too much trouble for him. Lu Zhou chuckled. "Don't worry, my friend here is alone and has no family, living a rather lonely life. Plus, he's quite skilled, so I thought of you. You can keep each other company." These words struck a chord with the old lady. Thus, the robot officially became a member of the Yin family. This model of robot had a human-like appearance, with the most sophisticated mechanical brain hidden deep within. Consequently, it could carry out daily human activities such as grooming and eating. When it came to meals, it could convert food into energy. Bathing wouldn't damage its electrical circuits either. This was the robot's high-end feature. After all, it was a self-chosen robot pulled from a treasure chest. However, thinking about the 3 self-chosen treasure chests he had obtained, and that all the items he selected were the same kind of top-tier goods, Lu Zhou couldn't help but ponder. How many rewards had the game provided him to justify granting him 3 treasure chests as a return? When Lu Zhou left the Yin family, he also conveniently left behind a large bag of food for them. From then on, With the robot's protection, he could finally feel at ease for the time being. The robot had a special tool for communication with Lu Zhou, so he could keep track of what was happening on the robot side very clearly. As for the old couple, Lu Zhou called them one by one to inform them that he had found a suitable companion for the old lady to share her life with. Initially, they were somewhat uneasy, but when Lu Zhou recounted the incident the old lady and Yaya had just experienced, they all nodded in agreement. They were still a bit concerned and took some time to come and see the person Lu Zhou had introduced to check what he was like. When they saw the sturdy figure of the man, everyone felt that Lu Zhou was quite reliable. Especially after observing him, they found that his character was decent, except that he didn't like talking to them. The two were so excited that their eyes turned red. Even though Brother Yin was gone, they had helped settle Yan's family, which could be considered fulfilling Yan's wishes. After leaving the Yin family, Lu Zhou continued driving to Yuzin's address. He wanted to see what kind of place Yuzin lived in. The address in the documents indicated that Yuzin's family lived in a wealthy area. This place was located in the first ring, and Lu Zhou rarely came here. When the car was halfway there, Lu Zhou could vaguely see a house that matched the description in the documents. After a few more minutes of driving, he arrived at the outer perimeter of the house. This area had standalone designs of buildings, mainly catering to wealthy people. The Yu family probably relied on their past wealth, as their living conditions were quite good now. Lu Zhou parked his car, hiding it in the outer vicinity to observe the situation. By coincidence, he encountered Yuzin just as he was about to enter. Isn't this person supposed to be under house arrest? Lu Zhou silently took out his phone and snapped a picture of Yuzin's appearance. He planned to take this photo home and give it to his aunt, so they could report Yu's family to the authorities again. Just as Lu Zhou put his phone away, he saw the door open, revealing the face of a beautiful woman. This woman should be Wang Xin from the documents, right? As soon as Lu Zhou thought this, he saw the woman embrace Yuzin, and the two kissed each other. Lu Zhou's reflexes were quick, and he managed to capture the scene completely. Since there were other obstacles in front of the Yu family's door, ordinarily, no one would be able to see them. However, if someone were to look closely, that would be another story. Lu Zhou didn't expect to have captured this photo. He wondered if Yuanghua would end up having a falling out with his son because of this, which made Lu Zhou feel a sense of satisfaction. After watching them go inside, Lu Zhou had a sudden idea. He took out his invisibility cloak and slipped in right behind them. Naturally, it was much easier once inside. Lu Zhou used his shadow travel skill and effortlessly arrived indoors. As soon as he entered the house, Lu Zhou quietly followed behind them. Watching as Yuzin and the woman rolled onto the bed, Lu Zhou silently took out his phone and opened the recording function. After a few minutes of exertion, Yuzin gasped and lay down next to her. The two whispered to each other, and Lu Zhou couldn't make out what they were saying even when he tried to get closer. Besides, he couldn't get too close to avoid being exposed. Yuzin was quite cautious. He didn't mention anything about the plan to murder Lu Zhou at all. Lu Zhou thought that it was likely because they were afraid someone might be watching them. If Yuzin hadn't joined the military, Lu Zhou would have probably killed him by now. However, since he was in the military, things couldn't be so violent. At least I need to find a suitable time to let him die. Lu Zhou frowned and installed a few hidden cameras in their house before leaving. Once he left the Yu family, Lu Zhou hurried home. Chapter 325, Global Oxygen Levels Drop. It wasn't far from his home. After all, the distance between the rings was short. However, during his drive, Lu Zhou occasionally saw several cars that had crashed into the stones by the roadside, their vehicles shattered and the occupants long unconscious. At first, when he encountered the first crash, Lu Zhou thought it was just a simple traffic accident. But after coming across dozens of similar incidents, he became alert. Something's not right. This can't be just a coincidence. In that moment, Lu Zhou even suspected that the locust people had failed to clean up properly. However, when he took a closer look at the condition of the people inside the cars, he quickly dismissed that idea. The reason was simple. Besides the injuries from the crashes, there were no signs of them being eaten. Suppressing his doubts, Lu Zhou continued driving home. However, He gradually began to feel a bit of tinnitus and shortness of breath, perhaps due to nerves. Sometimes, even while driving, he felt his fingers tingling and a heaviness in his chest, as if someone had struck him hard with a hammer. This feeling, could it be poisoning? Lu Zhou quickly took out a bubble wand and blew a bubble. But after the bubble appeared, he still felt that suffocating sensation lingering. It's not poisoning. Based on this feeling, could it be a lack of oxygen? As soon as he thought of oxygen deficiency, Lu Zhou suddenly felt a shock of realization. This could explain things. There had indeed been a time when global oxygen levels dropped. However, what was strange was that shortly after the drop, there had been a rapid increase in oxygen levels. As Lu Zhou reminisced about his previous memories, he tried his best to stay calm and drove toward home. When he finally arrived home and opened the door, he saw his parents sitting in the living room, waiting for him. The suffocating feeling he had been suppressing eased significantly, but he still felt a tightness in his chest. Seeing her son come home, Lu's mother was naturally very happy. But upon noticing Lu Zhou's serious expression, she couldn't help but ask, "Son, what's wrong?" Lu Zhou asked his parents if they felt any discomfort. His father replied, somewhat puzzled, "I don't feel anything, but my heart feels a little uncomfortable. I guess it's just been a rough few days, and I'm feeling a bit suppressed." Lu's mother shook her head. "I'm fine." "Little Zhou, what on earth happened?" Lu Zhou furrowed his brow and replied softly, "The global oxygen levels have dropped." Compared to their previous shock, Lu's parents had already accepted the situation well. Lu Zhou then took out a walkie-talkie and notified all his friends and family one by one. Lu's mother still seemed a bit incredulous. "Why don't I feel uncomfortable?" She then opened the door and stepped outside to feel the changes. The result was that she felt a slight tightness in her chest, but it wasn't too bothersome. Lu's father's reaction was more intense. He had already started clutching his chest with one hand and took a couple of steps back into the house, his face pale. "I can definitely feel it. The oxygen is indeed less." The three of them hurried back inside, and only then did they feel a little better. At that moment, chaos erupted outside the window. In every household, there are always some people who are sensitive to oxygen. Some may experience mild chest discomfort, while others react more severely. Without enough oxygen, they can only gasp desperately, trying to extract more oxygen from the air. However, this effort is futile. After all, the overall environment is a state of oxygen deficiency, and no matter how hard an individual tries, it won't make a difference. A portion of the supersensitive population has been in an extreme state of oxygen deprivation, and many have quietly succumbed. When they died, their eyes were wide open, as if they were enduring immense pain. Many people didn't even know the reason for their suffering and died in a painful state of asphyxiation. Lu Zhou calmed down and, after careful consideration, reached some personal conclusions. He suspected that the oxygen levels at home were slightly higher than outside, possibly because the environment had been modified and the oxygen content had not suddenly decreased. As for the varying reactions among individuals, Lu Zhou proposed related speculations. It might be that those who generally need less oxygen could adapt better to the lowered oxygen levels. For instance, Lu Ma seemed to be coping better than Lu Ba, who usually had robust health but was currently reacting most strongly. Caught between his parents, Lu Zhou found himself in a position where he could tolerate the adverse effects. After making calls to his aunt and friends, he further validated his hypothesis. It appeared that those with poorer health conditions were experiencing milder symptoms in this environment of reduced oxygen levels, while those who were generally strong were the ones struggling the most. The sudden drop in oxygen levels disrupted Lu Zhou's plans for revenge. He had to pause the matters regarding Yu Ziming and focus all his energy on keeping his family safe from this disaster. Of course, the decrease in oxygen levels would inevitably lead to an increase in carbon dioxide levels. Lu Zhou attempted to place some plants in his home to test whether they could help increase the oxygen levels through photosynthesis. Soon, his test results came back. There was some effect, but it wasn't very significant. At this point, Lu Zhou's gaze turned to the game crops. He remembered clearly that there was a type of green plant in the game that could be crafted. At that time, he thought the crafted item was useless, and the precious materials required for crafting were considerable, making it not worth it. However, now it seemed that this green plant might indeed help solve the current problem. Lu Zhou focused on the crafting workshop in front of him. The required materials included rubies, gold bars, and wood. Rubies were treasures that Lu Zhou occasionally obtained when mining, but the probability was low. He could mine dozens of times before getting even one. So back then, he hadn't paid much attention to it. Now seeing the materials required for this green plant, Lu Zhou felt a pang of regret. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and decided to craft one. He figured that making a single one was still acceptable. The crafted item turned out to be very mini, small enough that Lu Zhou could hold it in one hand. When cupped in his palms, it was almost invisible. Upon seeing the green plant for the first time, Lu Zhou felt a jolt of disbelief. Was this tiny thing really going to be useful? Slightly skeptical, he brought the plant close to his nose to take a whiff, and his pupils widened in excitement. To be fair, despite its small size, this thing was releasing a surprisingly large amount of oxygen. The moment he brought his head close, Lu Zhou felt the rush of oxygen flooding his brain, bringing a sense of euphoria. Without hesitation, Lu Zhou immediately brought this little item to his father's nose. Chapter 326, Synthesis. This small green plant, despite its tiny size, emits a significant amount of oxygen. The most important thing is that this little thing can continuously release oxygen, making it much more practical than oxygen tanks. When preparing for the apocalypse, Lu Zhou had already stocked up on oxygen machines and several oxygen tanks. As soon as his father, Lu Ba, took a deep breath of the oxygen from the green plant, Lu Zhou quickly took out the machine and the oxygen tanks. He first handed one of the oxygen tanks to his mother, Lu Ma, and then focused on observing his father's physiological changes. After Lu Ba inhaled the oxygen from the green plant, his complexion improved slightly, but it seemed that the amount of oxygen produced by the plant was not enough, so his face quickly returned to its pallid state after a few seconds of being rosy. Seeing this, Lu Zhou felt a sense of certainty. He quickly turned on the oxygen machine and connected the oxygen tube to Lu Ba's nose. However, the oxygen machine has environmental requirements. The lower the oxygen content in the air, the heavier the burden on the machine. This was acceptable, but the most concerning part was that, over time, the machine's efficiency would only decrease. Soon, Lu Zhou thought of several chemical methods to produce oxygen, but all of them were ruled out. He didn't have the necessary reagents, and these methods were not feasible. Unexpectedly, the most useful resource at hand was the oxygen tanks he had previously stored. However, relying solely on what he had was not Lu Zhou's survival principle. He was now pondering how to establish a sustainable method to produce oxygen during this period. Lu Ba was resting on the sofa after getting enough oxygen, while Lu Ma was in a slightly better condition and could still call her sister to inquire about the situation. After confirming that there was no life-threatening danger to her family, just some anxiety, Lu Ma signaled Lu Zhou to take some oxygen tanks over to his aunt's house. This was something Lu Zhou had to do. After making some preparations, he took a large bag of oxygen tanks and hurriedly drove to his aunt's house. On the way, feeling a bit superstitious, Lu Zhou made 3 more green plants, intending to bring them along to his aunt's family. After all, these plants could provide some oxygen and might even save lives in critical moments. Once the 3 green plants were completed, Lu Zhou quickly realized that he had misunderstood the game mechanics regarding the crops. The game screen popped up with a message. Detected 3 primary green plant products. Would you like to synthesize them into one intermediate green plant product? Lu Zhou's face lit up with joy, and without hesitation, he clicked confirm. A flash of golden light passed, and the green plants transformed into a plant of normal size. Immediately, Lu Zhou could feel a dense aura of oxygen emanating from it. Not wasting any time, Lu Zhou opened the game to carefully check the details about the intermediate green plant. Intermediate green plant can produce 0.1 L of oxygen per minute. Seeing this, Lu Zhou's eyebrows jumped. That meant it could produce 6 L of oxygen per hour. And since one oxygen tank holds 12 L, this plant could generate a full tank's worth in just 2 hours. One tank could supply a person with 100 breaths. If one intermediate green plant's oxygen production was sufficient for his family, he couldn't help but wonder how terrifying the efficiency would be for even higher-level green plants. Feeling a surge of curiosity, Lu Zhou decided to test it out later. Before long, he arrived at his aunt's house, carrying the oxygen tanks and the new green plant. When Jiang Xiaolin opened the door and saw the much-needed supplies Lu Zhou brought, her eyes immediately filled with tears of gratitude. "Xiao Zhou, come in first, don't just stand at the door." Lu Zhou didn't plan to linger, but hurriedly placed these 2 items inside his aunt's house. "Aunt, this green plant can produce oxygen. Find a good spot for it, and you should be able to use these oxygen cans." Jiang Xiaolin felt a bit intrigued. Could this green plant really be that amazing? When she leaned a bit closer to smell it, she realized that this green plant actually had an impressive effect. Jiang Xiaolin eagerly moved the items to the central spot in her home. She intended to give an oxygen kin to both Grandma Shan and her daughter. As a result, the 2 of them sat down next to the green plant, intoxicated by the abundant scent of oxygen. This aroma was much more pleasant than that from the oxygen cans, evoking a sense of tranquility reminiscent of a primeval forest. In contrast, the smell from the oxygen cans was quite strange. Jiang Xiaolin found her hand, which was about to open a can, stopping involuntarily. She slowly walked over to the 2 of them and quietly inhaled the scent. After leaving his aunt's house, Lu Zhou had delivered some oxygen cans to Wang De, the Zhang family, and the Gao and Yin families. Except for the Yin family, every household was more than willing to trade their items with Lu Zhou in exchange for the oxygen cans. After all, at this time, very few people had access to oxygen cans. Often, even if one wanted to spend money, they had to find something worthwhile to spend it on. As for the green plants, Lu Zhou didn't give any to others. He didn't have many rubies, and since the oxygen content decreased over time, it rose afterward, making it not worth spreading them around. However, Lu Zhou's eyes lit up with an idea. He could seize this opportunity to sell oxygen. While driving home, Lu Zhou had already created a high-level green plant to test the waters. High-level green plant produces 1 L of oxygen per minute. Sure enough, seeing the high-level green plant producing such a large amount of oxygen made Lu Zhou very happy inside. One high-level green plant needed 3 medium-level plants, but the output was clearly better, 10 L per minute versus 0.3 L per minute. Even a fool would know which option to choose. Upon reaching home, Lu Zhou took out the green plant and placed it inside. Immediately, his father appeared much more spirited and even pulled off the oxygen tube, moving around energetically. Because the oxygen production efficiency of the high-level green plant was so strong, Lu Zhou also took out a medium-level green plant and placed it in the house. After all, excessive oxygen could lead to poisoning. This high-level green plant was the foundation of his oxygen supply. Soon, Lu Zhou produced 4 high-level green plants in total, meaning he had 5 plants that could generate oxygen. In terms of conversion, this meant that Lu Zhou could harvest oxygen equivalent to 6,000 oxygen cans daily. That was already a significant amount of oxygen. However, he needed something to store the oxygen in. Lu Zhou furrowed his brows, deep in thought. This matter required collaboration. The 5 high-level green plants were placed in his gaming room, where the oxygen was visibly abundant, and they could be controlled by Lu Zhou, obediently filling containers. Since the oxygen filling mechanism seemed trouble-free, the next priority was finding containers for the oxygen. Very quickly, Lu Zhou contacted Zhang Yi. Previously, whenever Lu Zhou had something to sell, he would approach Zhang Yi. Chapter 327, The Oxygen Dealer. This time was no exception. Moreover, the oxygen could be provided to the surrounding people for free or at an extremely low price. The most important thing was that, at this stage where oxygen was in extreme scarcity, Once this product hit the market, it would definitely be snatched up. When Zhang's father heard this, he instantly became excited and rubbed his hands together. Xiao Zhou, are you serious? Do you have a way to get oxygen? This matter was definitely very profitable. Previously, Lu Zhou had helped his family procure a batch of oxygen canisters, and at that time, Zhang's father had an inkling that Lu Zhou must have some connections. Now, not long after, Lu Zhou had come to him again. Zhang's father was visibly happy, and Lu Zhou nodded. Uncle Zhang, the source of oxygen is absolutely sufficient, but I don't have any containers here. It would be best if the other party could bring over some containers for the transaction. I can fill them up for them. Zhang's father stroked his chin and quickly understood Lu Zhou's predicament. Got it. I'll hurry to find someone. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. This was the good thing about Uncle Zhang. He got energized when it came to making money. However, in addition to the usual need for gold, Lu Zhou also wanted to acquire some radiation protective suits to keep for himself. After all, he only had 3 sets, which were only enough for his family to wear. He had taken all 3 items from that exhibition hall. After hearing Lu Zhou's request, Zhang's father rarely sighed. Xiao Zhou, to be honest, this kind of thing is hard to find. Lu Zhou nodded. Uncle Zhang, that's fine. I can also use gold, but please help me find out who might have these items. Having been through so many hardships together, Zhang's father quickly became somewhat anxious. In the past, they all relied on Lu Zhou to survive, and now that Lu Zhou mentioned looking for this item, did it mean he would need it in the future? Although Lu Zhou hadn't explicitly said so, Zhang's father had already silently decided that he had to find a seller for those radiation protective suits. After leaving Zhang's house, Lu Zhou returned home to continue worrying about his big matters. Wei Qingzhu mentioned that he should have been on vacation, but because of the reduced oxygen levels, he had been called by the higher-ups to discuss countermeasures. About half a day later, Zhang's father couldn't wait to come over. Xiao Zhou, I found the people who will be receiving the oxygen. They have their own containers. As for the price, I agreed with them that it will be in gold. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any radiation protective suits. There are just too few available. However, I did get some news that they might be available in Shanshan. That place used to be a factory that produced radiation protective suits. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou felt a surge of interest. I wonder if that factory is still there now. It was no longer the season for high temperatures, and Shanshan wasn't too far from where they were. Lu Zhou contemplated whether he should make a trip there. Zhang's father quickly realized what Lu Zhou was thinking. Xiao Zhou, don't rush. I'll find out what the situation is there. Lu Zhou nodded, agreeing to wait. Zhang's father had more connections than he did. The last time they were able to contact that intelligence organization, it was largely due to Zhang's father's efforts. The two then shifted their discussion back to pricing. After quickly negotiating, Zhang's father went out to continue contacting the other party. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou's parents asked a few questions. Once they learned about Lu Zhou's plans, they were also willing to let him go ahead. Lu Zhou was very grateful to his parents for being so trusting of him. Zhang's father soon called, saying that Lu Zhou should go over to meet the vehicle. When Deng and Lu Zhou rushed over, they discovered that the vehicle was filled to the brim with empty cans. Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Uncle Zhang, these empty cans, did you guys rob a canning factory? Deng was joking, but Lu Zhou keenly noticed that Zhang Kai's expression changed immediately. He quickly stepped forward and whispered, "You guessed it right, but don't let it out. These cans were obtained by them, and we don't need to worry about how." Lu Zhou nodded and didn't continue the conversation, instead focusing on driving the vehicle away. Once he found an open space, he quickly started using a game to fill the cans with oxygen. Lu Zhou worked swiftly, but due to the large quantity, it took him 3 hours to finish. By the time Lu Zhou drove over to deliver the goods, he was feeling somewhat exhausted. This load had consumed all the oxygen he produced today. Zhang Kai glanced at the quality and was pleasantly surprised. Xiao Zhou, this batch of goods is quite good. I can tell that it has a heavenly fragrance. Zhang Kai had only recently been exposed to this so-called heavenly oxygen bar. These things could only be enjoyed by those who had enough wealth or were in a superior position. I must ask for more money from them later. Zhang Kai left confidently, while Lu Zhou was left feeling slightly breathless. Zhang Kai's comment wasn't just for show. Previously, the other party had compensated them based on the standard oxygen canisters. Now that the quality had improved, there was no reason for them to give it away for free. After all, many people needed this stuff, and the supply was clearly insufficient. Lu Zhou drove home and collapsed in a bed. He was utterly exhausted from the day's work. Lu's mother, feeling sorry for her son, covered him with a blanket and then quietly went to the kitchen, thinking of making some good dishes to nourish him. Lu's father wanted to help out, but was stopped by Lu's mother. Lu's mother looked at him with concern and said somewhat haughtily, "Don't you dare help. Our son prefers the meals I cook. If you interfere, he might not want to eat at all. Now go lie down obediently and wait for the food." Lu's father couldn't help but smile. He understood that his wife was worried about his health. After all, Lu's father was quite sensitive to oxygen deficiency and had only recently recovered. When Lu Zhou woke up, it was just in time for dinner. Groggily walking out, he was greeted by a fragrant aroma. Entering the kitchen, he saw Lu's mother coming out with a bowl of soup. "Xiao Zhou, come quickly. Mom made you chicken soup." The dining table was set with 4 dishes and a soup, quite bountiful. Lu Zhou looked at his mother and noticed fine beads of sweat on her forehead. She must be tired. Lu Zhou lowered his head and quietly enjoyed the delicious meal. The chicken soup was fragrant, and after drinking it, it felt as if all his fatigue had vanished. Lu's father didn't forget to praise Lu's mother's cooking, and the whole family enjoyed a rare moment of relaxation. Lu Zhou watched this warm scene and secretly vowed to always protect his parents. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou's oxygen canisters received unanimous acclaim in the market. The price was a full double of the previously set price. Moreover, and most importantly, everyone wanted them, and despite a rush to buy, many people still couldn't get them. Thus, the second wave of purchasing frenzy began. Chapter 328, The Last Time. When Lu Zhou learned about this situation, he was instantly filled with excitement. He and Uncle Zhang immediately looked for cooperative buyers. As truckloads of oxygen canisters were transported out, Lu Zhou's gold reserves gradually increased. Uncle Zhang simply thought that Lu Zhou had a lot of connections. After all, ever since he was young, Lu Zhou had always managed to get enough rare items from time to time. However, what he didn't realize was that this business had been managed entirely by Lu Zhou from start to finish. Of course, all the huge profits ended up in Lu Zhou's own pockets. Uncle Zhang also gained a considerable profit from it, and everyone made a fortune. Moreover, thanks to this oxygen canister incident, Uncle Zhang leapt to fame as a well-known dealer in Liangshan. Many people in need of supplies would come to him. Uncle Zhang was naturally overjoyed. The oxygen he obtained from Lu Zhou was enough for his entire family, and they had also saved up a lot of money. Just thinking about it made Uncle Zhang feel happy. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou worked hard alongside Uncle Zhang, desperately utilizing high-grade plants to produce oxygen. After all, in a few days, these oxygen supplies would become worthless. Lu Zhou remembered that the drop in oxygen content only lasted for a month. Before the higher-ups could come up with a reasonable countermeasure, suddenly one day, the global oxygen levels surged sharply. Thinking about all this made Lu Zhou feel a sense of urgency. He needed to seize the opportunity and make a big move. While Lu Zhou was contemplating these matters, Uncle Zhang brought some items and visited the Lu family. The few of them sat happily on the sofa, and during their conversation about the oxygen canisters, Uncle Zhang expressed some anger and helplessness. "All our oxygen canisters have been snatched up by those wealthy people. They've hoarded a lot of oxygen canisters, presumably for the future. Sai, it's incredibly hard for ordinary people to buy oxygen canisters now." Uncle Zhang felt a bit disheartened, but he didn't dare to be generous and take the initiative. After all, one act of kindness could lead to another. He was just a small-time dealer, so he couldn't afford to be that generous. Previously, he knew someone who, out of kindness, had given some oxygen canisters to a family with a seriously ill member. As a result, that night, the kind-hearted dealer's entire family was robbed clean. In addition to the theft, their youngest son also died. In one night, a family that should have been happy together ended up in such a state. Since then, no one dared to show kindness to others unless they were very familiar with them and could lend a hand. Lu Zhou adhered to this principle. Regarding the incident with Old Yin, he felt guilty, thinking he had dragged Old Yin down, which is why he took care of the Yin family multiple times as a form of atonement. As for others, Lu Zhou would never give out welfare for no reason. After all, in this world, kind people were the most likely to perish. After their discussion, Uncle Zhang hinted to Lu Zhou that if he still had stock, he should continue to cooperate with him to sell the oxygen canisters. During this conversation, Uncle Zhang even suggested to make sure to earn this money quickly, in case there was no shortage of oxygen in the future. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou's action slowed for a few seconds. "Uncle Zhang, what news do you have?" In truth, this news stemmed from a dream Uncle Zhang had. In his dream, the global oxygen levels suddenly soared from a decrease, and he even saw all the plants growing unusually large, as if humans were living in a primeval forest. He even dreamt of beasts leaping over his head several times, which scared him awake. After realizing it was just a dream, Zhang Jiahao still didn't dare to relax, and instead warned Zhang Ku. The purpose of their visit to the Lu family was to convey this piece of news. Of course, the source of the news would naturally have to be fabricated by Zhang Ku, as most people found the credibility of dreams to be low. Even Lu Zhou had believed in himself once because, apart from himself, Lu Zhou's people had also had the same dream. After much thought, Zhang Jiahao decided to ask his father to concoct a kind-hearted lie. Zhang Ku replied slowly, "This news, I heard it from some friends, but I'm not sure how accurate it is. However, as people in business, we must choose to believe it exists rather than dismiss it." Lu Zhou furrowed his brow. "Uncle Zhang, I trust what you say, but how many people know about this news? If too many know, then there won't be much profit left in our business." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ku immediately spoke up. "Very few people know, and even if they do, they won't say anything because, after all, everyone wants to make money." Though he said this, Zhang Ku was sweating inside. His son had really dug a hole for him. One lie required more lies to cover the truth, even if that lie was a kind-hearted one. Lu Zhou, through Zhang Ku's eyes, quickly understood certain things. Is it Zhang Jiahao's mysterious sixth sense? Since it was news known only to friends, it meant others hadn't reacted yet. Lu Zhou and Zhang could continue to finalize their cooperation, and soon, the two Zhangs quickly left. During this time, Zhang Jiahao had been busy following Zhang Ku around, and he and Lu Zhou hadn't really talked for a long time. Meanwhile, apart from being busy supplying goods, Lu Zhou had not stopped his daily exercises. Aunt Ku was still dealing with a crisis, but it was said that there was little effect. Meanwhile, on the Liangshan side, they had already sent a supply of oxygen packs to the families of all research personnel as a form of consolation. When Jiang Xiaolin received those oxygen cans and food, she immediately wanted to share some with her sister, but was refused by Lu Zhou. "Aunt, don't give anything to my family. We have plenty of supplies at home, and we won't be able to use more. Just keep it for yourself." Lu Zhou was very firm in his stance, so Jiang Xiaolin could only accept the aid for herself. Lu Zhou didn't stay at his aunt's house for too long. Every time he visited, he would bring some dairy products for his little cousin. Initially, his aunt would ask a few questions, but now it had become a routine. In addition to the dairy products, Lu Zhou also brought health supplements that children need during their growth phase for his aunt. He specifically chose the freshest dates and reminded his aunt to make sure his little cousin took them. When Jiang Xiaolin saw those health supplements, she was taken aback. Not to mention, these things were quite expensive now. Although there were few children born in the apocalypse, there were still some, right? The adults at home could scrape by with just a meal, but children need some supplements to grow, right? Families that were not in dire straits would still try to get some of these things when conditions allowed. Chapter 329. Wang family's father returns to work. Jiang Xiaolin felt very sorry for Lu Zhou. Before Lu Zhou could leave, she grabbed his clothes anxiously and said, "Xiao Zhou, You shouldn't spend so much next time. How much effort do you put into getting these things? Tong Tong is doing quite well now. Moreover, the current situation doesn't allow it. Our family doesn't need to compete with those wealthy people. You must promise not to do this again. While she spoke, she stuffed a small piece of gold into the backpack that Lu Zhou was carrying. Jiang Xiaolin leaned closer to Lu Zhou's ear and explained in a low voice, "Xiao Zhou, this small piece of gold is something I exchanged with someone else. Take it. It's as if your aunt is paying you." Lu Zhou knew that his aunt would definitely feel uneasy accepting it. He smiled and turned around, saying, "All right then, Andy, but this gold is too much. I'm taking advantage of you, so next time I'll bring Tong Tong even more of these things." Jiang Xiaolin really had no way to stop him and could only let Lu Zhou leave. However, after giving Lu Zhou some money, her heart finally calmed down a bit. After all, her sister's benefits shouldn't be taken for granted like this. As for Lu Zhou's oxygen business, it was running smoothly. Time passed quickly, and soon the day of increased oxygen concentration arrived. Just before this day came, Lu Zhou had just completed a big deal with the Zhang family. This oxygen business had brought Lu Zhou quite a bit of gold. But more importantly, the buyer was someone Lu Zhou knew, Yuanghua. Since Yuanghua arrived in Liangshan, he had naturally started to rely on his old connections to do business. In the current oxygen-deficient environment, selling oxygen was indeed profitable. Even though Liangshan had enough oxygen and the market was relatively saturated, what about the neighboring areas? There was definitely profit to be made. Yuanghua first looked at his acquaintances from the past, desperately tearing at benefits like a fish swimming through water. After confirming that this investment was safe, he reached out to friends to find a way for himself. This way turned out to be through an agent under Zhang's father's name. This meant that Yuanghua had bought 3 trucks of oxygen at a higher price. When Lu Zhou learned about it, he simply smiled broadly. The global oxygen surge was only a little over an hour away, and he hoped Yuanghua would still be able to smile by then. Lu Zhou could already imagine that when the oxygen became abundant, the value of those 3 trucks of oxygen Yuanghua had would vanish into thin air. Although the price of these 3 trucks of oxygen wouldn't plunge Yuanghua into despair, it would certainly leave him feeling the pinch for a while. Since he couldn't spare the time to deal with the Yu family for now, at least he could let the Yu family suffer a bit. When the Zhang family found out about this, they were initially taken aback, but then they became happy. However, he kept his joy to himself, as aside from him being certain that the Yu family would incur losses, others probably wouldn't believe it. Lu Zhou had a keen eye and noticed his friend's lips twitching with excitement. All right, the Zhang family indeed knew about this. Lu Zhou was even more certain that the news brought by Zhang's father was given to him by Zhang Jiahao. For safety, the few of them returned home, quietly waiting for the moment to arrive. On his way home, Lu Zhou encountered quite a few people who were struggling without transportation or oxygen tanks, trying to endure on their own. There was also a group of people, dressed in rags, who were chanting something. Lu Zhou stared at the opposite side several times, when suddenly someone nearby said, "Hey, the suffering monk." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou suddenly realized. So it turns out to be the suffering monk. These people believe that as long as they endure enough suffering themselves, they can bear the hardships of the world for others. Of course, these suffering monks will also attract the divine. The suffering monks do not negatively impact the governance of Liangshan. Instead, they contribute to security. Therefore, these suffering monks have not been dealt with by the Liangshan authorities and are allowed to roam the streets. The person trying to chat up the suffering monk was a small thug. Lu Zhou was currently in the outermost part of Liangshan, where security was the worst. Unless someone was truly out of money and lacking connections to move inside, no one would want to stay here. This thug brazenly demanded food or other items from the suffering monk, who remained wooden and just gave whatever was asked. Lu Zhou watched, feeling somewhat irritated. After the thugs took the items, they didn't forget to flaunt their ill-gotten gains with smirks. "Hey, fools are the best. Just ask for it and you can get it. Luckily, I spoke up early. Otherwise, these things would have been taken by someone else." After the thugs swaggered away, the suffering monks continued to stumble forward, and one even fell to the ground unconscious. This person happened to be the one who had just been robbed. Lu Zhou initially thought others would be outraged, but to his surprise, everyone laughed. They laughed crazily, mumbling to themselves. He's ascended the great path. He's become an immortal. We should also put in more effort. After watching this farce, Lu Zhou was utterly shocked. Looking over again, he scanned the crowd and found that there were both men and women, young and old. Most of them looked very poor. As he watched those people walk away, Lu Zhou deeply realized how much the apocalypse had affected so many people. Those children, if they were in a prosperous era, could at least go to school instead of having no choice but to believe in an obscure faith. Only then did Lu Zhou deeply feel that education, as it currently existed, was indeed non-existent. In the past, everyone thought that living was the most important thing. But after seeing today's scene, Lu Zhou profoundly believed that one must live with thought and soul. That is true living. Lu Zhou couldn't help but think of his little cousin, and suddenly woke up to the realization that he should remind his aunt to pay attention to teaching his little cousin. Lu Zhou drove back home, calling his aunt while driving to inquire about his little cousin's learning situation. Jiang Xiaolin was a bit curious about what Lu Zhou meant. Generally, it's me and Grandma Shan teaching a bit to Tong Tong, but both of us have to go out to work sometimes, so Tong Tong is left alone at home to read. The more Lu Zhou listened, the tighter his brows furrowed. Shouldn't he find a good teacher for his little cousin? Lu Zhou didn't hide this from his aunt and casually brought up the idea of finding a teacher. At that moment, his aunt suddenly suggested someone that Lu Zhou couldn't refuse. Lu Zhou, I remember Wang Da's parents and he and Yin are both teachers, right? I wonder if we could ask them to help teach Tong Tong. To be honest, his aunt's suggestion instantly made Lu Zhou very satisfied. After all, Wang Da was such an upright, enthusiastic, and intelligent person, and that was inseparable from his parents' guidance. Moreover, Wang Da's family was familiar, which was much more suitable than finding someone from outside. Without a second thought, Lu Zhou immediately called Wang Da. Chapter 330, Unfamiliar Crops. When Lu Zhou called, it was a time when an elderly couple was feeling a bit restless. They were sitting on the sofa at home, idly doing nothing. The phone rang. Wang Da immediately answered the call upon seeing it was Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou, why are you calling again? Wang Da was a bit surprised. Usually, they didn't contact each other much outside of serious matters. Brother Wang, I'd like to ask you for a favor. When Wang Da learned that Lu Zhou wanted his parents to help teach his little sister, he was instantly delighted. Ever since the disaster struck, his parents had often appeared quite dejected, as the skills they relied on for survival had become less needed. When one cannot realize their life's value, they tend to feel down often. So, upon finding out that Lu Zhou was willing to pay his parents for teaching the child, Wang Da immediately agreed with excitement. Lu Zhou, don't mention it. The fee isn't necessary. My parents would definitely enjoy doing this. Lu Zhou shook his head, his tone firm. No, that won't do. I can't let Uncle Wang and Auntie Wang work for free. This compensation must be given. By the way, do you mind if I bring another child along? Is it your good little sister? I don't mind at all. Teaching one or two doesn't make much difference. Wang Da's reluctance to accept payment was largely because Lu Zhou had indeed helped him a lot during the recent disaster. That oxygen tank, he considered it to be the cheapest price. In fact, at the beginning, Lu Zhou didn't even intend to ask for money. It was Wang Da who insisted on giving him something. In the car, Lu Zhou smiled slightly, feeling pleased. Great! He had found a suitable teacher for his little cousin. Naturally, he also called Zhang Jiahao to inform him. Zhang Jiahao was indeed interested, and when his sister Zhang Lele heard that she could study with her friend Tong Tong, she immediately became excited and started dancing with joy. At the beginning of the aftermath, education was the least valued. Now that someone could teach his sister, Zhang Jiahao was overjoyed. At the Lu family, when Lu Zhou arrived home, he parked the car and immediately went inside without delay. The family didn't say much, but there was a hint of fear for the future on their faces. Ordinary people could not imagine what the increase in oxygen levels really meant. However, Lu Zhou knew, when oxygen levels are too high, it can put a person's mind in an extremely excited state. In the worst-case scenario, it could lead to oxygen poisoning. "Son, I'll close the curtains for us," Dad Lu suggested, trying to alleviate his anxiety by taking on some household chores. Mom Lu was also busy. She picked up some dirty clothes and planned to toss them into the washing machine. Lu Zhou kept a close watch on the outside of the house, eager to see what changes might occur. The change came swiftly, just less than a minute after Mom Lu left, and while Lu Zhou could still hear the faint sound of the washing machine rolling, the change happened. First, a hint of tender green leaves appeared before Lu Zhou's eyes. Leaves? Lu Zhou was astonished. One must know that ever since the Locust People incident, the entire Liangshan had been barren and desolate, making it impossible for such vibrant life to exist. This absurdity had barely risen when, as if it had consumed some sort of energy, the leaves began to grow rapidly, soaring upward. The branches were growing at an astonishing rate, producing a series of bone-chilling, cracking sounds. Lu Zhou widened his eyes and hurriedly rushed to the window, desperately craning his neck to see what was happening outside. As far as he could see, several trees burst through the ground. These trees were growing as if they were mad, competing with each other to see who could grow faster and taller. At first, Lu Zhou could still see the leaves, but after a few minutes, he could no longer see them. He could only see the straight, sturdy brown trunks. This scene was something Lu Zhou had never witnessed in his life. "Dad, Mom, come quickly and take a look," he shouted urgently, and his parents all looked out the window in astonishment. Not only were there these unknown tree species, but among them there were even some familiar crops mixed in. Soon after, besides the sound of trees growing, there were also sounds of buildings collapsing. The whole family anxiously leaned closer to the window, and they quickly saw the source of the noise. It turned out that the trees had crushed quite a few houses. These trees grew at an extremely fast rate and were exceptionally robust. If they were growing from the houses, they certainly had the power to break them. Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel relieved that he had reinforced the house in advance. Otherwise, it was very likely that their home would have become one of the damaged buildings. Aside from those sounds, Lu Zhou followed the continuous crackling sounds with his gaze. When he looked at the plants in his small garden, Lu Zhou's eyes widened. He saw that these plants were desperately trying to break through the glass, as if they had gone insane. The ceiling was covered with game glass, and there was a layer of cloth covering it. Perhaps because the glass was originally a product from the game, these plants were striving to grow but couldn't break the glass. However, the plants were quite clever. Most of the vegetables were directly bypassing the glass and desperately trying to squeeze through the gaps of the door. Especially the cucumbers and pumpkins, which were climbing even faster. They couldn't break through the glass doors and windows, but they could crazily drill out, extending their vines outside. These plants were wildly reproducing in the open space. Even if the ground was filled, they still needed to occupy the airspace. Lu Zhou watched as these climbing plants rapidly spread up the edges of his window. In just a few moments, they had occupied an entire building. Moreover, their growth rate was astonishing. For example, Lu Zhou was watching as the cucumber vines in front of the window blossomed and produced 10 or so fresh, juicy cucumbers. Lu Ma and Lu Ba both stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked by this scene. "Oh my gosh, these vegetables can grow this fast. It's almost the same speed as our game soil. And where did these other trees come from?" Lu Ma posed a soul-searching question, while Lu Ba scratched his head. "Let's keep paying attention and see what's going on." The three of them stood still, intently watching the cucumber vines. Those fresh, juicy cucumbers seemed to be emitting the unique fresh aroma of cucumbers. While Lu Ma was pondering whether these cucumbers were edible, she suddenly saw a shadow flash by. By the time the three of them reacted, the dozens of cucumbers had already disappeared. Lu Zhou had the best eyesight. It seemed he caught a glimpse of that mysterious figure through the window. With a yellowish appearance, could it be a monkey? After all the cucumbers were taken away, Lu Zhou noticed that the cucumber vines were shaking incessantly. The cucumber vines were no longer as fragile as they had been before. Chapter 331. The Prehistoric Forest. The vines outside now looked particularly like those hanging from ancient giant trees. They appeared thick and robust. As the three of them stood still, watching outside the house, they suddenly heard the sounds of heavy objects falling to the ground. Looking down, they saw a few monkeys lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Each of them was holding a cucumber. Oh my God, they look like they're poisoned, but they're holding cucumbers. Can cucumbers cause poisoning? Lu Ma exclaimed in surprise, recalling how she had regretted the cucumbers being snatched away earlier, wishing she could have picked some herself. Lu Ba furrowed his brow and said, "These vegetables must have undergone some kind of mutation. We should be careful and not touch these plants." Lu Zhou thought the same. However, compared to the issue of the plants growing wildly, he was more concerned about whether the global oxygen concentration had increased dramatically. So, after putting on a protective suit, Lu Zhou carefully stepped outside the house and took out a device to measure oxygen levels. This device was given to him by his uncle, who was a researcher and deemed such tools essential. As he watched the oxygen levels rapidly rise, Lu Zhou was initially stunned, then quickly realized something. Wait a minute, could it be that these rapidly growing plants are the reason for the surge in global oxygen levels? Lu Zhou was startled by his own thought. I can't jump to conclusions. I should observe the situation more closely. Being cautious, Lu Zhou retreated back into the house, afraid that the plants carried viruses or other dangerous things. He sprayed disinfectant all over his suit before finally taking it off and entering the house. Seeing her son return safely, Lu Ma hurried over to him and quietly asked about what he had observed outside. Lu Ba then asked a few questions about the situation outside. After hearing Lu Zhou's account, Lu Ba furrowed his brows, hissed a few times, and finally said, "Well, Xiao Zhou, I feel that your hypothesis is very likely. You mentioned that the oxygen levels suddenly increased without knowing the reason, and now it seems that these plants might be the cause." Lu Zhou nodded and then took out a drone from the house. He quickly launched the drone into the air. As the drone flew, it revealed an expanse of greenery. If Lu Zhou didn't know this was Liangshan, he would genuinely think it was some unknown primitive forest. In the area around Lu Zhou's home, a vast number of trees had grown, covering the sky and even bursting through the windows of the rooms. As Lu Zhou piloted the drone, he quickly flew beyond his own area. Lu Ba and Lu Ma covered their mouths, their expressions complex as they closely watched the screen in Lu Zhou's hands. The images on the screen constantly reminded them that it wasn't just their vicinity that had changed, but the entire Liangshan area had transformed into this way. The drone zipped past, and the farther it went, the more astonishing the scene became for Lu Zhou. It was terrifying how quickly the trees had grown, creating a dense and sprawling forest. Various ancient trees twisted together, their crowns lush, and within the forest, there were even numerous animals leaping about. Lu Zhou piloted the drone and discovered a variety of animals in the forest, including snakes, deer, wild boars, monkeys, wolves, and even black bears, among others. It looked like a rather unsafe environment. Moreover, these scenes were only visible because Lu Zhou was skillfully maneuvering the drone, dodging massive trees in the forest. The trees completely covered the roadway, greatly hindering the speed of the drone. Not only that, but Lu Zhou also saw a person trapped deep within the forest, entangled tightly by several vines. Lu Zhou's hand controlling the drone suddenly froze. There are indeed some moving vines. Devil's Vine is one such example. But in a place like Liangshan, it shouldn't be able to produce such things. As Lu Zhou fixated on the screen in his hand, the vines went wild, tightening their hold on the struggling man. From these vines, a viscous, dark liquid began to seep out. Upon contact with the man, the struggling figure immediately ceased all movement. Lu Zhou watched helplessly as the vines devoured the man, even burying his bones underground to nourish themselves. The entire process was incredibly quick, and the actions of these plants made Lu Zhou feel a chill run down his spine. Carnivorous plants, especially since the speed at which this plant consumed its prey, was alarming. If one were to encounter such a plant without precaution, they wouldn't even know how they died. Lu Zhou gripped the remote control tighter, feeling a surge of anxiety. Besides Lu Zhou, his parents were also closely watching the situation on the screen, and upon seeing this, they naturally felt a shiver run through them. Lu Zhou took a deep breath and continued to maneuver the drone to fly further away. However, the path ahead became increasingly difficult, likely due to the plants growing thicker. As the drone's battery ran low, Lu Zhou decisively turned it around. Just when he was about to return, a monkey suddenly lunged out and grabbed the drone. Due to the dense tree canopy, Lu Zhou had intentionally flown the drone lower. He hadn't anticipated that a monkey would leap out and snatch it. Once the monkey took hold of the drone, the screen began to shake violently. Lu Zhou frowned, trying to forcibly retrieve the drone from the monkey. However, the screen shifted again. On the drone's display, the monkey was frantically running away, and behind it followed a massive creature resembling a centipede. It looked like an enlarged version of a centipede, with many legs, and in addition to its numerous limbs, it possessed sharp mandibles. Just by looking through the screen, Lu Zhou could feel the creature's lethality. The monkey ran quickly, and although the centipede didn't catch up, it was fortunate enough to snag a rabbit. The rabbit, not being particularly clever, failed to escape in time when confronted by the centipede and was bitten in half by its sharp mandibles. In an instant, its skin was torn and blood gushed out. The centipede feasted happily, while Lu Zhou and his parents watched in horror. Good grief, how did such a gigantic centipede come to exist? Moreover, it looked terrifyingly formidable. Lu Zhou took a few deep breaths, attempting to maneuver the drone back. However, things took a turn for the worse. The drone was damaged and could not return. Fortunately, Lu Zhou had several backup drones. This one was just a basic model. Before the battery ran out, the drone faithfully recorded everything. The centipede couldn't enjoy its meal for long. With a sudden bird call, a strong gust of wind swept through, causing the centipede to burrow underground. Chapter 332, Saving People. The centipede moved quickly, almost instantly, darting into the ground. In a flash, Lu Zhou witnessed the true form of the sound that resembled a bird call. It was a giant bird. When its wings spread out, they measured 3 to 4 meters long, and its sharp beak gleamed with a sense of hardness. Lu Zhou quietly watched the scene through the drone's footage. He had no doubt that such a sharp beak could easily pierce through human skin. He thought the large bird had missed its target, but to Lu Zhou's surprise, the bird stood firm at the hole where the centipede had burrowed in, using its beak to repeatedly dig through the soft soil. With little effort, a massive centipede was pecked apart by the bird's beak. Green blood belonging to the centipede suddenly spurted out. The screen immediately became quite blurry, and Lu Zhou guessed that it was probably due to the centipede's blood contaminating the lens. Through the large blotch, Lu Zhou could only barely see the flickering shadow of the bird on the opposite side. The scene was likely gruesome, but the smear provided a sort of mosaic effect, making it somewhat bearable. When everything quieted down after a while, the drone's battery ran low, and with a flicker of the screen, the footage went black. Lu Zhou's parents took a couple of fearful steps back, and Lu Zhou was the first to speak up to reassure them. Don't worry, at least we know the outside is dangerous. When it's safe, we must stay indoors as much as possible. If we need to go out, we should at least go in pairs and take weapons. That way, we should be safe. Hearing her son's logical analysis, Lu's mother finally regained her composure. That's right, Xiao Zhou. You should call your aunt and inform her about this, and let others know as well. Lu Zhou wasted no time and quickly informed his aunt's family before continuing to notify others. When he got to Wangda, he was met with an urgent response on the other end. Is it true? My parents just went out an hour ago. Lu Zhou immediately became alert. What did they go out for? Wangda's voice was frantic. They said they were going to teach the 2 kids and needed some paper, pens, and books. My dad heard there were people selling these things at the city square, so he took my mom to pick some up. Lu Zhou's heart sank immediately. He hadn't expected Wang Da's parents to go out to the city to buy supplies in advance. Lu Zhou forced himself to stay calm and replied, "I'll go with you to find Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang. You get ready at home, and I'll come to find you." Wang Da, feeling desperate, nodded quickly in agreement. His parents were intellectuals and lacked the skills to handle danger. If it were just a high oxygen level, they might cope, but in such a perilous situation, they would be in serious danger. He Yin looked at the anxious Wang Da and expressed her desire to go as well. But Wang Da firmly rejected her. "You stay at home. If you come with me, I'll have to split my attention to take care of you." He Yin was stubborn. "Take me with you. Ever since the apocalypse started, I've been training every day, practicing with cold weapons and firearms, just for the chance to protect my family today. Besides, from the moment your whole family accepted me, I vowed that we would always be one family." He Yin had a difficult background, being orphaned and growing up in an orphanage, but she was self-reliant, worked hard, and got into the same university as Wang Da. Wang Da was deeply attracted to He Yan's spirit, which led him to pursue her. The warmth that Wang Da and his family provided helped to comfort He Yin, who had missed out on familial love. The bond between the two grew stronger. After He Yin resolutely insisted without any reservations, Wang Da hesitated for a moment and finally spoke up. "All right, then I'll help us clean up." He Yin smiled and got up to help tidy up. On Lu Zhou's side, he was quickly packing his things, planning to rescue Wang Da's father. After all, the other party had taken risks for his own sake, and he couldn't just sit by and watch. Lu's father expressed that he wanted to go too. His face was serious, and his eyes were determined. "Son, I've let you do whatever you wanted before, but today I must go with you. Didn't you see those monsters? You definitely can't handle it alone. That's when your dad needs to step in." Lu Zhou wanted to refuse, but he had no reason to do so. Family is like that. They can let you fly freely, but can also risk everything when danger arises. Lu's mother was anxious. How could she be at ease with her son going out? But she was persuaded by Lu Zhou. "Mom, you stay at home. The house has been reinforced and is very safe. Don't run around. Just let me and your dad worry about you. Please stay at home, okay?" Lu's mother gave a bitter smile and nodded, agreeing to prepare some snacks for the two of them. Going out to find someone was a major task. After all, they had already seen the situation outside through the drone. The dense trees made it impossible for vehicles to pass, and there were also instances of people getting lost from time to time. Lu Zhou was well prepared, bringing along a compass, insect repellent, self-respirators, protective suits, and various weapons, among other things. Lu's father packed the nutritional supplements and instant foods that Lu's mother had brought. The instant food consisted of compact compressed biscuits that didn't take up much space, along with some water. After Lu Zhou and his father wrapped themselves up tightly, they sprayed a lot of insect repellent. They used tape to secure the cuffs of their sleeves and pants, places where insects could easily get in. After putting on their inner clothing, they wore a fitted set of protective suits. The protective suits were a later development, lightweight and fitted, making movement easier. For better concealment, Lu Zhou took out 2 bottles of military camouflage spray, turning their dark-colored protective suits into a green-yellow camouflage. Once they finished preparing for protection, they also put on masks. As a final touch, Lu Zhou blew bubbles for himself and his dad, which would help block out toxic gases. Lu's mother looked at the two of them, wrapped up like zongzi, sticky rice dumplings, her eyes filled with worry. However, she tried her best not to let this emotion affect others. "Once you're done, go find someone and come home quickly. Take the walkie-talkies. If you get a signal, remember to call me and let me know you're safe." Lu's mother's eyes sparkled, and her tone remained normal. As soon as they stepped outside, Lu Zhou immediately sensed the silence outside. This kind of silence, if one had to describe it, was akin to the serene feeling of an uninhabited primeval forest. All around were dense, lush plants, and for the time being, there were only him and his father as the living beings among them. Moreover, moving forward was quite difficult because vine-like plants had already covered the ground. Chapter 333. The mysterious man reappears. If the height is a bit lower, we can jump over. If it's a bit higher, we need to cut it down. After trying several times, Lu Zhou realized that this method of progressing was too inefficient. Using the laser gun like this was a waste of energy. At that moment, in the dense forest, the trees were lush, and many shadows interspersed with sunlight, casting an even pattern on the ground. I have a solution. Lu Zhou immediately grasped the idea. He had the skill of shadow traversal that he could use. Moreover, it was quite suitable for the current situation. Dad, hold my hand tightly. Dad Lu quickly grabbed his son's hand tightly, his eyes filled with anticipation. I've got you. What's next? Once Lu Zhou confirmed, he whispered, This way, we can move forward quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Dad Lu suddenly felt that everything around them was changing. What should have been a lush forest now seemed to dissolve into nothingness. Or perhaps he and his son were being compressed, rapidly moving through the shadows of the forest. When using this skill, Lu Zhou found it to be exceptionally useful. He could use the skill while simultaneously looking for suitable places to land. After employing this skill, their speed of advancement greatly increased. The places where they would have needed to cut through vines were definitely avoided by Lu Zhou. Dad Lu was a bit confused, but he still allowed his son to lead him toward Wang Da's house. While moving along the way, Lu Zhou began to reason with himself. Once the skill was used, it would expose them. It would be better to... Lu Zhou glanced at Dad Lu. Dad Lu felt a chill from Lu Zhou's gaze. You little rascal, what are you up to? Lu Zhou immediately activated the disguise skill, selecting a mask from numerous disguises that resembled the one he used to save He Yin Yin earlier. This was to prevent He Yin Yin from noticing anything amiss. After briefly explaining to Dad Lu about saving He Yin Yin and what they were going to do shortly, Dad Lu nodded, signaling that he understood. All right, it's just pretending to use the skill. He could do that. Soon, the two finally arrived at Wang Da's doorstep. Knock, knock, knock. After a brief knocking sound, the door opened, revealing two people wrapped tightly. Lu Zhou took out the insect repellent spray and sprayed it wildly at the two. Wanda couldn't help but ask what the stuff was. It's insect repellent. You probably don't know what the outside is like. I used a drone to check earlier. Outside is now covered in a dense primitive forest, which is very dangerous. I suspect that some mosquitoes and insects could transmit diseases and even kill people. This made Wang Da's scalp tingle. He had thought about using spray, but since he had no medicine, it was impossible. He Yin Yin curiously stared at the person beside Lu Zhou. This person didn't look like Uncle Lu, as their physique didn't match. But now was not the time to discuss this. Lu Zhou checked that the items on the opposite side were mostly complete, and then all four of them went out together. Wanda took the time to explain to his wife. Don't worry, Yin Yin has been training her body for a long time. This time she won't hold us back. Lu Zhou nodded. Brother Wang, do you know where was the last place Uncle Wang contacted you? This was very important. If they knew the location, they could at least use it as a center point to search in all directions, which would definitely be much more efficient. It was probably near the western side of the square, because my parents told me there were things for sale there. After a moment of thought, Wanda relayed this information to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou rubbed his chin, considering the route ahead. When the four of them stepped outside, Wanda and He Yin Yin were stunned by the situation outside. From time to time, wild rabbits darted past in the woods. Not far away, they could even hear faint wolf howls and the roars of other wild beasts. It looked like the situation was dire. Wanda felt increasingly anxious. His parents had driven out when they left. It was obvious that this situation was not suitable for driving. He Yin Yin reacted quickly. When the group reached a place covered in dense vines, she was the first to pull out a fire axe. This type of axe could easily chop through the vines. In just 2 strikes, the vines were cut apart by He Yin Yin. Lu Zhou observed the vines intentionally. They were still relatively easy to handle here. He had intended to lead the group away directly, but he felt helpless that He Yin Yin was moving so fast. However, This did not stop Lu Zhou from speaking up now. Wait a moment. My friend will take us to the square. You all close your eyes and don't open them until I say so. Wanda was a bit surprised. He didn't know what the other party was planning. He and Yin cast a few glances at the man beside Lu Zhou. It felt so familiar. Since it was Lu Zhou's request, Wanda and the others obediently complied. As soon as the two closed their eyes, they felt the surroundings grow even quieter. Only Lu Zhou's low voice could be heard. Close your eyes. Wait until I tell you to open them. The two listened obediently, tightly shutting their eyes. Wanda thought about a lot of things, but no matter how he pondered, he couldn't figure out what Lu Zhou was up to. Lu Zhou didn't have time to care about Wanda. He was quickly leading the group through layers of obstacles. When it finally reached the square in the west, Lu Zhou spoke up. You can open your eyes now. Wanda eagerly opened his eyes, only to be shocked and wide-eyed at the scene before him. What a joke! Hadn't they just been at his house? How had they suddenly arrived at the square? How is this possible? Could it be that he had been hypnotized during the brief time he thought had passed? He Yin's expression was even more remarkable. Ever since Lu Zhou began using his technique, she felt she had definitely experienced this sensation before. Now, looking at the unfamiliar environment, her mind raced as she finally locked her suspicious gaze on the man beside Lu Zhou. Moments later, He Yin exclaimed, "You're the one who saved me back then, right?" When Lu Zhou rescued He Yin, he hadn't said anything to her. Wanda knew about this matter and, hearing his wife's words, quickly turned his attention to the other side. Lu Zhou's father felt a bit guilty since he was an imposter. The real rescuer was his son. However, thinking of his son's instructions, he nodded coldly, acknowledging the situation. He Yin's excited heart immediately sank back into her stomach. Lu Zhou's father remained silent to avoid exposure. He Yin recalled the amazing teleportation technique. Wanda had heard his wife mention that the technique used to save her was quite extraordinary. Now, connecting this to the current situation, Wanda's pupils trembled. Had he finally seen the world? Lu Zhou ignored their shock and reminded them, "This is the West Square. We should start investigating immediately. It doesn't look too good here." Fresh pools of blood on the ground indicated the unrest in this place.